of celestial motions through careful and expert study. Then he must conceive and devise the causes of these motions or hypotheses about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true or even probable. On the contrary, if they provide a calculus consistent with the observations, that alone is enough. Perhaps there is someone who is so ignorant of geometry and optics that he regards the epicycle of Venus as probable, or thinks that this is the reason why Venus sometimes precedes and sometimes follows the sun by 40 degrees or even more. Is there anyone who is not aware that from this assumption it necessarily follows that the diameter of a planet at perigee should appear more than 4 times, and at the body of a planet more than 16 times as great as the apogee? Yet this variation is refuted by the experience of every age. In this science there are some other no less important absurdities, which need not be set forth at the moment. For this art, it is quite clear, it is completely and absolutely ignorant of the causes of the apparent non-uniform motions. And if any causes are devised for the imagination, as indeed very many are, they are not put forward to convince anyone that they are true, but merely to provide a reliable basis for computation. However, since different hypotheses are sometimes offered for one and the same motion, for example, eccentricity of an epicycle for the sun's motion, the astronomer will take his first choice, the hypothesis which is the easiest to grasp. The philosopher will perhaps rather seek some semblance of truth, but neither of them will understand any state of anything certain unless it has been divinely revealed to them. Therefore, alongside the ancient hypotheses, which are no more probable, let us permit these new hypotheses also to become known, especially since they are admirable as well as simple, and bring with them a huge treasure of very skillful observations. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. Farewell. Or goodbye, based on I think vale is goodbye in Latin. Anyway, when you find this online, you'll see it signed XX, and then it will say that it's Andreas Osiander, but just read the book. It's not signed by anybody. It says goodbye, and then Nicholas Copernicus begins his book. So I guess somebody snuck in, put this preface in there, and then didn't tell Copernicus, and he died on his deathbed, which, my beliefs on that, I don't think at all anybody publishes a book on their deathbed. It's just ridiculous. All right. So, you can go through and read that again. There's so much in this that would take me forever, but I think the most important part is simply the end. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth. So are you somebody who accepts what Copernicus said as truth? Most people are. 99% of the world are. And the book tells you itself that if you accept it as truth, ideas conceived for another purpose, you will depart from this study a greater fool than when you entered it. 99% of the world fall into this exact statement right here. Sadly, I was one of them too. Man, I grew up my whole life believing that these things were true until I did the research, looked into it myself, studied these quotes, looked at what we're told, looked for the experiments, looked for the proof that we spin around the sun, and all of a sudden I realized exactly what you'll realize by the end of this video. There is none. Let's continue. I read this at the opening of the show. Quote, I have already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for a system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk of being the first one to attack it. End quote. Alexander von Humboldt. Let's have the next quote here. Quote,
gold,
dark
guys.
energy is problematic. No one really knows what it is. We can make an educated guess and use quantum theory to estimate how much of it is there, and there might be, but then we overshoot by an astounding factor of 10 to the 120th. That is grounds enough, says George Ellis, to take a hard look at our assumptions about the universe and our...
I heard you come back in, so I paused it.
No, I was saying, are you guys hearing this?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Watch that video, take the citations, follow them to their sources, read so that you have complete context and you understand, versus parroting what I'm trying to tell you or what journalism is trying to tell you, and fully understand that this conversation is a joke. It's a joke.
Yep. It is. So once again, we use their documentation that they have written themselves about philosophy, not science, not experiment, but philosophy. Yeah, I think I'll write up a text document with all of these quotes. I'll have to go back and spend some time on that. Anyway, I could continue on if you want.
Maybe let's hold on.
Pause for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna keep it paused for a minute. Let me stop. Oh, this one. Lost track. I had it perfectly. Had the video perfectly synced with it. I don't think I could do that again. Anyway, I was checking out the YouTube live chat. Wow. Yeah, you people in the live chat on YouTube, if you're listening, you have no excuse to not come in and hit the link and come in and join the voice. You have no excuse.
My bike is broken. I'm afraid of big crowds.
Damn, I know. You can't use that you were banned before, because unless you were perma-banned, no one's preventing you from coming back in here. No one's disallowed from coming back in here. Am I right, guys?
Well, with the caveat that you provided, sure.
Yeah, which I did provide. So that is a caveat. So other than you being perma-banned, which is pretty serious, and if you were, you probably you deserved it. So just plain and simple. So you have no excuse. You can't use I got banned before. It's childish. So unless you're a child or unless you're chicken, come into the live chat. It's only a conversation. What could you possibly lose from having a conversation? Think about that. What could you possibly lose?
Their worldview. They could lose that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. So if you're concerned about losing,
threaten my worldview.
Yeah. Because if you listen to us long enough, your worldview is being destroyed, dismantled, decapitated.
You have no right to threaten my worldview.
So stop being a bunch of little whiny babies out there and come in the chat. You know,
worldview is a pun, by the way, just in case nobody was picking up. It's a pun. It's a double entendre, as the French would say.
Worldview, the view of your world. Yeah, right. I get it.
Whoever just grew up as Jerry needs to apologize to him.
I kind of missed what you said. Jeranism needs to apologize to somebody?
No, somebody just rumpus Jerry while he was trying to talk.
Oh, I see.
No, I just paused it.
Stupid joke.
Oh, we rumpus. Sorry, Jaren.
Elijah rumpus Jerry, I think.
Because we always blame Elijah for everything, right?
As he keeps talking, don't let Dead Air Dave strike again.
Yeah, I could resume it if everybody's okay with that.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, Jenny.
What are you guys up to?
We're listening to this video that's a Jaren video, that the quotes that tell us we've all been lied to. So we were playing that in the Groovy bot. And
Oh, is this new?
No, it's not. It's not new, actually.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't know how old
So
it's. Well, it's from
so
2020.
Oh, so fairly new.
Yeah, fairly new.
Okay, so we're revisiting Kieran-ism's quotes that tell us we've been lied to. That's cool. I'm interested.
Yeah, and actually, what I can do is I can seek the exact time on the video, I think. And so if everybody wants to follow along, like on another screen, like you can listen to the Groovy volume, well, or whatever way you want to do it. You could just watch the video at that timestamp.
So he provides visuals in his video. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, in the video. So if you want to follow along, I'll just start the video at 48 minutes, 7 seconds. So 48:07.
How long is the whole thing?
It's 3 hours.
Woo! Okay.
So we've already listened to 48 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and seek 48:07. Hold on a second, if I'm able to do this here.
A 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour. The weather started getting rough.
Oops, I put it in the
ship
wrong
was tossed. If not for the courage of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost.
Would be lost. The
minnow would be lost.
Yeah, that was some.
Good thing Mr. Hale took all of his cash on that 3-hour tour. It was pretty smart.
Had all his cash with him. Yeah, I'll just bring all of it on this boat ride.
And Ginger took all 35 of her outfits. That's pretty smart too.
Okay, that worked. Okay, so we're at 48:07.
We're not even like halfway through. It barely started.
Yeah.
It just started cracking into the quotes, so we're just getting started. So basically, if you just missed it and you're just joining us, well, good for you. You got through all the fluff. Here's where all the goodies come. Trust me, I've seen this video a couple of years ago. I never watched it again. But at some point, I wrote down all of the quotes. I'm lying. I screenshotted all the quotes, and I had all the information that I was gathering on the old phone, and I lost it. So it's literally going to take you doing homework, but it's worth it, because when a Glober says, "Yeah, well, we knew for thousands of years that it was a globe." Oh, Aristotle said this. Aristarchus said that. Eratosthenes said the other. Like it.
Yeah.
No.
So now when we get into what they actually said, it's a different story.
There are no quotes from them, by the way. Funny enough, like Copernicus and Ptolemy, yeah, but like I don't remember any Eratosthenes. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, me either. So yeah, we're starting at 48:07. So if you want to put your video 48:07 and start it there, I'll start in just a second here. Resume. Here we go.
Part of the dance of the stars, rather than the sump where the universe's filth and ephemera collect. In the late 20th century, Carl Sagan asked, "Who are we?" We find that we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy tucked away in some forgotten corner of the universe, in which there are far more galaxies than people. I'm going to end that quote there. Just because I want to make a comment on this. Of course, we've all heard Carl Sagan say this, but even after just the few quotes I've already read, do you understand the problem here? That scientifically speaking, you can't discount the Earth being the center. Yet here comes Carl Sagan, the science pusher, the science popularist, who says, "Who are we? We find ourselves that we live on an insignificant planet of it." No, that's your worldview. So thank you for pushing your worldview on us, on me, on my children, on all children across the world. It's beautiful. Really, really tremendous for you. In cosmology, if one assumes the Copernican principle and observes that the universe appears isotropic, or that the same in all directions from a vantage point of Earth, then one can infer that the universe is generally homogeneous, or the same everywhere at any given time, and is also isotropic about any given point. These two conditions make up the cosmological principle. In practice, astronomers observe that the universe has heterogeneous or non-uniform structures up to the scale of galactic superclusters, filaments, and great voids. It becomes more and more homogeneous and isotropic when observed at larger and larger scales, with little detectable structure on scales of more than about 200 million parsecs. However, on scales comparable to the radius of the observable universe, we see systematic changes with distance from Earth. For instance, galaxies contain more young stars and are less clustered, and quasars appear more numerous. While this might suggest that the Earth is the center of the universe, the Copernican principle requires us to interpret it as evidence for the evolution of the universe with time. This distant light has taken almost the age of the universe to reach Earth and shows the universe when it was young. The most distant light of all, cosmic microwave background radiation, is isotropic to at least 1 part in 1,000. Modern mathematical cosmology is based on the assumption that the cosmological principle is almost but not exactly true at the largest scales. The Copernican principle represents the irreducible philosophical assumption needed to justify this, when combined with the observations. Michael Rowan Robinson emphasizes in the Copernican principle as the threshold test for modern thought, asserting that it is evident that in the post-Copernican era of human history, no well-informed or rational person can imagine that the Earth occupies a unique position in the universe. Unbelievable. This is all from Wikipedia, Copernican principle. You can read it yourself. I just copied it over and highlighted a few important parts. Again, they say, oh, well, this might suggest that the Earth is at its center. The Copernican principle, the principle itself, this is not scientific, this is an assumption. We saw earlier George Ellis saying that the assumption is made because they don't want to be in the center, and it's saying the Copernican principle requires us to interpret it as evidence for what? The principle of something requires us to, oh boy. It's crazy here. This last sentence here, talking about the Copernican principle, represents the irreducible philosophical assumption needed to justify this when combined with the observations. Notice it's irreducible philosophical assumption. This is not science. This is pseudoscience. The beliefs that we have been taught are not actual science. They're not scientific. Let's continue on here. This is just no particular quote. I think I wrote it, or no, I had a, so I said, what is the basis of the modern science and technology? Because according to science establishment historians, heliocentrism is of course the cause. An online encyclopedia put it this way, quote, the scientific revolution can be roughly dated as having begun in 1543, the year in which Nicholas Copernicus published his De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium. However, the origins of much modern technology can be traced back, end quote. That was the end of the encyclopedia quote. Now I'm speaking. However, the origins of much modern technology can be traced back to the elaborate mechanical devices that sprung up in post-medieval Europe. Those toys are an outgrowth of medieval craft of clockmaking, and that craft, in turn, was an offshoot of the craft of applying complex mechanical technology for the purpose of astronomy-related needs. These devices were unambiguously geocentric, every one of them. This is something that even the researchers of the Antikythera mechanism, which you can see pictured below, who mostly are believers of a heliocentric model of the universe, assert, perhaps grudgingly. They obviously don't want everyone to know that devices like this ancient piece of clockwork expose the ancient roots of modern technology. This Antikythera mechanism is based off a geocentric model. Okay? So they don't want you to know that they were able to predict everything from eclipses to equinoxes, everything from a geocentric point of view. They had no idea that, oh, we're flying through the endless space and nonsense. So now I want to read, as we continue on, about the Copernican principle. This is the very interesting thing, and I think did I include pictures here? Yeah. Just to show you, this is the actual pictures from Copernicus's book on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, or whatever you want to call it. But there's a very interesting passage at the beginning of this book, and you'll see here it says ad lectorum de hypo, which means basically to the reader of this hypothesis, I believe is probably the correct translation. And you'll notice down here, it gets down here, and then it's signed vale, okay, which means goodbye in Latin. So the weird thing about this is it appeared in the beginning. It's the preface of Copernicus's book, but now we're told it's written by Andreas Osiander. The story is ridiculous. The story is that Copernicus, on his deathbed, gives his book to be published now. Okay, you can publish my masterwork. You can publish it now. And the person he gave it to went in, supposedly this Andreas Osiander, who happened to be stepping in for the real book publisher at the time. He steps in and writes a preface to the book, doesn't sign his name, makes it look like it's by Copernicus, and then publishes all the copies of the book, and Copernicus never knew that this statement was in the book. That's the actual belief nowadays. You got to be kidding me. And look, there's even a little drawing of the beginning of it, just like there is throughout the whole book. So, I mean, he went and did an additional drawing. He drew this when Copernicus drew the rest. It's just such a joke. But let's read what he said, because a lot of people quote this to Copernicus, and I can see why. But really, if you're quoting this, you should quote it to Andreas Osiander, because that's what we're told. That's what history says, that it was not Copernicus who wrote this, that somebody else was able to write the preface to his book and he didn't know about it. Give me a break. All right. To the reader, concerning the hypothesis of this work. There have already been widespread reports about the novel hypothesis of this work, to which declares that the earth moves whereas the sun is at rest in the center of the universe. Hence, certain scholars, I have no doubt, are deeply offended and believe that the liberal arts, which are established long ago on a sound basis, should not be thrown into confusion. But if these men are willing to examine the matter closely, they will find that the author of this work has done nothing blameworthy, for it is the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of celestial motions through careful and expert study. Then he must conceive and devise the causes of these motions or hypotheses about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true or even probable. On the contrary, if they provide a calculus consistent with the observations, that alone is enough. Perhaps there is someone who is so ignorant of geometry and optics that he regards the epicycle of Venus as probable, or thinks that this is the reason why Venus sometimes precedes and sometimes follows the sun by 40 degrees or even more. Is there anyone who is not aware that from this assumption it necessarily follows that the diameter of a planet at perigee should appear more than 4 times, and if the body of a planet more than 16 times as great as the apogee? Yet this variation is refuted by the experience of every age. In this science there are some other no less important absurdities, which need not be set forth at the moment. For this art, it is quite clear, it is completely and absolutely ignorant of the causes of the apparent non-uniform motions. And if any causes are devised for the imagination, as indeed very many are, they are not put forward to convince anyone that they are true, but merely to provide a reliable basis for computation. However, since different hypotheses are sometimes offered for one and the same motion, for example, eccentricity of an epicycle for the sun's motion, the astronomer will take his first choice, the hypothesis which is the easiest to grasp. The philosopher will perhaps rather seek some semblance of truth, but neither of them will understand any state of anything certain unless it has been divinely revealed to them. Therefore, alongside the ancient hypotheses, which are no more probable, let us permit these new hypotheses also to become known, especially since they are admirable as well as simple, and bring with them a huge treasure of very skillful observations. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. Farewell. Or goodbye, based on I think vale is goodbye in Latin. Anyway, when you find this online, you'll see it signed XX, and then it will say that it's Andreas Osiander, but just read the book. It's not signed by anybody. It says goodbye, and then Nicholas Copernicus begins his book. So I guess somebody snuck in, put this preface in there, and then didn't tell Copernicus, and he died on his deathbed, which, my beliefs on that, I don't think at all anybody publishes a book on their deathbed. It's just ridiculous. All right. So, you can go through and read that again. There's so much in this that would take me forever, but I think the most important part is simply the end. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth. So are you somebody who accepts what Copernicus said as truth? Most people are. 99% of the world are. And the book tells you itself that if you accept it as truth, ideas conceived for another purpose, you will depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. 99% of the world fall into this exact statement right here. Sadly, I was one of them too. Man, I grew up my whole life believing that these things were true until I did the research, looked into it myself, studied these quotes, looked at what we're told, looked for the experiments, looked for the proof that we spin around the sun, and all of a sudden I realized exactly what you'll realize by the end of this video. There is none. Let's continue. I read this at the opening of the show. Quote, I have already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for a system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk of being the first one to attack it. End quote. Alexander von Humboldt. Let's have the next quote here. Quote, dark energy is problematic. No one really knows what it is. We can make an educated guess and use quantum theory to estimate how much of it is there, and there might be, but then we overshoot by an astounding factor of 10 to the 120th. That is grounds enough, says George Ellis, to take a hard look at our assumptions about the universe and our place in it. If we analyze the supernova data, by assuming the Copernican principle is correct and get out something unphysical, I think we should start questioning the Copernican principle. Whatever our theoretical predictions are, they will in the end have to give way to the observational evidence. End quote. Real quick, I just want to comment on that part. George Ellis is basically saying if we get something unphysical, which is what dark matter is, which is what dark energy is, things that we can't observe, things that have never been noticed, but again, called scientific. But if these things are out there, then we need to look at the actual starting point. The starting point is exactly what we're discussing right now, the Copernican principle. We need to reassess it. Let's start a new quote. So what would it mean? The outcome were that the Copernican principle, So what would it mean if the outcome were that the Copernican principle is wrong? It would certainly require a seismic reassessment of what we know about the universe. If the Copernican principle fails, all that goes with that, the Big Bang, goes out the window too. Cosmology would be back at the drawing board. If we are in a void, answering how we came to be in such a privileged spot in the universe, it would be even trickier. And this is what you will learn by the end of this video. End quote, sorry. Marcus Chown is the earth at the heart of the cosmic void. Let's go to the next quote. Timothy Clifton from Oxford astrophysics member, PhD. Quote, a fundamental presupposition of modern cosmology is the Copernican principle, that we are not in a central or otherwise special region of the universe. Studies of type 1a supernova together with the Copernican principle have led to the inference that the universe is accelerating in its expansion. The usual explanation for this is that there must be a dark energy to drive the acceleration. Alternatively, it could be the case that the Copernican principle is invalid and that the data has been interpreted within an inappropriate theoretical framework. If we were to live in a special place in the universe, near the center of a void where the local matter density is low, then the supernova observations would be accounted for without the addition of dark energy. End quote. So again, I've talked about this before, and I've had people come at me and say, oh, prove what you're saying, prove what you're saying. I say, I'll show you several quotes that all admit that if the Earth is the center, it gets rid of everything, dark energy, dark matter, which currently is said to be 97% of the universe, or 95%. And it's never been observed.
Because I don't know how to do it. Because I'm lazy.
Yeah, I have a feeling as a mod, I mean, I haven't tried. I don't even know what room they typed the...
Exactly, all of that. I don't know.
I got it. Oh, Roger paused it anyway. Yeah.
The reason that I said to pause it right there, there goes that word again that I've been honing in on for the last week, based on the conversations that I've been having with people. Because again, like they think that what they're passing off is science. They're like, well, the hypothesis is this. I'm like, no, you're just presupposing things. So when he says right there that the Copernican model is presuppositional, but I mean, that's exactly what the fuck I've been speaking to this dude all morning, trying to get him to understand this very thing, the difference between supposition and presupposition. And here you are, a person that's not me, that potentially, I don't know who looks up to these people, because if they did and they read their work, they'd be like, oh, wait, what? You know, so I don't know. But I need that timestamp. Where's that at? Because I need to pull that up for the conversation that I've been having all morning. Right there.
Okay, timestamp for which statement? I'll find it.
Well, the very last thing you were just playing.
Well, yeah, but see, I was gone for like 10 minutes down in the laundry room. So So I just came back in.
Go back. Just tell me where the timestamp right now.
1 minute, 1 hour, 3 minutes, 47. 103:47. That's so it's probably just back a few minutes from that, I'm guessing.
All right, I got it. Thank you. You can continue.
Cool. Great. Shoot, I'm gonna have to go back and write down all the timestamps for every one of these statements because I want to type up my own document with all these statements on it. Anyway, okay.
Told you. Yeah, you're gonna want to get out a notebook. Told you.
Yeah. I'm gonna type it up and actually print it out, get it printed out, and have it as a text file. Anyway, let's see. You want to continue? Is that the? Okay. I'll just go to resume.
We're at what, 20 quotes now? 25 quotes? Is it obvious yet that we are being handed pseudoscience? I don't think there's any question about it. Again, what he's saying here is, well, it could be the case that the Copernican principle is invalid, which it absolutely is if you're basing it on observations, and that the data has been interpreted within an inappropriate theoretical framework. So let's continue. Remember, we're talking right now about the Copernican principle. I do have these things kind of separated out. We haven't even got to the experiments yet. We haven't even got to the fixed Earth yet. We haven't even got to the centrality of Earth yet. We still are on the Copernican principle. Let's continue. Jonathan I. Katz from The Biggest Bangs. His book is listed below here. Quote, "The uniform distribution of burst arrival directions tells us that the distribution of gamma ray burst sources in space is a sphere or spherical shell with us at the center. Some other extremely contrived and implausible distributions are also possible. But Copernicus taught us that we are not in a special preferred position in the universe. Earth is not at the center of the solar system, the sun is not at the center of the galaxy, and so forth. There is no reason to believe we are the center of the distribution of gamma ray bursts. If our instruments are sensitive enough to detect the bursts at the edge of the spatial distribution, then they should not be isotropic on the sky, contrary to observation. If our instruments are less sensitive, then the end of the S3/2, I don't know what that is, law should hold, also contrary to observation. That is the Copernican dilemma. To this day, after the detection of several thousand bursts and despite earnest efforts to show the contrary, no deviation from a uniform random distribution, which is isotropy, in the direction of gamma ray bursts on the sky has ever been convincingly demonstrated." Again, these guys are admitting that there is no experiments or tests that prove what they're trying to prove. Okay? They just are able to explain it away, and we'll talk about that here shortly. Physicist Richard Wolfson, quote, "So if the Earth is at rest relative to the ether, then it alone is at rest. That makes us pretty special. Do you really want to return to a parochial pre-Copernican ideas? Do you really think you and your planet are so special that in all the rich vastness of the universe, you alone can claim to be at rest?" End quote. Well, I particularly do, because this is all I've seen. All I get from you is pictures from space of Pluto with the dog Pluto on him. I mean, what are you talking about? The Earth is all there is, folks. Let's continue. Richard Liu, here's his quote. Quote, "Cosmology is not even astrophysics. All the principal assumptions in this field are unverified or unverifiable in the laboratory, and researchers are quite comfortable with inventing unknowns to explain the unknown. How then could, after 50 years of failed attempts in finding dark matter, the fields of dark matter, dark energy have become so lofty priorities in astronomy funding to the detriment of all other branches of astronomy? I demonstrate in this article that while some of this is based upon truth, at least just as much of the, I believe that's cosmic microwave background, I might have wrote that wrong, cosmology has been propped up by a paralyzing amount of propaganda which suppress counter-evidence and subdue competing models. I believe astronomy is no longer heading towards a healthy future unless funding agencies rethink their master plans by backing away from such a high emphasis on groping in the dark." End quote. Let's move on here. We got Hawking and Ellis when they wrote their book in 1973. Quote, "We shall interpret the Copernican principle as stating that the universe is approximately spherically symmetrical with every point since it's approximately spherically symmetrical around us." Again, just more evidence. Sorry. End quote. My bad. Jeez. Bad, Darren. I should be punished. people are just joining me. The problem is I keep commenting in the middle of quotes, and I'm trying not to do that, so I'll be more careful going forward. But anyway, I do want to comment after them, and again, this quote is just saying that we are the center. Let's go on to the next one. This is George Ellis in his book. Quote, additionally, we must take seriously the idea that the acceleration apparently indicated by supernova data could be due to large-scale inhomogeneity with no dark energy. Observational tests of the latter possibly are as important as pursuing the dark energy exotic physics option in a homogeneous universe. Theoretical prejudices as to the universe's geometry and our place in it must bow to such observational tests, precisely because of the foundational nature of the Copernican principle for standard cosmology. We need to fully check this foundation, and one must emphasize here that the standard cosmic microwave background anisotropy studies do not prove the Copernican principle. They assume it at the start. End quote. Hugely important, begging the question. They're assuming it at the start. Presuppositions. Again, how many quotes have we gone through, guys? 30? I don't know. But it should be clear here that we're dealing with pseudoscientists. Let's read the next one. Alan Hirschfeld in his book, 2001, quote, in Newton's day, the Ptolemaic system and the Keplerian version of the Copernican system were taught side by side in universities of the world, but the pendulum of belief had swung irreversibly to the Copernican side. In the minds of most scientists, the heliocentric universe had become fact, yet there remained a crucial missing element in what was otherwise a complete and compelling picture of the universe. Not one shred of indisputable observational proof existed that the Earth moved through space. Here, then, was the holy grail of many of an astronomer, to prove that the Earth, in fact, revolved in a wide orbit around the Sun. The parallax of just one star, any star, had to be detected. The hunt for stellar parallax was on. End quote. Very important here. A lot of people might be jumping out of their seats saying, but we have shown parallax. There is parallax on the stars. They've shown it now. It's a little tiny bit that nobody can actually see, but some guys with a telescope and a hill can do it. We'll get to that. Remember that? I promise you we'll come back to that fact, and I'll show you why it doesn't matter. Let's go with Max Born in his book, Einstein's Theory of Relativity from 1962. Quote, thus, we may return to Ptolemy's point of view of a motionless Earth. One has to show that the transformed metric can be regarded as produced according to Einstein's field equations by distant rotating masses. This has been done. By Thuring, he calculated a field due to a rotating, hollow, thick-walled sphere and proved that inside the cavity it behaved as though there were centrifugal and other inertial forces usually attributed to absolute space. Thus, from Einstein's point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right. End quote. Next one. This is Otto Neugebauer, 68. Quote, the popular belief that Copernicus's heliocentric system constitutes a significant simplification. Okay, let's start over there. I'm going to grab a drink of water here. All right, I'm back. All right, let's try that again. Quote, the popular belief that Copernicus's heliocentric system constitutes a significant simplification of the Ptolemaic system is obviously wrong. The choice of the reference system has no effect on the structure of the model, and the Copernican models themselves require about twice as many circles as the Ptolemaic models and are far less elegant and adaptable. Modern historians, making ample use of the advantage of hindsight, stress the revolutionary significance of the heliocentric system and the simplification it has introduced. In fact, the actual computation of the planetary positions follows exactly the ancient patterns, and the results are the same. The Copernican solar theory is definitely a step in the wrong direction for the actual computation as well as the underlying kinematic concepts. End quote. Hugely important quote there. Hopefully you understood it. But again, if you understand that we're talking about a worldview, then these quotes start to make sense. You know, then you understand, well, wait a second, if the actual computation of planetary positions follows the ancient patterns and the results are the same, then why go look at all the heliocentric globies out there that will go around and tell everybody that that science has already proven it. That science, you know, well, how do we know when the eclipses are? Where's your flat Earth or your geocentric proof that the eclipses work that way? By the way, you may not know this, but all of NASA's computations for eclipses are done by a man named Fred Esperneck, and Fred Esperneck uses geocentrism as his base. But yet the heliocentric model is true, even though you can't use it as a basis to figure out when the eclipses are. Oh boy. Let us continue. We've got 3 more quotes within the Copernican principle. So here we got Wessel Valkenburg. Let's go ahead and quote this. Quote, "The Copernican principle states that humans are not privileged observers of the universe and provides our philosophical basis for assuming that on the largest scales the universe is spatially homogeneous. While it is one of the foundational aspects of modern cosmology, this assumption remains untested outside of the standard paradigm. Though it may seem pedantic to test something so obvious, the standard paradigm itself is built on shaky foundations, relying on an unexplained, gravitationally repulsive, dark energy component for observations to fit the model. The implications of this cannot be overstated. Assuming that the laws of physics do apply equally everywhere in the universe, the only non-Copernican configuration possible is one in which we live in a place that originates from the special initial conditions." Okay.
I'm calling it. All these motherfuckers are flat earthers, and they're trying to hide that from us. That's what it is.
Got it. But there's, what else do you need to see? That again, we're seeing this over and over again, that they're basing all of their science, what they call science, on philosophical criteria, a philosophical basis. That, folks, is philosophy, not science. Okay? And I don't mind if they want to philosophize. I do all the time. I actually prefer philosophy than I do science. I'd rather sit and listen to somebody tell me how they feel and how they look at the world and what they gather from it. That's great. That's what I want. But if I'm told something is science, then I'm pretty much going to accept that as being true, right? That's what we're taught. But now I can never think that way anymore. Never. Why? Because I realized science operates within a preferred. They have a deeply philosophical bias. Deeply, severe philosophical bias. Why? Because philosophically, these guys don't want there to be a center, let alone it be us. I mean, again, go back to that Hubble quote, intolerable. Stephen Hawking saying it's a modesty. I mean, if we allow Earth to be in the center, they think it's prideful. So what do? They figure out a way that fits their worldview. There's nothing more prideful than that. Okay? Anyway, let's continue on with the next quote. Excuse me. This is from a science article, September 26, 2008, called "Dark Energy, Is It Merely an Illusion?" Quote, "Although dark energy may seem a bit contrived to some, the Oxford theorists are proposing an even more outrageous alternative. They point out that it's possible that we simply live in a very special place in the universe. Specifically, we're in a huge void where the density of matter is particularly low. The suggestion flies in the face of the Copernican principle, which is one of the most useful and widely held tenets in physics. Copernicus was among the first scientists to argue that we're not in a special place in the universe, and that theory suggests that we're special is most likely wrong. The principle led directly to the replacement of the Earth-centered concept of the solar system with the more elegant sun-centered model. Dark energy may seem like a stretch, but it's consistent with the venerable Copernican principle. The proposal that we live in a special place in the universe, on the other hand, is likely to shock many scientists." End quote. So yeah, these guys were just talking about, the fact that observationally, we might be the center. It's so upsetting because we know that the Copernican principle is the most useful and widely held tenets in physics. No, it's not. Give me a break. That's what they teach you. That's what they want you to believe, that this belief that we travel around the sun is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Give me a break. Got one more quote for the Copernican principle. Here we go. It's by physicist Hans Reichenbach, and this is 1970. Quote, "It is very important to acknowledge that the Copernican theory offers a very exact calculation of the apparent movements of the planets, even though it must be conceded that from the modern standpoint, practically identical results could be obtained by means of a somewhat revised Ptolemaic system. It makes no sense, accordingly, to speak of a difference in truth between Copernicus and Ptolemy. Both conceptions are equally permissible descriptions. What has to be considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, as opposed to that of antiquity, is questioned as to its truth value." End quote. Sorry. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that they come out and say these things. And, that's why, some of them are actually out there really trying to do science. But it's pseudoscience. They have a worldview. We've already gone through this many times over. But again, this is a great sentence here at the end of it. What has been considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, which is that we go around the sun. as opposed to that of antiquity, which was a flat or motionless geocentric Earth, is questioned as to its truth value. But yet it's the greatest truth that's ever come to mankind. Let's go on. All right, so now we're on to experiments. And I just have a couple quotes about that. And most people know about the Michelson-Morley experiment, right? That it failed to detect any movement of the Earth around the sun. This had to be overcome, so they invented the Fitzgerald-Lorentz shortening of the apparatus. This is what was proposed. And eventually the paradoxical relativity theory was invented by Einstein to overcome the problem. However, there are 3 other experiments that have been deliberately ignored by universities because they support a central and a non-moving Earth. Just again, if you don't realize what's going on here, they've done tests, Michelson-Morley, because they can send lights around, bounce them off mirrors, and they said, hey, if the Earth is moving, then these light beams will arrive at different times when they get back, because if you're moving in the direction of the Earth's spin or moving against it, and we're about to find out that they could never find any change. So what did they do? They say that the reason that we see that is because of the Fitzgerald shortening of the device. So the apparatus actually shortens, and that's because, the apparatus shortens when it's going in the motion of the Earth. Absolute and total nonsense that has never been proven. Again, the very definition of pseudoscience. So the first experiment is the Michelson gale. You may not know about this one. This one detected that the ether passing the surface of the Earth with an accuracy of 2% of the speed of the daily rotation of the Earth. Thus, the Michelson-Morley experiment detected no movement of the Earth around the sun. The test after that was Airy's failure. Telescopes have to be very slightly tilted to get the starlight going down the axis of the tube because of the Earth's speed around the sun. Airy tried this test. He filled a telescope with water that greatly slowed down the speed of light inside the telescope and found that he did not have to change the angle of the telescope. This showed us that the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle so that no change was needed. This demonstrated that it was actually the stars moving relative to a stationary Earth and not the fast orbiting Earth moving relative to the stationary stars. If it was the telescope moving, he would have had to change the angle of his telescope. That was experiment number 2. Let's talk about experiment number 3, the Sagnac experiment. Sagnac rotated a table complete with light and mirrors, with the light being passed in opposite directions around the table between the mirrors. He detected the movement of the table by the movement of the interference fringes on the target where they were recombined. This proved that there is an ether and that the light has to pass through this completely destroys Einstein's theory of relativity that says that there is no ether. It is for this reason that this experiment is completely ignored by scientists. More recently, Cantor has found the same exact result with a similar apparatus. All these tests and experiments are never taught in universities, so consequently, scientists are ignorant to the evidence of a stationary Earth. Let's just put these up real quick. They're also in the description. These are the links to each paper if you want to read about Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, Sagnac, and Airy's failure. Again, these are links that you can just click in the description of this if you want to go read, because a lot of people just don't know that they even exist. They don't care about those tests because they don't align with the worldview. And again, let me just stop here real quick and state something simple. You have to understand why the idea of geocentricity, the idea of a flat Earth, anything other than a heliocentric model is absolutely untenable. It's disgusting. It's gross to anybody that's an atheist. Do you understand that? If they've gone around bashing, how about the godless engineer? Like that joke. If that guy goes around bashing, do you think he'll ever look into flat Earth or understand it or even try to? No. Because the guy's gone around bashing God forever. I'm a godless engineer. Well, congratulations. I guess you're accidental. You came from, an amoeba. Yeah, right. The whole world is evidence of creation. All of it. Everything that you see. The sun, the moon, the fact that we have eclipses, life, trees, plants, the complexity of the human body. Everything. Evidence of design. And yet, we've got atheists out there. You think they'll ever look into this? You think they'll ever accept any of the words I'm telling them? They don't care. They are the ones just like these scientists. It's the absolute horror of being in a unique position. It must be avoided at all costs. If you're Red's rhetoric, it must be avoided at all costs. You can't look at this stuff. You must go against it because of your worldview. Do you guys see what's going on here? I certainly do. Let's look at some quotes around these experiments. And we're probably more than halfway done, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, we still haven't got to centrality, fixed Earth, axis of evil. We haven't got to dark energy and dark matter. We haven't gotten to Newtonian physics. We haven't gotten to relativity. We haven't gotten to ether. Got a lot of way to go. Let's go to, these are quotes about the experiments. So Bernard Jaffe, quote, "The data were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. This, of course, was preposterous." End quote. Yeah, I don't need to even comment on that. We're just, you should start to see a pattern here, what I'm trying to show you. And again, the choice is up to you. I'm certainly not saying you have to believe what I do, because that's what I hate about what's being done in schools. That's what I hate about what's being done and what's being called science. Okay? I don't have to believe what you say just because that's your religious belief. I don't care. And that's the same for you. You do not have to believe what I would never tell you to believe what I do. My goal is that all these things were so eye-opening to me, they changed my life so profoundly that I want to offer them to you, and it's up to you. If they don't change your life, if you spit on me and call me a moron, go ahead. See if it bothers me. It doesn't. It doesn't even change a thing for my life. Okay? But these quotes did, and the stuff that I put in my videos did. And so my hope is by sharing them with the world that at least you have the opportunity to consider for yourself, because it makes a big difference if we're the center of the earth. If we're the center of the universe versus if we're some random speck in the endless vacuum of space. It's so totally ridiculous. Let's go to the next one. This is scientific historian Lincoln Barnett. Quote, "The Michelson-Morley experiment confronted scientists with an embarrassing alternative. On the one hand, they could scrap the ether theory, which had explained so many things about electricity, magnetism, and light, or if they insisted on retaining the ether, they had to abandon still more venerable Copernican theory that the Earth is in motion. To many physicists, it seemed almost easier to believe that the Earth stood still than that waves, light waves, electromagnetic waves, could exist without a medium to sustain them. It was a serious dilemma and one that split scientific thought for a quarter century. Many new hypotheses were advanced and rejected. The experiment was tried again by Morley and many others with the same conclusion. The apparent velocity of the Earth through the ether was 0. End quote. Again, I shouldn't have to read more of that. We'll just move on. The experiment was tried again by Morley and others. So if we're talking about science, which is based on experimentation, hypothesis-based experimentation, and they keep coming to the conclusion that the velocity of the Earth through space is 0, but what do they teach in schools? What did you grow up believing? Hopefully you see that this is the reason why, the name of this video is very simple. Quotes that tell us that we have all been lied to. Let us jump back over here. Let's continue. We've got Wolfgang Pauli. Quote, "The failure of many attempts to measure terrestrially any effects of the Earth's motion on physical phenomenon allows us to," and then he goes on, and thank you very much for the super chat. I'll read those at the end here, 1 second. At this point, Wolfgang, he stops talking about the experimental evidence and then goes on talking about all the theories of Einstein, which are mathematics and formulas and Lorentz contractions, and it becomes pseudoscience. But he starts out by saying that, yeah, we couldn't measure the effects of any motion of the Earth, but based on these formulas and these mathematics that Einstein gave us in relativity, we can say that it does move. But again, tests don't show that, and that is the definition of pseudoscience. Sir Arthur Eddington, Space, Time, and Gravitation, page 20. Quote, "The Michelson-Morley experiment has thus failed to detect our motion through the ether because the effect looked for, the delay of one of the light waves, is exactly compensated by an automatic contraction of the matter forming the apparatus." End quote. Again, you have to go back and listen again, that because they're not seeing the shift in the light that they expect, they then came up with the theory, oh, well, the apparatus, the testing apparatus, the one arm that's going in the direction that the Earth is spinning is shortening. And that's why the light rays are getting back at the same time, when clearly that proves that the Earth does not move, folks. Let's go to the next one. This is James A. Coleman, professor of physics and the chairman of the Department of Physics at the American International College in Springfield, Massachusetts. Quote, "The explanation which had the most appeal in accounting for this negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment was one that literally was dreamed up for that purpose. It is the so-called Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. In 1893, Fitzgerald suggested that all objects contracted in the direction of their motion through the ether. He reasoned that if ordinary objects flattened out upon impact with other objects, a rubber ball hitting a wall or a ripe tomato dropped on the floor, for example, then why would it not be possible for objects that move through the ether to have the force of the ether push them in or contract them? This would adequately explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The arm of the interferometer moving against the ether would be shortened, so that even though the light was traveling in that particular arm might have slowed down by the ether wind, this would be compensated for by having its path shortened. Objections to the Lorentz contraction hypothesis were rampant, as was to be expected, not only because there was no evidence to prove that such an effect took place, but particularly because Fitzgerald could not explain why objects would contract due to motion through the ether. The contraction hypothesis was originally advanced only as a possible explanation for Michelson and Morley's results, providing such an effect existed. Then, too, the theory said that all materials traveling with the same velocity with respect to the ether would contract the same fractional amount. Since iron is much heavier and stronger than wood, for example, one would expect a greater contraction for wood than for iron, but this, too, went unanswered. End quote. Again, just a fantastic quote here telling you exactly what's going on, showing you exactly that this is a worldview, that these guys are willing to make up anything. But this is what a heliocentrist would tell me if I said, well, what happened with Michelson Morley? Well, you don't know about length contraction? You don't know that the arm of the apparatus was shortened during the test? Oh, can you show that to be proven? No, you cannot. It is an ad hoc explanation, excuse to cover up the results of an actual scientific experiment. Let's continue. Physicist Richard Wolfson, what happened when the experiment was done in 1887? There was never, in any orientation at any time of year, any shift in the interference pattern. None. No shift, no fringe shift, nothing. What's the implication? Here was an experiment that was done to measure the speed of the Earth's motion through the ether. This was an experiment that was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. It could have detected speeds as low as 2 miles a second instead of the known 2 miles per second that the Earth has in its orbital motion around the sun. It didn't detect it. What's the conclusion from the Michelson-Morley experiment? The implication is that the Earth is not moving. End quote. Very important quote. We got Ronald W. Clark in his book Einstein, The Life and Times, 1971, quote, "The problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first is the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. The second was that the ether was carried along by the Earth in its passage through space. The third solution was that the ether simply did not exist, which to many 19th century scientists was equivalent to scrapping current views of light, electricity, magnetism, and starting again. And so because they didn't want to start," end quote, sorry. And because they didn't want to start again, they just carried on with the belief. So it's ridiculous here again that you read, let me see the exact part that I was interested in. So the problem which now faced science was considerable. Three alternatives, standing still, which meant, so this part. The first was that the Earth was standing still. So this is one of the possibilities, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. Science, ladies and gentlemen, right here for you. Andre K.T. Assisi, quote, "In the Ptolemaic system, the Earth is considered to be at rest and without rotation in the center of the universe, while the Sun, other planets, and fixed stars rotate around the Earth. In relational mechanics, this rotation of distant matter yields the force. Now, the gravitational attraction of the Sun is balanced by a real gravitational centrifugal force due to the annual rotation of distant masses around the Earth, with a component having a period of 1 year. In this way, the Earth can remain at rest and is the essential constant distance from the Sun. The diurnal rotation of distant masses around the Earth with a period of 1 day yields a real gravitational centrifugal force, flattening the Earth at the poles. Foucault's pendulum is explained by a real Coriolis force acting on moving masses over the Earth's surface. The effect of this force will be to keep the plane of oscillation of the pendulum rotating around with the fixed stars." End quote. Excellent quote there. This is a quote from Robert Sungenis that I thought was pretty good. Let's see if we can read through this whole thing. Here we go. So quoting, "One can imagine why many who were looking for proof of a rotating Earth would appeal to the Foucault pendulum. It seems illogical to posit that the reason the plane of the pendulum appears to be moving in a circle is that the Earth beneath it is rotating. In other words, the heliocentrist insists that the pendulum's circular motion is an illusion. The pendulum is actually moving back and forth in the same plane, and the Earth is turning beneath it. Since the Earth is too big for us to sense its rotation, we instead observe the plane of the pendulum rotate. All one needed to do to prove the Earth is rotating, he insists, is to reverse the roles. That is, imagine that the plane of the pendulum is stationary and the Earth beneath it is moving. This particular logic, however, doesn't prove that the Earth is rotating. One can begin the critique by asking this simple question. If the pendulum is constantly swinging in the same plane while the Earth is rotating beneath it, what force is holding the pendulum in that stationary position? In other words, if the plane of the pendulum is stationary with respect to what is it stationary? This is understood as the unresolved force in physics. The only possible answer is it is stationary with respect to the rest of the universe, since it is certainly not stationary with respect to the Earth. With a little insight, one can see that this brings us right back to the problem that Einstein and the rest of modern physics faced with the advent of relativity theory. Is it the Earth that's rotating under fixed stars, or do the stars revolve around a fixed Earth? As Einstein said, the two sentences, the sun is at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. As such, it would be just as logical, not to mention scientifically consistent, to posit that the combined forces of the universe which rotate around the Earth are causing the plane of the pendulum to rotate around an immobile Earth. In other words, in the geocentric model of the movement of the pendulum is not an illusion, it really moves. According to Einstein, there is no difference between the two models. Ernst Mach, from whom Einstein developed many of his insights, stated much of the same. He writes, "Obviously, it doesn't matter if we think the Earth is turning around its axis or at rest while the fixed stars revolve around it. Geometrically, these are the exact same case of relative rotation of the Earth and the fixed stars with respect to one another. But if we think that the Earth is at rest and the fixed stars revolving around it, there is no flattening of the Earth, no Foucault's pendulum experiment, and so on." Robertson Jenis, well, that was Ernst Mach speaking there. Robertson Jenis continues here. Barber and Bertolotti prove that a large hollow sphere representing the distant star field rotating around a small solid sphere inside, modeling the Earth, produced exactly the same patterns of Coriolis and centrifugal forces that are claimed as proof of the Earth spinning in space. If the hollow shell of matter accelerates or rotates, any objects inside the shell will tend to be carried along with the acceleration or rotation to some extent. Well, Robertson Jenis, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about begging the question, just so you understand some of these answers about the Michelson-Morley. This is from a cosmoquest.org forum that I found. How to commit the fallacy of begging the question when a conclusion to be demonstrated is assumed into a premise. Okay, so we got number 1. An experiment is set up to demonstrate the motion of the Earth through space. Number 2. A positive result is expected from that theory. Number 3. The experiment produces a null result. Number 4. The null result has a cause. Number 5. The cause of the null result is not a stationary Earth, but because the Earth is moving. Number 6. The cause of the null result is a moving Earth. Number 7. Therefore, an experiment on the moving Earth has demonstrated that c is constant in any internal inertial reference frame. 8. Therefore, c is constant in all reference frames. Well, line 8 implies a moving Earth as part of the conclusion. Yet, line 5 merely asserts that the Earth is moving to conclude to line 8. Therefore, the constancy of c is invalid according to the fallacy of begging the question. 1 second. Excuse me. The only way science can conclude to one of the special relativity's postulates is to beg the question of the motion of the Earth as shown above. The constancy of c in any inertial reference frame is known from a logical fallacy. The constancy of c in any inertial reference frame is a postulate of special relativity. Special relativity uses four-dimensional space to mathematically explain the Michelson-Morley null result. Minkowski space is four-dimensional and is used to explain special relativity. But as special relativity is founded on a fallacious postulate, then so too is Minkowski space is also founded on a fallacious postulate. And as a fallacy invalidates a theory, then guess what? Both special relativity and also Minkowski space are invalid. But again, you can look for yourself and you'll see that those things are considered explanations for the Michelson-Morley null result. All right, we're moving on to the centrality of Earth. Why do I have nothing here again? Okay, here we go. All right, so from George Ellis, quote, "This assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe." So, end quote. Just point that out again. Very important one there. Let's go to the next one. Thomas S. Kuhn from the Copernican Revolution from his book 1959, quote, "Now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations of the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved. And since only the fixed point of the mechanism has been changed, all the relative motions must be identical. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the sun fixed instead of the Earth. The relative motion of the planets are the same in both systems, and the harmonies are therefore preserved." End quote. Let's go on about the centrality some more. That's it. This is the editor of Nature magazine, Paul C.W. Davies. Quote, Often the simplest of observations will have the most profound consequences. It has long been a cornerstone of modern science, to say nothing of man's cosmic outlook, that the Earth attends a modest star that shines in an undistinguished part of a run-of-the-mill galaxy. Life arose spontaneously, and man evolved on this miscellaneous clump of matter, and now directs his own destiny without outside help. This cosmic model is supported by the Big Bang and expanding universe concepts, which in turn are buttressed by the simple observation that astronomers see redshifts wherever they look. These redshifts are due, of course, to matter flying away from us under the impetus of the Big Bang. But redshifts can also arise from the gravitational attraction of mass. If the Earth were at the center of the universe, the attraction of the surrounding mass of stars would also produce redshifts wherever we looked. This argument was advanced by George Ellis in his article, is more complex than this, but his basic thrust is to put man back into a favored position in the cosmos. His new theory seems quite consistent with our astronomical observations, even though it clashes with the thought that we are godless and making it on our own." End quote. Astronomer J.L.E. Dreyer, quote, "The Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places of the planets are the same for the two systems." End quote. What more do you need to hear, folks? It's being spelled out for you over and over again. We're probably at 60 quotes at this point, and is it sinking in yet? That's the question. Let me continue. We got Fred Hoyle from his book Nicholas Copernicus, pages 82 and 83. Quote, "We can take either the Earth or the Sun, or any point for that matter, as the center of the solar system. This is certainly so for the purely kinematical problem of describing the planetary motions. If we wish to consider the Earth to be at rest, it will be necessary to give an annual epicyclic motion to every object in the distant universe, as well as to the planets of the solar system. We can't dismiss such a procedure simply on the grounds of inconvenience or absurdity." End quote. Thank you very much for Fred Hoyle actually admitting that. However, he would be turning in his grave as well. Stephen Hawking in A Brief History of Time, quote, "All this evidence that the universe looks the same whichever direction we look might seem to suggest there is something special about our place in the universe. In particular, it might seem that if we observe all other galaxies to be moving away from us, then we must be at the center of the universe." End quote. But again, as I read earlier, Stephen Hawking changed that and says, but we dismiss this based on modesty. How scientific is that? Dismissing something based on modesty is scientific? Let's continue on the centrality of Earth. Y.P. Varshni, quote, "The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that the coordinate system fixed to the Earth with a preferred reference frame in the universe, consequently both the special and general theory of relativity, must be abandoned for cosmological purposes." End quote. I put this one in here again just because we're talking about the centrality here, and what he's saying is the complete opposite of what we're taught. We're taught that no matter where you're at in the universe, that they would all see the same thing. And yet he's telling us, and he is astrophysics, I don't know what he is. I think he's maybe just wrote this book, The Redshift Hypothesis for Quasars, but he's telling us that these shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar, which completely means that we are in a very unique observing position, folks, in the universe. We are of prime importance. We are the apple of God's eye. Let's go to the next one. The Earth-centered system. J.L.E. Dreyer again. I think we already read this one. The Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places in the planets are the same for the two systems. Next one. Henry Poincaré. Quote, "A great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of the Earth's movement. The results were always negative. We do not have any means of discovering whether or not we are carried along in a uniform motion of translation." End quote. Again, we've got another person telling you that we don't know whether the Earth moves, but it's being taught in schools to your children. How about Adolf Baker from Modern Physics and Antiphysics? Quote, "Always the speed of light was precisely the same. Thus, the failure of Michelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space?" End quote. Well, this is the way these guys think, Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. So why should it be at rest in space? So they're discounting what the observations are telling them. They're discounting what the science tells them, what the experiments say, and say, but we've known. We've known since Galileo that the Earth's not the center. Next one on centrality. But what is less known is that, quote, but what is less known is that Tycho Brahe, Kepler's tutor, developed a geostatic system that was just as accurate and as elegant as Kepler's. The sun orbits the Earth, and all the other planets orbit the sun. The trajectories are ellipses, and all of Kepler's laws are satisfied. We can therefore conclude that the sun's orbit in the Earth's pseudo-potential is equivalent to that observed from the Earth in the heliocentric system. The analysis of planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework with the assumption of Mach's principle. The kinematical equivalence of the Copernican, the heliocentric, and the Neo-Tychonian, geocentric systems is shown to be a consequence of the presence of pseudo-potential in the geocentric system, which, according to Mach, must be regarded as the real potential originating from the fact of simultaneous accelerations of the universe. If one could put the whole universe in accelerated motion around the Earth, the pseudo-potential corresponding to the pseudo-force will immediately be generated. That same pseudo-potential then causes the universe to stay in that very state of motion without the need of any exterior forces acting upon it. End quote. And that's Luka Popov. Got another quote on the centrality by astronomer Gerardus D. Bow, Ph.D. Quote, again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence of evolution. End quote. Okay, let's move on to fixed Earth. Got a few more here. Let's see how much we're doing. How are we doing here? Good. All right, we're on to fixed Earth quotes. Okay, here we go. This is Dennis W. Schema, The Unity of the Universe, 1961 book. According to his wiki, by the way, he is one of the founding fathers of modern cosmology. Quote, whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomenon will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption which can never be proved or disproved by observation. End quote. One of the most important quotes of the entire night, right there. Again, so important. Okay, here we go now. Let's move on. All right. Physicist Julian B. Barber, quote, thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves, end quote. Again, and you know, here's how somebody might refute these, is they're going to come to me and say, yeah, but Julian Barber believes in the universe. He believes that the Earth does move. Yeah, I know that. Thank you. I understand the worldview of scientists. I completely been explaining it the entire show. But also, he tells you right here that it's still remarkably difficult, because there's no experiment that's ever shown it, to say categorically whether the Earth moves or not. I know what they believe. I'm not confusing that. All right, let's go back to Fred Hoyle in his book. He says that, quote, we might hope, therefore, that the Einstein theory, which is well suited to such problems, would throw more light on the matter. But instead of adding further support to the heliocentric picture of the planetary motions, the Einstein theory goes in the opposite direction, giving increased respectability to the geocentric picture, end quote. Again, this is Fred Hoyle. You know, I think a one-time astronomer royale. Let's continue. This is from Einstein's Ether. It's a book from 2001. Quote, according to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around the heavens... According to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around or the heavens revolve around it is seen to be no more than an argument over the choice of reference frames. There is no frame of reference from which an observer would not see the effects of the flattening of the poles. Thus, in frame number 1, the Earth turns around while the sky is at rest. The centrifugal force is a consequence of the Earth's motion, uniform acceleration, relative to the heavens. This causes the flattening. In the latter frame, number 2, the sky rotates and the Earth stands still, while the centrifugal force should be understood as being an effect of the rotating heavens, which is generating a gravitational field that causes the flattening at the poles. The two explanations are equivalent, as there is an equivalence between inertial and gravitational mass. So, end quote. See, almost did it again. Very important quote there. Let's continue on. We're talking about the fixed Earth now, remember. This is from Martin Gardner. Quote, do the heavens revolve or does the Earth rotate? The question is meaningless. A waitress may just as sensibly ask a customer if he wanted ice cream on top of his pie or the pie placed under his ice cream. End quote. Very important quote here. Just, what are we at? 70 quotes now. I don't know what we're at. But whatever it is, Are you starting to see what's going on here? They are identical systems. They're all just a model. We don't live on a model. Okay, we don't live in the geocentric model. We don't live in the Copernican model. We don't live in the heliocentric model. We live here on Earth. We live in reality. And yet these guys have devised a way of explaining the world by giving you, all these distances, and that the Earth is just a tiny little speck. Even in the solar system, the Earth occupies 0.0000001% of the entire solar system, let alone if you look at the universe. And in my opinion, the Earth is all there is. So they've taken something that is 100% of importance and diminished it to 0.00001% of even the solar system. Who did that? Men with a worldview that say we cannot be the center, even though I'm reading quote after quote after quote after quote that says it's the same no matter what. So what are we doing teaching our children of the worldview of some men who hate God, their creator? Come on. Let's continue. Douglas C. Giaconoli said, quote, "This null result was one of the greatest puzzles of physics at the end of the 19th century. One possibility was that the velocity would be zero and no fringe should be expected, but this implies that the Earth is somehow a preferred object. Only with respect to the Earth would the speed of light be c as predicted by Maxwell's equations. This is tantamount to assuming that the Earth is the central body of the universe." Again, no comment needed, just more quotes from physicists that are telling you that the evidence shows us to be in the center. Here we go. We've got Fred Hoyle in his Copernicus book again. Quote, "Let it be understood at the outset that it makes no difference from the point of view of describing planetary motion whether we take the Earth or the Sun as the center of the solar system, since the issue is one of relative motion only. There are infinitely many exactly equivalent descriptions referred to different centers. In principle, any single point will do. The Moon, Jupiter. So the passions loosed on the world by the publication of Copernicus's book De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium were logically irrelevant." End quote. Again, were logically irrelevant. Let's go on. Bernard Cohen, quote, "There is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the Sun. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries can be accommodated to the system in which the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the Sun and the planets so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit," end quote. Again, it might be getting annoying for some people. I'm sorry. I'm just putting these all together. Don't kill the messenger. It's going to be quote after quote after quote. We might be, I don't know, maybe we're more than half done, I hope. Let's see here. Fred Hoyle. Quote, "We know that the difference between a heliocentric theory and a geocentric theory is one of relative motion only, and that such a difference has no physical significance," end quote. I mean, folks, what do you not see the problem yet? I'm not making these things up. That's what these guys are saying. If you want to believe them, if you want your children to learn the worldview of Fred Hoyle and the worldview of Einstein and these guys who hated the idea of being a creation, that's fine. That's fine. You can believe that if you want. For me, I think every human deserves to at least hear these things so that maybe they can change their worldview, maybe they can change their belief system. And I know it's hard. I'm one who knows how hard it is because we were all sat in a desk and handed prepackaged answers from teachers that we respected, teachers that we believed. Our parents told us that we were going to school to learn, and so every one of us sat there and did exactly what we were supposed to do. Learned the answers for the test. That's what we did. If you want to believe those things are true, even after everything I'm reading to you, it's on you. Let's go to the next one. Fred Hoyle again. "Today we cannot say the Copernican theory is right and the Ptolemaic theory is wrong in any meaningful sense. The two theories are physically equivalent to one another. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try and get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against a paradigm and the editors will turn you down," end quote. Unbelievable quote right there. That's what we've all been saying. People say, well, why is there no papers about this in the science journals? Well, why don't you ask Fred Hoyle? He'll tell you right there. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every single avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try and get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against a paradigm and the editors will turn you down. Lincoln Barnett, quote, "No physical experiment ever proved that the Earth is in motion," end quote. I don't know what else I need to tell you about that one. Let's continue. Albert Michelson. Quote, this conclusion directly contradicts the explanation which presupposes that the Earth moves. End quote. Beautiful. Next one, from a book cited in Stephen Hawking's A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, 2007. Quote, to the question of whether or not the motion of Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result, end quote. I mean, well, boy, folks, what else do you want to see? What else do you want to see? Think of what science is. They're doing a bunch of tests, experiments, to prove that the Earth moves. Then he says, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature have led to a negative result, meaning all scientific tests and experiments have proven that the Earth does not move. Then he says, before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled with this negative result. Again, go back and listen to me talk about the transform equations, which are what were employed in the special relativity theories. So now we have to believe that testing apparatuses are shrinking. Oh boy. Thank you, Einstein, for the theory of relativity, because this theory, that's real good science. The theory of relativity, great science for your mental conceptions. Kitty Ferguson, quote, it is possible to describe the entire universe using any chosen point as the unmoving center. The Earth will do very well, and no one can prove that choice is wrong. Scientists today prefer to picture everything in motion and nothing as being the center. If you haven't given much thought to the implications of 20th century science, you may be chagrined to realize that because of the concept of relative motion, no one can prove that the Earth moves. End quote. I don't know what you want me to say. Is it getting to be just too heavy on your shoulders yet? Because that's what happened to me. It got to be too much. It's too much. When you realize that we're dealing with the worldview of men who are forcing their beliefs on you and your children, your grandchildren, then you might start to wake up. I think I skipped too far. What did I do here? Sorry, I lost myself. Here we go. Excuse me. Thomas S. Kuhn here says, quote, ironically, the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth is in fact revolving in a wide orbit around the sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax, which is adequately explained in a neotychonic geocentric system with the stars aligned on the sun, which revolves around the stationary Earth. Now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations to the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved, and since only the fixed point of the mechanism has changed, all the relative motions must be identical. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the sun fixed instead of the Earth. The relative motion of the planets are the same in both systems, and the harmonies are therefore preserved, end quote. Again, I put that quote back in there. You might recognize this part, but maybe not this part. The reason I claim or put this later is because I wanted to show that he's talking about, as we spoke about earlier, when people say, oh, but the parallax of the stars, what you don't realize is they've already tested this and they're identical. It's the same. So keep coming with those arguments and you just look to be more of a religious zealot than before. Let's continue. Arthur Eddington, quote, there was just one alternative. The Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil, end quote. If you don't know what nil means, it means zero. None. Zip. Sorry. Let's go to the next one. G.J. Whitrow, 1959 book, says, quote, it is both amusing and instructive to speculate on what might have happened if such an experiment as Michelson-Morley could have been performed in the 16th or 17th centuries when men were debating the rival merits of Copernicus and the Ptolemaic systems. The result would surely have been interpreted as conclusive evidence for the immobility of the Earth, and therefore as a triumphant vindication of the Ptolemaic system and irrefutable falsification of the Copernican hypothesis. The moral of this historical fantasy is that it is often dangerous to believe in the absolute verification or falsification of a scientific hypothesis. All judgments of this type are necessarily made in some historical context, which may be drastically modified by the changing perspective of human knowledge, end quote. Again, beautiful quote there, well said, and if you understand it, you'll realize that if the test that they did in the early 1900s, late 1800s, was done back in the days when people were questioning Copernicus, they would have trashed the Copernican model at its outset. Would have been gone. Would have been easily proven, but they weren't able to test that. And so those tests came along after they had already accepted scientifically all of Copernicus's ideas. So do you think they're going to go back and admit they were wrong in the face of everything that happened with the church? Come on. Absolutely not. Let's move on to the next one. This is from Darcy Pettyhoff. She is at the Royal Air Force College in England. Quote, one can of course believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that beliefs correspond to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to a celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth, and around which it rotates in accordance with the laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and the moon move across the inner surface of this sphere, and hence, perforce, go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy, because dogma is as it may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look into the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest, end quote. Beautiful quote here by somebody telling you, I don't know if she's a teacher at this college, but she's telling you, just come and look. We teach navigators that the Earth is fixed. We teach them that it's centered and that everything goes around us. That's what they teach. So for people who say, well, the geocentricity nonsense and Earth-centered nonsense, well, why is it being taught to Air Force pilots? Come on. James A. Coleman, quote, the easiest explanation was that the Earth was fixed in the ether and that everything else in the universe moved with respect to the Earth and to the ether. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean, in effect, that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by moving around it. End quote. I believe I already read that one. I knew that would happen somewhere. Too many quotes to go through and see if I had them matched up. All right, here we go. Next one. Quote, the ancient argument over whether the earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the earth our frame of reference, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening. The Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless, end quote. Martin Gardner, 1976 book. Again, if the question is meaningless, why is it that if I ask any scientist or any atheist or any science backer, hey, do we go around the sun or does the sun go around us? They will laugh at you. Lawrence Krauss has, I don't remember where it was it in one of my videos, where Lawrence Krauss makes a joke to a crowd about how insane it is that what people believe that the sun goes around the earth. Well then what am I reading? What are these quotes? Are they nothing? They're just meaningless? No. The question is meaningless of whether the heavens rotate because it's all the same. But again, what is being taught? What is being forced down your throat at 6 years old? You tell me. All right, let's go on to the next one. This is Luka Popov again. Quote, abstract, using Mach's principle, we will show that the observed diurnal and annual motion of the Earth can just as well be accounted for as the diurnal rotation and annual revolution of the universe around the fixed and centered Earth. This can be performed by postulating the existence of vector and scalar potentials caused by the simultaneous motions of masses in the universe, including the distant stars. End quote. Let's go here. Adolf Baker. Quote, always the speed of light was precisely the same. Thus, the failure of the Michelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of the year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space? End quote. Okay. Let's see here. Quote by Martin Gardner here. Quote, one could just as legitimately assume that the Earth to be fixed and the entire universe within its great spherical cloud of black body radiation to be moving. The equations are the same. Indeed, from the standpoint of relativity, the choice of reference frame is arbitrary. Naturally, it is simpler to assume the universe is fixed and the Earth moving other than the other way around, but the two ways of talking about the Earth's relative motion are two ways of saying the same thing, end quote. I don't know how many more you need to hear, but we're going to keep reading. Let's go. Ronald W. Clark, in his book from 1971, quote, the problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory, and was unthinkable. I'll end the quote there because we've already read this one, but again, let's move on here. Next one. Lorentz's 1886 paper, quote, briefly, everything occurs as if the earth were at rest, end quote. Next one, Henry Poincaré, quote, a great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of Earth's movement. The results were always negative. We do not have any means of discovering whether or not we are carried along in a uniform motion of translation. All right. That is all my fixed Earth quotes. We're moving on to the axis of evil. Hopefully you know what that is. I don't know if you do or don't. If you don't know what it is, then you haven't watched the movie The Principle. You need to watch that, check it out, just so you can see exactly what is the axis of evil. And that is the fact that when they look at the cosmic microwave background, which they say is the energy being emitted from the furthest reaches that we can see, which is, of course, putting us at the center again, they found that it lines up with the Earth. Well, wait a second. If we're just a random speck in the middle of everything, how could the outer edges of the universe line up with the Earth? Doesn't make any sense. So let's read about that. We got astrophysicist Ashok Singhal. Quote, the apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. End quote. Very, very important. Let's go to the next one. Astrophysicist Dragan Hutterer. Quote, why is the solar system cosmically aligned? Nobody can explain. End quote. Nobody can explain that one. Let's go with the next one. This is from the following source here, if you want to type that in, so if you want to see where I got it from. Let's see here. Quote, we found something very bizarre. There is some extra, so far unexplained structure in the cosmic microwave background. We had expected that the microwave background would be truly isotropic, with no preferred direction in space, but that may not be the case. The octopole and quadrupole components are arranged in a straight line across the sky, along a kind of cosmic equator. That's weird. We don't think this is due to the foreground contamination, Dr. Tegmark said. It could be telling us something about the shape of the space on the largest scales. We did not expect this, and we cannot yet explain it, end quote. Yeah, they didn't expect it because it goes against the Copernican principle. They observe it, and so now they're busy right now. If you go into the office of Max Tegmark, they're busy trying to figure out a way that they can now explain away why the cosmic microwave background is aligned to the Earth. Because again, it places the Earth at the prime importance, centrality, and it's of the most importance. You got this quote here, and you can, again, click this link, or not click it, but you'll have to type it in. Quote, if the universe does contain such an axis, it would contradict our current views of the cosmos, which assumes that matter and energy are uniformly distributed throughout, and that the universe looks pretty much the same in all directions. A similar bias among structures of cosmic proportions would have deep implications. For example, if more galaxies are spinning one way than the other, this implies that the universe has a net spin or angular momentum in a particular direction. Since angular momentum can neither be created or destroyed, the universe must have come into existence in a spin. Well, what set it spinning, though? And what is it spinning relative to? End quote. Let's go with this one. This is Y. Tomozawa. Quote, in the Friedman universe, one possible interpretation of the coordinates is that the whole space is on the surface of an expanding balloon and has no center. But in such a universe, there is no cosmic microwave background dipole, even in the presence of a peculiar velocity. In other words, the observation of a cosmic microwave background dipole excludes such an interpretation of the coordinates of the Friedman universe. End quote. Extremely important. Again, is there a violation of the Copernican principle in radio sky? Again, this is Ashok Singhal. Quote, there is no denying that from the large anisotropes present in the radio sky, independently seen both in the discrete source distribution and in the diffuse cosmic microwave background, the Copernican principle, again, seems to be in jeopardy. Quote, end quote. This is Joseph Silk, University of California. Quote, studies of the cosmic background radiation have confirmed the isotropy of the radiation or its complete uniformity in all directions. If the universe possesses a center, we must be very close to it. Otherwise, excessive observable anisotropy in the radiation intensity would be produced, and we would detect more radiation from one direction than from the opposite direction, end quote. Again, I put that one in there for the importance of telling you, if the universe possesses a center, then we must be very close to it. Okay? Which is against everything that the Copernican model said. Go back and listen to me talk about the Copernican model again. How about physicist Lawrence Krauss? Everybody knows him. When he's not busy doing things with women that he shouldn't, maybe he's got more quotes like this. Let's see. Quote, but when you look at the CMB map, you also see that the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking at the whole universe. That would say we are truly at the center of the universe, end quote. That's Lawrence Krauss. That's from the movie The Principle. You can watch him say it for yourself if you go check out that movie. This is from Rick Delano, who's the co-producer of The Principle. I just wanted to read a quote that I found of his. Let's see what he's got to say. So he says, remember to tilt the ecliptic 23.5 degrees. Since the Earth is not tilted in the geocentric model, the cosmos is. And interestingly enough, it is tilted exactly on the angle built into the CMB, the largest visible structure in the cosmos. Please try and understand, there is one and only one cosmological model that would have predicted a cosmological significance to this 23.5 angle of the ecliptic. It is the geocentric model. In the heliocentric model, this 23.5 degree angle is ascribed to a tilt in the Earth's axis. In other words, it is a purely local phenomenon, not expected to have any cosmological significance at all. In this specific observation, it is the geocentric model which proves to have a better predictive fit to large-scale cosmological observations. This will help you understand why this astonishing alignment with the ecliptic and the equinoxes of the Earth is described as the axis of evil. Evil why? Evil because there should be no possible reason to expect an alignment of the universe's largest structure with supposedly the insignificant Earth, or if you prefer, supposedly insignificant local solar system. Unless, of course, you are already a geocentrist, in which case the alignment is very interesting confirmation that this angle is not merely local, but is cosmological in significance, end quote. Rick Delano. All right, so that's on the axis of evil. We are moving quite along. I don't think there's very many more quotes left. But now we're going to talk about dark energy and dark matter. There's only 3 quotes here. Let's get to those. This is from a report of the Dark Energy Task Force in 2006. You can type in this if you want to find that quote particularly. Quote, dark energy appears to be the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science. These circumstances demand an ambitious, observable program to determine the dark energy properties as well as possible, end quote. Again, so much is said in that quote that basically everything that they believe is wrong. Go back and listen to Michio Kaku tell you how far off they are, and then this guy is telling you right now that the acceleration of the universe, along with dark matter, that the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that the theories of the fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. But again, as I've told you many times, they can't get rid of gravity. Gravity is what makes the Earth a sphere. So they're not going to do away with that, even though it doesn't match observations. Gravity works maybe in the solar system if you're talking Newtonian, but outside that, it all falls apart. But yet they keep it, and they put in dark energy and dark matter to fix the issues. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the very definition of pseudoscience. It's exactly it. There's no other thing you need to hear to prove that. All right, let's read this. I can't read this guy's name, but we'll just read the quote. Quote, we now have increasing direct evidence that dark matter does not exist in galaxies. Then it is unlikely that some dark matter is hidden somewhere else in the universe. Therefore, the widely accepted cosmic microwave background cosmology is in difficulty. For this reason, it is worthwhile to reconsider the expansion in the universe by starting from scratch. Our result has the merit that it does not contain hypothetical stuff, end quote. I mean, what do you think about that? I don't know what to tell you. It's just telling you that everything that they believe is in difficulty, and it's time to reconsider the expansion of the universe by starting from scratch. But you don't understand. It's fact. The universe is expanding. That's a fact. That's what's being taught in school. It's being taught to your children. It's being proposed as scientific. Pseudoscience. Let's go to the next one. This is by Craig J. Copey and a few other people here. Quote, according to the standard concordance model of cosmology, over 95% of the energy content of the universe is extraordinary, dark matter, or dark energy, whose existence has been inferred from the failure of the standard model of particle physics plus general relativity to describe the behavior of the astrophysical systems larger than a stellar cluster, while the very homogeneity and isotropy and inhomogeneity of the universe owe to the influence of an inflation field whose particle physics identify as completely mysterious even after 3 decades of theorizing. Testing the cosmological principle should be one of the key goals of modern observational cosmology, end quote. Sorry, I muffed that one up a little bit, but the important part here is the end one again, that we're all wrong. They're all wrong. Okay, they admit it. But they have to hold on to it so dearly because it's their worldview. And all these things are explaining, again, all this talk about dark matter, 95% of the world. Remember what I read earlier. Go back and look again at all the quotes that said that dark matter is not needed if the Earth is central. So the only reason they need it is because, oh, well, everything's expanding and it's flying away too fast, and we need it to expand because we're on a balloon. We're on a balloon because we can't be the center, and who's blowing it up? We don't really know, and why do we don't see spatial curvature even though we're on a balloon? Well, I don't know. It's just nonsense. Just nonsense. All right, let's move on to Newtonian physics. I think I just have a few. I think I call them Newtonian physics, but really they're just Newton's quotes, I believe, but I could be wrong. Let me close up some of these boxes because they're getting a little annoying. Let me go up here. If you guys don't use OneNote, man, if you're a researcher and you're not using OneNote, I don't know what to tell you. It's a beautiful little program. It's free, by the way. All right, so this is Frank Wilczek, professor of physics at MIT, Nobel Prize winner, 2004. Okay, quote, Newtonian laws operate in a world model that is very different from everyday intuition. Because Newtonian space is infinite and homogeneous, Earth and its surface are not special places. The directions up, down, and sideways are fundamentally similar. Nor is rest privileged over uniform motion. None of these concepts matches everyday experience. They troubled Newton's contemporaries and even Newton himself, end quote. Okay, so he tells you all these things are so weird and so against everything that we know to be true, and they bothered Newton. How do we know it bothered Newton? Let's read this quote. This is Isaac Newton to Bentley. Again, if you go back and listen to Globebusters this past week, I believe Eru put up a link to this exact letter. You can actually see it written in the hand of Newton. And what did he say? Very important quote. Quote, it is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired that you would not ascribe innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body can act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe that no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to a certain law, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left that to be consideration of my readers, end quote. What a quote here for all those people out there. If you're listening to this now and you believe in gravity and you believe in Newtonian physics, you would tell me, right? You would say, oh, well, mass attracts mass. The sun attracts the earth, and the earth attracts the moon, and the moon pulls our water, and gravity holds you down, and gravity holds the ocean upside down on the globe. We've heard all these things about gravity, right? You can believe those all you want. What did Newton say about it? It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter, okay, which is what two things of mass are, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation in the sense of Epicurus be essential and inherent in it. And this is the reason, he's saying, and this is the reason why I desired that you would not ascribe that to me. I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to say that I came up with gravity. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, which is what we're taught, which is what we're told. Mass attracts mass. They have a little test. We have Cavendish in his shed showed that mass attracts mass. Well, what did Newton say about that? We're reading that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of something else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great of an absurdity that I believe that no man who has philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Guess what, folks? The whole world fell into it. Isaac Newton from his Optics, 1730. Quote, may not planets and comets and all gross bodies perform their motions more freely and with less resistance in this ethereal medium than in any fluid which fills all space adequately without leaving any pores, and by consequence is much denser than quicksilver and gold? And may not its resistance be so small as to be inconsiderable? For instance, if this ether, for so I will call it, should be supposed 700,000 times more elastic than our air and above 700,000 times more rare, its resistance would be above 600 million times less than that of water, and so small a resistance would scarce make any sensible alteration in the motions of the planets in 10,000 years, end quote. Isaac Newton, Proposition 43, very important one here, quote, in order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun, planets, and comets, there is required both universal gravity and another force in addition that acts on all bodies equally accordingly to the quantity of matter in each of them, and is equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity with which the Earth tends to the sun. Since this force is equal and opposite to its gravity towards the sun, the Earth can truly remain in equilibrium between these two forces and be at rest. And thus celestial bodies can move around the Earth at rest as in the Tychonic system. End quote. Oh, I thought Newton proved that, oh boy. But these guys are just admitting to you right there. But again, like everyone else after him, that's absurd. It's the absolute horror of a unique position. A lot of cosmology is trying to hide things. How many quotes have we read? Let's move on to relativity. We've only got 3 more little topics, and I don't think they have very many quotes. Let's see if I can pull up how many we have left. We have maybe 15 quotes left. All right. We're on to relativity. This is from a University of Illinois Physics 319, a lecture, page 8. Quote, it is often said that Tycho's model implies the absence of parallax and that Copernicus's requires parallax. However, it would not be a major conceptual change to have the stars orbit the sun, like the planets for Tycho, which would give the same yearly shifts in their apparent positions as parallax gives. Thus, if parallax were observed, a flexible Tychonian could adjust the theory to account for it without undue complexity. What if parallax were not observed? For Copernicus, only one requires that the stars be far enough away for parallax to be unmeasurable. Therefore, the presence or absence of parallax doesn't force the choice of one type of model or the other. If different parallax, that would rule out the possibility of them being on one sphere, but still not really decide between Tycho and Copernicus. In fact, if we don't worry about distant stars, these two models describe identical relative motions of all objects in the solar system, so the role of observation is not to direct as you might have guessed. There is no bare observation that can distinguish whether Tycho, taken broadly, or Copernicus, taken broadly, is right. End quote. Again, go look at all the videos of people telling you that geocentrism cannot be right because of the parallax of the stars, and then refer them to this lecture from a physics course at the University of Illinois. Next, light velocity dependent on the speed of source. This is from the New Scientist in 1962. Quote, according to the second postulate of Einstein's special theory of relativity, the speed of light is independent of the uniform motion of its source. Direct experimental evidence by W. Cantor of the U.S. Navy Electronics Laboratory, San Diego, leads him to the surprising conclusion that it may be untenable. End quote. Then we've got, you can actually find this right here if you want. This is a link to this particular test. It says that it's untenable. Okay. Now we're going to start a quote again from the New Scientist. If Einstein's postulate is correct, there should be no displacement between the two sets of interference fringes on spinning the disk, because the light from the approaching and receding windows, respectively, should all have the same velocity. In fact, an unambiguous, easily noted shift of the fringes was apparent when the mirrors were in motion, maximum linear velocity 4,690 centimeters per second, and Cantor deduces that the Einstein second postulate is incorrect. The fringe shift, moreover, appeared to depend on the speed of the disk. If the present work turns out, on more rigorous research, to be flawless and free from experimental artifacts, and if there is no obvious alternative explanation for the observed effects, there may be a need to reconsider some basic ideas in physics. End quote. Hugely important there. Let's continue on. We're talking relativity here. The New Mechanics, Henry Poincaré, 1913. Quote, examine more closely, this simple idea requires capital importance. There is no way of settling the question. No experiment can disprove the principle that there is no absolute space. All displacements we can observe are relative displacements. I have often had occasion to express these considerations so familiar to philosophers. They have given me a publicity I would gladly have avoided. All the reactionary French journals have made me prove that the sun turns round the earth. In the famous case between the Inquisition and Galileo, Galileo should be all wrong. End quote. Unbelievable. Let's continue on. We got Max Born here. By the way, here's a little factoid for you, for those guys looking for little facts. Max Born, Olivia Newton-John's grandfather. For whatever that's worth, I don't know. This is the kind of knowledge you come across when you're reading too much and it's just stupid knowledge that nobody would ever need to know. But I felt very selfish for keeping that to myself. So Now everybody knows. So there you go. Quote, thus, we may return to Ptolemy's point of view of a motionless Earth. One has to show that the transform metric can be regarded as produced according to Einstein's field equations by distant rotating masses. This has been done by Thuring. He calculated a field due to a rotating, hollow, thick-walled sphere and proved that inside the cavity it behaved as though there were a centrifugal and many other inertial forces, usually attributed to absolute space. Thus, from Einstein's point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right. End quote. Let's move on again. Again, that's the whole theory of relativity, right? Steven Weinberg, quote, if we were to adopt a frame of reference like Tycho's in which the Earth is at rest, then the distant galaxies would seem to be executing circular turns once a year. And in general relativity, this enormous motion would create forces akin to gravitation, which would act on the sun and planets and give them the motions of the Tychonic theory. Newton seems to have had a hint of this. In an unpublished Proposition 43 that did not make it into the Principia, Newton acknowledges that Tycho's theory could be true if some other force besides ordinary gravitation acted on the sun and planets. End quote. I totally forgot to mention that. The quote that I read from Newton, which was... do I have it here? Hold on. This one. No. This one. Nope. This one. Nope. This one. Nope. Oh, it was in the Newtonian one. Sorry, I'm going to go back up here. I want to just bring this quote back into play. Where's the proposition? Yep, Proposition 43. This one, by the way, did not make it into the Principia. Why do you think? What? I mean, this is the whole point of this video. They're hiding things from you. Didn't make it into his book because they don't want him saying that. Don't tell him that the Earth can be still. We're trying to prove something different here. So it didn't make it in. Anyway, back to relativity. We were here, and then we went here. There we go. That's talking about the Proposition 43 we just read. All right. Next, we got C. Moeller, page 113 from his book of 1972, Theory of Relativity. Quote, Einstein advocated a new interpretation of the fictitious forces in accelerated systems of reference. The fictitious forces were treated as real forces on the same footing as any other force of nature. The reason for this occurrence in accelerated systems of reference for such peculiar forces should, according to this new idea, be sought in circumstance that the distant masses of fixed stars are accelerated relative to these systems of reference. The fictitious forces are thus treated as a kind of gravitational force, the acceleration of distant masses causing a field of gravitation in the system of reference considered. Only when we work in special systems of reference, systems of inertia, it is not necessary to include the distant masses in our considerations, and this is the only point which distinguishes the systems of inertia from other systems of reference. It can, however, be assumed that all systems of reference are equivalent with respect to the formulation of the fundamental law of physics. This is the so-called general principle of relativity. End quote. All right, let's move on to speak about the ether. We're down to maybe, 15 quotes. Is that what I said last time? Then I probably lied. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 14. Here we go. Talking about the ether, this is Albert Einstein's book here, as cited in Einstein and the Ether by Ludwig Kostro, 2000. In 1905, I was of the opinion that I was no longer allowed to speak about the ether in physics. This opinion, however, was too radical, as we will see later when we discuss the general theory of relativity. It does remain allowed, as always, to introduce a medium filling all space and to assume that the electromagnetic fields, as matter as well, are in states, once again, empty. Space appears as endowed with physical properties, i.e., it no longer has physicalness empty, as seemed to be the case according to special relativity. One can thus say that the ether is resurrected in the general theory of relativity. Since the new theory, metric facts can no longer be separated from true physical facts. The concepts of space and ether merge together. End quote. Hugely important. Again, go to any scientist and ask them if the ether exists. They'll laugh you out of the building, even though Einstein says right here it still exists. Let's go to the next one. This is from S. Saunders and H.R. Brown. Quote, today, the vacuum is recognized as a rich physical medium. A general theory of the vacuum is thus a theory of everything. A universal theory, it would be appropriate to call the vacuum ether once again. End quote. Again, these things aren't being taught. They're scared to death of the ether. Let's continue. Ludwig Kostro. We already read this book. Is this the same? No. Quote, modern science has its roots in ancient Greek philosophy. This philosophy, as we know, used the word ether to designate the particular kind of matter that fills the universe. This term was used throughout the history of philosophy and science, and it was also current at the beginning of this century. A resumption of its use at the dawn of this new century is now a fact, since according to the general theory of relativity and other modern branches of physics, the space and time of the universe do not constitute a vacuum, but a structured material plenum characterized by different physical quantities. The historical and traditional word ether is the most appropriate to express these features of the universe, end quote. So just showing you how much things change as we move along, and yet you'll still be laughed at if you mention the ether. Quote, according to accepted theory, free space is a vacuum. If this is so, how can it exhibit impedance? But it does. The answer, of course, is that there is no such thing as a vacuum, and what we call free space has structure. The impedance equals 376 plus ohms, end quote. Frank Wilczek says, prior to the 20th century, physics tried to explain how nature works. Over the 20th century, and especially in the last half, we got much more ambitious. Now we're uncovering what nature is. The foundation is an entity I call the grid. The grid fills space and is full of spontaneous activity. In some ways, it resembles the old idea of ether, but the grid is highly evolved ether. Ether on steroids, if you like, with many new features. We have some wonderful ideas waiting to be tested. There are good reasons to think that the universe is a multi-layered, multicolored superconductor, that all four known forces can be brought together in a unified theory, that seemingly hopelessly different kinds of matter are just different aspects of one all-embracing stuff. I anticipate that in the next few years, it will be a golden age in fundamental physics, end quote. Notice that we've got, this is the professor at MIT, 2004, and it's in a book from 2008. So we'll see. Is it going to be the golden age in fundamental physics when they have to redo everything that they've done? Again, the tightrope walker, afraid to look down. Don't want to look at that rope. Do not want to see how high up we are. That's how science must continue on. If they dare look down, they'll realize, whoa, we are way too high up, and then they'll get, their balance will go, and they'll fall off. So that's why you just look forward. You don't mention it. Neil deGrasse, go forward. Bill Nye, evolution. It's all true. I'm a cis male now, or there's no male or female anymore. It's just all a spectrum, and you just keep going forward. Don't look down at our foundations. Don't question what we've done to get here. It's ridiculous. Neil Ashby, quote, in the GPS, the Sagnac effect can produce discrepancies amounting to hundreds of nanoseconds. A Sagnac correction is needed to account for the diurnal motion of each receiver during signal propagation. In fact, one can use the GPS to observe the Sagnac effect. So look up the Sagnac experiment, understand the Sagnac effect. You'll understand that quote. Next, Ether and the Theory of Relativity by Albert Einstein, 1920, a talk at the University of Leiden. Quote, according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical quantities. In a sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable, for in such space there would not only be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense, end quote. This is Einstein telling you right there. And again, the point of this is not saying, oh, this is Einstein being right. This is for you to see their line of thinking. You can see how he moves around and says, well, according to this theory, there is ether, but according to my other theory, there's not. Well, which one's true? It's these heliocentrists will pull out whatever they want. Oh, now it's a special theory of relativity. Now it's the general theory of relativity, but they are all untenable. Period. Let's continue. Robert B. Laughlin, 1993, Nobel Prize winner. Quote, the word ether has extremely negative connotations in theoretical physics because of its past association with opposition to relativity. This is unfortunate because stripped of those connotations, it rather nicely captures the way most physicists actually think about the vacuum. In the early days of relativity, the conviction that light must be waves of something ran so strong that Einstein was widely dismissed. Even when Michelson and Morley demonstrated that the Earth's orbital motion through the ether could not be detected, opponents argued that the Earth must be dragging an envelope of ether along with it because relativity was lunacy and could not possibly be right. Relativity actually says nothing about the existence or non-existence of matter pervading the universe, only that such matter must have relativistic symmetry. It turns out that such matter exists. About the time relativity was becoming accepted, studies of radioactivity began showing that an empty vacuum of space had a spectroscopic structure similar to that of ordinary quantum solids and fluids. Subsequent studies with large particle accelerators have now led us to understand that space is more like a piece of window glass. How about that? Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to interject there. Subsequent studies with large particle accelerators have now led us to understand that space is more like a piece of window glass than ideal Newtonian emptiness. It is filled with stuff that is normally transparent, but can be made visible by hitting it sufficiently hard to knock out a part. The modern concept of the vacuum of space, confirmed every day by experiment, is a relativistic ether, but we do not call it this because it's taboo. End quote. Again, I mean, come on. We don't call it the ether because it's taboo. This is the worldview of scientists. This is not real science. It is pseudoscience. Let's go to Luka Popov one more time. And we've got the recent paper, quote, the recent paper published in the European Journal of Physics aimed to demonstrate the kinematical and dynamical equivalence of the heliocentric and geocentric systems. The work is performed in the neotychonic system with key assumptions that orbits of distant masses around the Earth are synchronized with the Sun's orbit. Motion of the Sun and Mars have been analyzed, and the conclusion was reached that the very fact of the accelerated motion of the universe as a whole produces the so-called pseudo-potential that not only explains the origin of pseudo-forces, but also the very motion of the celestial bodies as seen from a static Earth. After the paper was published, the question was raised if the same potential can explain the motion of distant stars that are not affected by the Sun's gravity, unlike Mars, and if it can be used to reproduce the observation of the stellar parallax. The answer is found to be positive. End quote. Wow. I don't know what to say. Now, the last one here, I have 4 more quotes left. We're down to 4. Isn't that exciting? I don't know how long we've been going. I'll check super chats in the chat in a second and see if people are just pissed. Like, dude, you are boring us to death, which may be true. But sometimes I do these videos for myself, too. I think it's great to have all these put in one place. It's a great video to send to somebody when they want to tell me how, the spinning Earth is proven and the Earth cannot possibly be fixed and geocentricity makes no sense and the Earth cannot be central and we cannot be important. And I'll just show them the worldview of the people who taught them what they believe. And again, you can believe that. I don't care. You'll never catch me going to these other channels and making sock puppet accounts and going in and yelling at them and calling them morons. No, I just do my thing. I just tell people my side of the story from my channel. And there you go. Enjoy it. But again, there'll be a bunch of people in this chat, I'm sure right now. I don't have the chat up, but I'm sure there's trolls the entire time. This is what these people do. It's really sad. Sad. Why don't you just go make a channel and just talk to people like I do? You can tell them all about how retarded I am. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. And if you are hitting points and people like listening, yay, you'll grow a following. If not, well, then you'll probably be back in my chat yelling and screaming about how, true atheism is and where's your proof of God, even though it's all around you, that kind of thing. All right. Now we're talking about the multiverse, and the reason this is funny is you have to imagine now that here's the problem with their line of thinking. That the Earth and this solar system, if you want to call it that, I believe that the Earth is all there is, but you can call it a solar system if you want to include the lights in the sky. Okay. All of that, to me, is of prime importance. I've already talked about that, correct? It is so fit for life. The solar system is so perfect. The Earth is so perfect for life. The way everything works in this universe is so dialed in for our existence and perfection and order and everything that we have in front of us, which is clearly a sign of design, but let's move away from that. They have a problem, and they say, wait a second, this couldn't have popped in from nothing. So what's their answer to it? The multiverse. That we just happen to be one of a bazillion multiverses, and this one happens to be situated for life, and that's why we're here. So again, this is the same belief of Lawrence Krauss. You can listen to him on Joe Rogan. Tell everybody that, excuse me, tell everybody that, I'm going to get a drink of water here. Let's see here. In the meantime, I'll give you something to talk about. You can talk about yourselves here. Is Joe Rogan really 4'3"? Discuss. All right, I'm back. Okay, so hopefully you guys came to a conclusion there. I don't know if you did, but let's move on. So the multiverse is their explanation for this, and you have Lawrence Krauss talking to Joe Rogan saying, or no, it wasn't Lawrence Krauss, it was the other guy, Crime Box, who said, oh, well, if you have an infinite amount of monkeys with an infinite amount of typewriters, that eventually they would produce the works of Shakespeare. This is considered science. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? If anybody believes that nonsense, get out. Come on. It's just such a ridiculous, stupid joke of a hypothesis. And if there's an infinite, there's not an infinite amount of monkeys. Well, if there's not an infinite amount of typewriters, there's not an infinite amount of space to put all that infinite amount. There's no infinity of nothing. Okay, infinity is the dumbest word I've ever heard. Infinity. Oh yeah, well, what about plus one? Well, it's an infinity. Well, what about plus one? Doesn't that become infinity? Well, then, yeah, that's infinity. Okay, now plus 10. How about that? Yeah, infinity, nonsense. But these are the kind of things that there has to be an infinite amount of universes. That's their explanation for why this universe that we're in is so fit for life. You know why? Because they're afraid to just say that it was created for us. Can you imagine being that black-hearted, that cold-hearted, that just disgusted with this perfect, beautiful earth that we've been given? That you're so disgusted by it, you say, no, it must be that we're just part of an accident and a billion trillion accidents, and that's why we're here. And we just got lucky to be in this one accidental accident. On accident. By accident. It's accidental. Nonsense. Let's read some multiverse nonsense here. This is George Ellis. Again, dark matter and dark energy proposals. Maintaining cosmology is a true science. Quote, however, the very nature of the scientific enterprise is at stake in the multiverse debate. The multiverse proponents are proposing weakening the nature of scientific proof in order to claim that multiverses provide a scientific explanation. This is a dangerous tactic. Note that we are concerned with really existing multiverses, not potential or hypothetical. Two central scientific virtues are testability and explanatory power. In the cosmological context, these are often in conflict with each other. The extreme case is multiverse proposals where no direct observational tests of the hypothesis are possible, as the supposed other universes cannot be seen by any observations whatever, and the assumed underlying physics is also untested and indeed probably untestable. In this context, one must reevaluate what the core of science is. Can one maintain one has genuine scientific theory when direct and indeed indirect tests of the theory are impossible? If one claims this, one is altering what one means by science. One should be very careful before doing so. End quote. Thank you, George Ellis, for being a rational mind in a world of nincompoops. Do not talk about a multiverse to explain why this universe is so perfect for life. It's ridiculous. It's got order. It's because it's designed. Just like everything else that you see out in the world. That airplane that you fly in, well, it flies so nicely because it's been designed with intelligence behind it. That's how things work. Okay? So when you look at this earth and the way it operates and the way that, if it was any colder or any hotter, or if we were any further from the sun or closer to the sun, or if the moon was closer, the oceans would go splash over us. And, it's perfectly situated for us. Look at the sun and moon. They're the same size in the sky. Do you know what the chances of that are? 1 in trillions. It's ridiculous. And it just so happens they're the same size in the sky. Oh, but one's 400 times further and one's 400 times as small. And believe what you want. It's here for a reason. We live here. We've been placed here. We've been given the gift of life for a reason. And they've taken that away from you by teaching you their worldview from day one. And anybody out there that's listening to me right now that feels like they hate me or feels like they don't like what I'm saying, I feel bad. But at the same time, I just want you to recognize that I used to be you. Okay, I was you 4 years ago. So it's not difficult for me to understand where you're coming from. But I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. I just want you to see what I'm saying. Okay, I just want you to look carefully at what I'm trying to tell you. And again, you can take it however you want. But if you want to have your life decided by the worldview of men who hate the idea that we're here for a reason, that hate the idea, despise the idea, it's the absolute horror of a unique position. Go back and listen to this video. Look at the quotes. These guys despise the fact that all observations tell us we're the center of the earth, or the center of the universe. Everything revolves around us. Okay? And you might call that, well, that's really, I'd rather be like Stephen Hawking, who's modest, Sharon. You're not very modest by saying everything rotates around us. Oh, sorry, I'm just going by the observations. I'm assuming that if that's where we were put, then we should know that. Every human deserves to know it. And it's been hidden from you, it's been hidden from me, and now I'm trying to reveal it. Wrong or right? That's what I'm doing. Let's continue. Quote, but the main reason for believing in an ensemble of universes is that it could explain why the laws governing our universe appear to be so finely tuned for our existence. This fine-tuning has two possible explanations. Either the universe was designed specifically for us by a creator, or there is a multitude of universes, a multiverse, end quote. And again, go back and read what Ellis just said. when he tells you if you get into that line of thinking, you've completely destroyed science. You've torn it down. It's gone. And I already believe that that's the case. That's the sad part about this all. They sit you in a desk in school and they teach you the scientific method. And there's nobody who hears that method and says anything other than, wow, did humans come up with that? Nice. That seems to work. That is the best way to get close to the truth. The scientific method seems well designed for us to get as close to the truth as we ever can. Okay? And then they start teaching you things in the same class. It still says science on the door. Same teacher. And all of a sudden they start teaching, here's the globe. Here's us flying through space. And the sun is 867,000 miles wide and 93 million miles away. And they don't tell you that these things have not been decided by experimenting through the scientific method, that they're the worldview of a bunch of men who said, well, we must be going around the sun. How big does the sun have to be for us to go around it? 867,000 miles wide. Okay, it's 867,000 miles wide. All right, great. And how far would that put it? Well, that would put it 93 million miles wide. Okay, let's go with that. Because the alternative is scary as shit to them. So they just come up with these arbitrary numbers and throw the universe out there. And now we see the sun clearly going across the sky, clearly moving around you. Clearly it goes in its orbit around you. And I mean above you. But it is around you. But anyway, and then imagine, go out and look at the sun tomorrow and just, I laugh every day. How can anybody believe that the sun is 867,000 miles wide? It's ridiculous. Have you ever flown in an airplane across the United States? That's what, 2,500 miles? But the sun is 867,000 miles wide. Okay, whatever you say. I mean, imagine standing in California and looking across and seeing New York. Can you imagine that? That's only 2,500 miles. But go look at the moon tonight. That's 250,000 miles. You can just see it right there. Easy to see. Go again here. We got Tim Folger, who said in Discover Magazine Online, quote, call it a fluke, a mystery, a miracle, or call it the biggest problem in physics. Short of invoking a benevolent creator, many physicists see only one possible explanation. Our universe must be one of perhaps infinitely many universes in an inconceivably vast multiverse. Most of those universes are barren, but some, like ours, have conditions suitable for life. The idea is controversial. Critics say it doesn't even qualify as a scientific theory because the existence of other universes cannot be proved or disproved, end quote. Yeah, you think there might be some people who have a problem with the theory that can't be proved or disproved or ever observed at all. But then again, those things are accepted now. Dark energy, dark matter, never been observed, but it makes up 97% of your universe, folks. Again, you want to believe these people? It's on you. Last but not least, yes, believe it or not, we are done. This is the final one. Dennis O'Leary, Evolution News and Views. Quote, the Copernican principle is similarly flexible. When conjuring habitable planets, it assumes ours is one among countless winners. Yet when conjuring a multiverse, it assumes that our universe is a lonely winner among countless flops. The choice seems to depend on which assumption is required as a defense against design. That feature, as we shall see, can once again transform speculation into orthodoxy. End quote. So, that's all that I have. I think I went through each topic. I hope I did. Went through each topic. And this one here, yep, we did, the prime importance quotes, we did Copernican principle quotes, we did experiments, we did centrality, we did fixed earth, we did axis of evil, we did dark energy and matter, Newtonian physics, relativity, ether, and the multiverse. Quite a few. So I don't know if people enjoyed that or not. I'm going to check the, let's get you on something here so we can, we'll put that up. There we go. And I'm just going to check super chats. I don't think there was very many, but oh, there's a few. Thank you. Thanks for sharing, says Tina Baker. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Flat Earth Bear, bravo. All right, Bear. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you guys very much for those. Very much. Appreciate it. And let me check the chat to see if anybody wants to tell me how boring I was or whether they enjoyed it or something. Let's see here. Bring this up. So was that boring? Did anybody enjoy that? Okay. Some people said thank you. We want more. I got a lot more quotes, but they're not on that same subject, so I'll have to line up some other ones. Thanks for laying it all on the line. Sharon, very enlightening. Thanks. Good. Thanks so much. Oh, Iru, man, I bet you have so many more quotes than I do. You're the kind of researcher that, I'm sure stocks those things like I do. So yeah, Iru, check out his channel. You can click on, he's in the chat right now. He's also got a Nur for Everyone channel in English and a Nur para Todos channel in Spanish. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The earth is at the center. That's not the kind of thing one needs to be modest about unless one claims to be the creator. Wow, that's hard to read. That goes by fast. Thanks, Sharon. We'll reference this video. Thanks. Appreciate that. Awesome. Rick. I don't know. Rick keeps writing Jeranism. Thank you. I can see it. Yes. Killed it. Great. Awesome. Keep up the great work. Appreciate it, guys. Everybody's so awesome. I really appreciate everybody who watches. If you could give me a like, just go down there and hit that thumbs up. 856 watching now, but only half those people have liked it. Which, hey, if you don't like it, like I said, I knew that this was not going to be completely popular for those who have atheistic beliefs. You know, I understand that. Hey, thank you so much. Not boring. Go Tycho Brahe. Yep, the guy was very observationally accurate. Sharon Hizzle. Thanks, Bob. Awesome. Bob sent me some gift packages today. I got some lenses for my P900, and it should be tomorrow that I get my P900 with the infrared, so I can't wait. Can't imagine how much work went into that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just a lot of, well, yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever used OneNote, but yeah, I've got so many things in OneNote, it's ridiculous. And you can search it really easily, although I say that and sometimes I can't find things I know that are in there, so I don't know how well you can search them. But for the most part, it works. Let's see here. Love your stuff. Appreciate it. Is there any quotes by scientists that contradict those quotes? Great quotes, by the way. Well, yeah. I mean, well, I don't know what you mean by contradict. I'm trying to show the quotes that, you know, show their worldview. That when these tests proved, so yeah, if you ask somebody, hey, I heard these quotes that say that these tests, well, they're going to come back and they're going to give you formulas for the Lorentz contraction, and they're going to talk about length contraction, things that have never been proven. So you just have to keep asking them for the proof. Eventually, they'll run out. There is none. So thank you, sirs. Thank you, Sooner Squatch. Appreciate that. And Rocky Burns, 619 guy 202. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Good show. Thank you. I don't think we've been told the truth about everything from the beginning of technology age. That's why they broke up AT&T. Yeah, they certainly, I mean, there's so much lies out there. I mean, that's the one thing I hope people recognize is that if your government has lied to you on basically every single thing that there is, then isn't it the case that they would lie to you about a place you can't go? That they would lie to you about stuff you can't go and verify? It's ridiculous. You did your thing as usual, bro. Keep killing the ball. Yeah, it's just, you know, I'm just trying to, like I said, I want people to at least have the opportunity to consider an alternative. And you know what? Like I've said it a million times, and I mean it with all sincerity. If you hear about Flat Earth and you take the time to look into it and you come to the conclusion that it's nonsense, then that's yours. I don't mind that. That's okay. You know, I mean, what are you going to do about it? Super helpful. Thank you. Story voice video. Appreciate that. Stretchy ladders. Yes. See Ride Straight. Thank you. I love people who comment on my past videos. It just tells me that you're not here for the first time. Plans for any non-Flat Earth videos? Yeah, a lot. Actually, I have kind of this idea that I'm like, I'm going to do some other videos on some other subjects. And I think it might actually help promote the Flat Earth at this point, where if I do some video on another subject, maybe somebody subscribes to my channel, maybe they look at my channel for other videos, maybe they like the video I do on another subject. So I think it's a good thing to do. So yeah, I will be doing lots of videos. By the way, I am going to do a video probably, maybe not tomorrow, maybe the next day. But I just want to do a short video on the Foucault's pendulum and exactly what I talked about, because if you go to the Amazon one, you can buy one on Amazon for like $6,000. But in the description of it, there's a link to the PDF instruction manual. And in the instruction manual, it gives you all the things to troubleshoot if the thing is not swinging in the right direction, if it's swinging too fast or too slow, and you just got to do a little turn of the tangent screw. You got to adjust it so it spins right, and then guess what? Then it proves the spin of the Earth. So I just want to do a short video showing that, yeah, of course, if this is the kind of things that they call proof. You know, again, they start the thing swinging, and then you adjust the little screw, and you move the little magnet, and you adjust it for your location, and then all of a sudden, guess what, children? Come look at this. It proves that the Earth spins. With the little adjustment of the screw. Just one thing bugging me, oscillation is like scissor silent. Great video, but I didn't catch that in time. Sorry. Let's see here. What else? Anything else? 67,000 miles around the sun. Yeah, very exciting, isn't it? Let's see here. Trying to remember if there's anything else I needed to cover tonight. I think that's it as far as quotes. But like I said, there's going to be a lot more quotes. So if you have some that I missed, like I said, I was trying to center around showing a worldview. I know I read some quotes twice. It was hard to kind of verify if I had them in there or not. And thought it was better to read them twice. Give hello, miss hugs and kisses. I will. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Science adjustmentalism. Yeah, great. Outstretched World. Awesome name. Love that. Excellent show from Down Under or Across. Yeah, I prefer Across. You're somewhere over there. Stars are above your head and mine. Let's see here. Kill Gory. Prove it. Prove what? I don't know what that means. But let's see here. The pendulum is a contradiction to enclosed atmosphere and moving with the earth spinning. It just, yeah, it doesn't make sense. But again, they can pick and choose when they use certain things. They want to talk about Coriolis force, but they also tell us that the atmosphere is moving along with the earth. It's like, wait a second, hold on. If it's moving lockstep, what is causing this? It's just nonsense. Can you do a video on what you think the Space Force will bring? Sure, I'll just tell you right now, the Space Force will bring more people into the military. You know, what better way to get people to sign up in the military than to, you know, entice them with the idea of outer space? So exciting. I want to go to space. I want to be an astronaut. I want to be just like, you know, all the Down Pettit, you know, people like that. Let's see here. FE Foucault's Pendulum. There's a video there by Flat Earth. I'll check that out. I'm actually copying that. Copy. Thank you. Let's see here. How about they're just contrails? People need to see what's happening in our skies. Yeah, GM Skywatcher, I've seen that. Also, yeah, you can find tons of time lapses of people just time lapsing the day, and you can see these planes go by. They leave these streaks in the sky, and over the course of the next 3-4 hours, they spread out and become clouds. So, you know, you can believe that that's just contrails if you want, but it's up to, you know, up to each person. Each person has their own Space Force. I like that. We'll bring more money into the hands of liars. Absolutely. Yep. Antarctica is also real. Okay, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, Antarctica is a place, and most people can go there. If you have $30,000, you can actually take a boat right to the edge there. You know, the shoreline. So that's cool. A 2-hour excellent lecture. Wish I could afford this free education. Yeah, very free, and that's why I appreciate everyone who donates. And I can't say enough about patrons because they've helped me a ton. If it wasn't for them, you know, with the YouTube censorship and the demonetization of all my videos, which is just ridiculous, or not all of them, but I mean a vast majority. If you put anything controversial in the title, there's a lot of things I could have called this video, but I kind of reword it. In fact, if you look at some of the things I've been doing, I don't know if people can see the tags, but you know, in this video, there's not the tag for Flat Earth. It's not there. I don't dare do it now. I try and go around it. So hopefully they don't realize that that's what a lot of my stuff on my show is about. You got to show up on the debates one of these days, bro. Awesome. Chocolate saying, yeah, I should. You guys do them too early, man. It's way too early. And I think it's getting a little bit easier to figure out what's going on. But right now it's kind of hard. Scuba Dracula, what's up, man? It was nice meeting you last time I saw you. Awesome. Adam Wesley, this was very informational and interesting. I know a decent amount about where we truly live. There is so much hidden. It goes beyond being flat. Yeah, I think it does go beyond being flat. I really do. I think... you know, it may just be a plane of existence. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, Chocolate. Jeranism, go to Nathan Oakley's panel. Yeah, I'll show up there. So they do it so early. For me, it would be like 6 a.m. I do not get up at 6 a.m. I want to be Don Pettit. Solitaire Bear. Yeah, me too. I really do. I want to believe that we used to go to the moon, but we can't anymore because we destroyed that technology. The technology that was less impressive than a Game Boy. You know, we destroyed that, and it's too expensive to get it back. Makes sense. You know. Prove it. That's your new slogan? All right. I like it. Prove it. It's good. Jay Tolan Media's videos. Awesome. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I told you guys, buy some 3D glasses if you want to really trip out on some of Jay Tolan's new stuff. He does 3D videos, and they're cool to watch, and you can get the glasses pretty cheap. So then you have a leak. I love it. Post Turtle. Classic. I really appreciate no flat earth tags. Easier to share. Yep. I don't know what my tags are today. I don't think there's anything flat earth. Just Jeranism, Truth, NASA, Quotes, Geocentrism, Newton, Einstein, Max Born, George Ellis, Barber, Hawking, Hubble. Just a bunch of the people's names. Aries Failure, Foucault, Pendulum, Multiverse. So yeah, we'll leave out flat earth from the I think if people are flat earthers, they'll find my channel without me having to put that tag in there, and I just maybe they'll let me monetize more videos. I don't know. So airplane, not air ball. Great one, Mindcrest. That's beautiful. I like that. Jaren, you can also get in trouble for what a person comments in the chat section here. YouTube is ridiculous, especially with truthers and religious channels. Is that true though? I don't think I can get in trouble for the chat because I don't show it, and I used to, but I don't know if people remember. I got a strike for that because somebody started. I used to share the chat on my little screen, with OBS, and you can use, I don't know what it's called, Stream8 or whatever. But I used to do that until somebody made a bunch of racist comments, and then my channel was gone for 3 months. So, yeah, I don't think you can get in trouble for the chat over here. I hope not. If so, that would be bad. Let's see here. We've been lied to for sure. Absolutely. They can even give strikes on comments now. Really? For comments on my video? Oh boy, I'll have to check that out. That's scary. Take shrooms, LSD, and DMT at the same time and become Don Pettit. Huh? Or just fall down and severely hit your head. And I think that's how you end up. A lot of talk about Nibiru now. How does that sit with flat Earth? Well, I don't believe in huge, massive objects in the sky. Could the stars and planets be physical something? Maybe. Perhaps. I don't know. But I don't think that there's any kind of planet that's going to come in and offset our gravity and all that stuff. Let's see here. Looking forward to the Toronto conference. Hope to hang out again. Awesome. Hopefully people know too. I'm going to Amsterdam. That's going to be cool. Thanks, Drew Hurst. Appreciate that. Very kind. It would be interesting if you did some street interviews about the ball in California. Oh man, I wish. Thank you, XJW Flatter. If you guys would have seen me answer the door today for Jehovah's Witnesses, there was 3 at my door today, and I closed the door after about 5-6 minutes of talking to them. My wife was dying. It was really funny because I just, they said, hey, can we talk to you about the Bible? I'm like, did you know that your Bible says that the earth is flat? They're like, no, it says it's a sphere. I'm like, no. You're talking about Isaiah? She's like, yep, Isaiah. I said, read it for me. So she read it, and I said, no, that says God sits above the circle of the earth. Do you know what a circle is? They said, oh. I said, do you believe in planets? And they said, well, there is such thing as planets. And I said, yeah, but how do you believe in God that he created all this? And what is he creating all that other stuff for? Why is there Jupiter? Why is there galaxies? Why is there all this nonsense? And they're just sitting there staring at me with these wide open eyes. And I said, you know that the earth you live on is flat, right? They just are like saucers. It was classic. It was a good time. Please do a video addressing while all the other planets are round. It's so clear that they are just lights and we can see one facade like the moon. Yeah, that's just a nonsense theory anyway. And that's what I mean by they rob you of your place by telling you that people have been to the moon. Then we all looked up and said, oh, people have landed there and stood on the sphere. Oh, I must live on a sphere too. But if the earth is all that there is, then what difference does it make what's up in the sky? It doesn't make a difference. The earth is the place where life exists, where everything exists, where all importance lies. So, sending you some artwork and a new experiment I'm going to try. I hope you write me back. Thanks again. Okay, Sooner Squatch, appreciate that. I would love to know more about pole shift if it fits in your schedule. I don't buy into that. I mean, I'd have to look into that further. I just don't think it's as easy as they tell us and they can figure it all out. Oh boy. Let's see here. Anything else? Just tell them you're going to go get your husband. It was certainly funny. It went on and on and on, and they just stared at me after a while and stopped speaking. And then I was kind of, preaching to them. They probably didn't like that. They call you Satan. The Mormons do? I don't know. They left pretty. They tried to hand me some book as they left. Well, here, will you read this? Because God, your God has a name or something. And I said, yeah, thank you. I know God's name, and shoved them on their way. But it was nice. I was nice to them. I wasn't rude. I didn't not answer the door. I gave them a good conversation and told them to think about it. So we'll see. What do you think about the infrared videos filmed on airplanes from the Russian guy? I don't know if you mean Jay Tolan or what. Yeah, the football is a sphere, so the football field has to be too. Yeah, hilarious. Very, very funny. So other planets are just lights now. I have no idea what they are. I'm not the one making a claim that we can go there, that we have, craft and orbits of them. That's not me. That's somebody else telling you that, and I'm simply looking for proof of what they're telling us and not finding it. So, again, you can believe a bunch of people sitting around at consoles looking at computer screens can tell that, Has anyone checked out, by the way, I want to just do a plug real quick for SGT Report. We just had Marty Leeds and Dave Weiss on with Sean. Excellent video. He's got 500,000 subscribers, and he even put a little clip of me at the end. So check out that video. It seemed like it's going to be great. And is Marty Leeds live here? Marty, I hope he's here. I see Glowbuster saying hi to him, but I don't see him. There he is. What's up, Marty? Great job today, man. Or whenever you did that, a couple days ago or whatever. But I thought you guys did a bang-up job as always. So appreciate that. And you shouted me out again, Marty. So yeah, everybody subscribe and check out Marty Leeds, who gets it. One of the worst of anybody from YouTube keeps shutting down his channel. And he just does a lot of videos like I do, where he just sits and reads books and talks to you about his opinion. And what the hell is wrong with that? I'll never understand it, how anybody can get rid of stuff like that. Yeah, peace to you too, as well, Marty. Awesome meeting Marty in Denver this year. You did a bang up job and stepped in as a designated hitter, knocked it out of the park. So appreciate that, Marty. You're awesome. So you just don't believe it, so therefore it's all a lie? No, nope. You're not quite understanding what I'm saying. You'll have to go back and watch this video again. I said that there's no proof of those things. So I don't believe things. I don't place things into my belief category until they're sufficiently proven. Now, unfortunately, I was taught at such a young age about the heliocentric model that by default, I had to put that into my belief category. I didn't have a choice. So that's the problem. So all those things became beliefs. And there's certainly nothing wrong with when you get to an old enough age to look back on the things you were taught as part of your public education, your free education, and say, okay, let me go find proof of these things. Since I was taught them, this should be readily available. And when you do that, you end up like me. You end up realizing that there's just so much that you can't prove out there. And all the people that told you that these things were scientific, it's on them to prove it to you. So it's not a matter of I don't believe it, so it's just not true. No, it's not a matter. It's if somebody's telling me something is true, then they damn well better prove it. And if they can't prove it, then that's on them. I don't care. So I'm not the one making claims. I don't make a claim as to what I think is in the sky. I don't make a claim of what I think the moon is. I think that they're amazing, unbelievable, predictable gifts from the Creator, signs of design, signs of intelligence, signs of perfection, never failing, always there. Those are signs of design. You can call them signs of accidents if you want, but go take an airplane and crash it into a wall, 1 billion times and tell me how many times the sun and moon come out and they're perfect size in the sky and create eclipses. The answer, 0. Renee, what's up, man? Question Everything Conference 2019. Is that going on now? I think so, or somewhere close. Hey, what's going on here? I got some, let's see here. I got some Venmo. I forgot about Venmo. Some people have started sending some donations through Venmo. So if you want to do that, you can just search @Jaronism. That'd be great if you enjoyed the video. Just like if you went to an open bar at maybe a wedding or something, I think you tip the bartender. But again, it's not required. So if I'm the bartender at an open bar and you ask for a glass of wine and a beer and a tequila sunrise, I'm going to give them to you and I'm going to be nice about it, whether or not you tip me. But the great thing is that some people at that wedding party will feel, they'll say, hey, this guy, bartender's great, nice guy, and I'd like to tip him $1 or $2. So if you'd like to do that for me, I would appreciate it. Let me head out of here because I think it's been a while. I don't know how long we've been on now, but quite a while. Let's, I want to be Don Pettit. Yeah, got all the super chats. Thank you guys so much for those. And let me bring this back up just so we can finish off. So yeah, so if you want to support this channel, there's a lot of ways to do so. You can, first and foremost, or most importantly, or thanks to all my patrons, but you can go to paypal.me/Jaron. That's an easy one to do. Anything will help. $1, $2, whatever you want, or just share, or just watching the video and hitting a thumbs up is awesome. Or if you want to become a patron, that is my my income source right now for the most part, and really appreciate them helping me do what I love to do. I can't thank them enough. I don't even know where to begin thanking them. So that's at patreon.com/Jaronism. So you can do that as well. And then also you can, if you want to shop at Amazon, or you do shop at Amazon, you can go to my link first, which you can either go to my website and hit support and then Amazon. It'll take you right over to Amazon, or you can type in j.mp/JaronAMZ. And if you do that, it'll take you to Amazon. And then anything you buy, you pay the same price. You won't even notice any difference, but I get a small percent, which adds up when I get a lot of people doing that. Hey, I'll always take an extra, $100 a month, and thank everybody for doing that. And, nobody's paying anything different. I'm not asking you to go shop at Amazon, but if you already do, You can either let that money go to Jeff Bezos, or you can, hey, kick me at 2%. That'd be awesome. Also, if you want to send me any mail, you can do so at P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California 95344. You can do that. And besides that, guys, I'll remind you, as always, thank you, though. I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody in the chat. And yeah, go check out the SGT report, or you can check it out on Marty Leach's channel, I believe. Or you can go to SGT, subscribe to Sean. He does some great videos tackling some of these tough issues, and is one of the guys dealing with the censorship like the rest of us. Check out Red Pill Philosophy, doing a great job banging it out with daily videos. Another guy who's heavily censored. So yeah, help him out if you can as well. As always, check out Glowbusters. We're live every Sunday at noon. Jeranism Raw every Monday at 6 on TFR. And again, do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Till next time, guys, this has been Jeranism. Peace.
How do we stop it?
I know, it's a pretty good song. Some fun you need to buy it if you want, yeah.
Oh, we got to stop it eventually so that they oh no, that's just the bot, not the live stream. Okay, cool. All right. I mean, shit, man. We got through the whole thing, and there's just it's too much to still think you live on a ball. It's just not possible. What's up, Mike?
Mike on the mic.
All right. Be safe.
You too.
Oh.
So it is the top of the hour, and you are listening to KGTL Killing the Globe Live 24/7 radio. Thank you.
What's that? What's it? Ollie, oxen free.
Yo, we're here. I'm not with it, but what's up?
This place is dead, man. Where's Whitson?
He wasn't here earlier. I think he's doing something.
Let me see if he mirrored my. He's probably staying quiet because he didn't mirror my video. Let me check. That's what I'm looking for. All right, let's check him. I gotta check up on him.
Hey, Kiwi, are you aware how paranoid you have those people at Gym Panda?
No, people have been telling me recently that it's really, really funny, man. But cool.
Yeah, I was listening in for some reason, and every response, like if they got an argument and it sounded pretty good, automatically they would say, "Is Kiwi in your DMs? Who's talking to Kiwi? Did you watch Kiwi?" It's just redundant. It's excessive.
And so I'm living rent free. Yeah, I'm living rent free in those numpty dipshit ball tart heads. Yeah, I know I am. You're welcome. Unplug. What's it? Unplug. What's it? Hey, you guys are still in here when he comes back. Tell him he needs to mirror Hillbilly Blue Balls, the Redneck Retards video. Numpty clip. Everyone got me.
I'll let him know if he comes in here.
Tell him I was looking for him. Let me see if he's even checked his Skype in the past 8 years. Probably not. Let me see. What's it? Oh, he did. All right. All right. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, guys. I'll check back later. I got a bolt. You guys just need to calm it down, okay? Jeez.
Can you guys hear me now? The mic wasn't working. Hello?
Yo.
So you can hear me. Is it quiet?
Yeah.
Too quiet? I don't want to be too game loud. Last upgrade.
Tonight, somebody's going to come in here and say Copernicus proved that the Earth is a globe, and nobody's going to know what to say.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's good.
The last upgrade fucking changed all my damn voice and video settings. Go through and change that shit. I I would say, how did Copernicus prove it? I thought it was just a principle, a theory. Could be wrong though.
I'm just trying to respond to this this one thing about eclipses.
Okay.
Another quiet afternoon in here. Yeah.
Is it quiet?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. I saw that the Groovy bot was definitely not. Is that me?
Yeah, nothing's being played either.
So I'm hearing voices in my head then, I guess.
I think so. But
Dang
it's okay,
it!
right?
They keep me company.
Just don't argue with them. That doesn't help.
Yeah.
Austin, you might want to just gather up your shit and slowly back out the door if you're over there.
What? Oh no, he's
Just messing around.
It's just me.
Where's he at? He's got his name in here.
Oh, never mind. Ignore me. How's your head, Lou?
It's still ugly. Like I said, I see the plastic surgeon on the 30th.
Oh, wow. You're
Really?
getting plastic surgery? Oh my god.
Dan, you really got your cranium cracked then, didn't you?
Wow.
Yeah. No, I didn't. Like, I know I talked about it a few times. I didn't tell anybody, period, anytime that I've ever said anything about it. Most of my family, my mom doesn't know how bad it is. She knows I hit my head. That's pretty much all I really told people. But yeah, I nearly died.
Oh my gosh. That's so scary.
Yeah, I mean, I was fucking just collapsed there, and I was out for I want to say it was over 10 minutes, just by when I got around to looking at the clock. 10, 15 minutes probably that I was laying there on the concrete, like out cold. So I guess I'm lucky I came to. Maybe I don't know. Just
Crazy.
Well, if you're getting plastic surgery, maybe you could be like, oh, hey, doc, by the way, give me a facelift, or I don't know.
no, I don't want to look
Give me
like I don't want to look like a reptile or anything. I just want them to fix the hole in the back of my head. No. So, like, I haven't even had like a consultation. I don't even know when I finally do see him on the 30th. I'm sure it's like they haven't seen me at all yet. Like it's just as a referral. So, I'm sure nothing is going to get done that day. They're just going to look at it and tell me what they think they can do.
Yeah.
Dang, Lou, did you fall or something?
Yeah. Yeah. What's funny is because as bad as it was, like I saw you like 3 or 4 days after, or maybe 5 days after it happened. And my head was still huge, like oddly shaped and everything, but the all the blood and everything that was built in there hadn't like made a hole in my head yet. So it got way worse basically than when you saw it.
Well, maybe you should take that jab or something.
The hell of a leap of logic.
Well, definitely take the brain chip. That's for sure.
Yep.
Got free ammo, Lou, when you get tired of this shit. Free ammo, bro.
It was quiet. At least we're talking again.
Yeah. I can give you some comebacks if you want comebacks. If you just want insults,
I don't really care. There's nobody's saying.
You want me to DM them to you? I love trolling with it. Damn it, I love it. He takes it so well. The rest of you guys get the rest of you guys get triggered with it. Just does a swift comeback. That's what I was supposed to be. Damn it.
I don't really care. Like this hole in my head, the doctor, when she wanted to take a picture of it to put it in the file for sending over to workman's comp and over to the referral for the plastic surgeon. So they really but she wanted to make sure like it's a special app. She's like, nobody's going to see it. She wanted to show me that it, somehow, I don't know, it's some official thing. Whatever. I was like, I don't care. Go ahead and take a picture for yourself. Show all your friends. It's disgusting. Show, like, go ahead. I know what it looks like. I seen it. It's fucking gross.
They need to swab that thing for the with the PCR.
Yeah. Test it positive for everything.
Even cocaine? Just picking. Definitely the devil's lettuce, though. I heard you want them.
Fellas.
Hi, India.
Hi. What's up with you? What's up with you? How did yesterday go? Was it yesterday?
Much. Yeah, it was good. It was good. She's very friendly.
Yeah, she asked me to I could participate, but got busy. I went to the beach. So.
Ooh.
Well,
that's fancy.
Adventurous thing about him is, yeah, the best thing about him is like fighting the seagulls for your French fries.
Are you going out without your jab, bro?
What?
Yeah. Are you going places without the jab, bro?
That's right. Make it
Be
move.
responsible.
Can we all take bets to what day or month we think that there's going to be vaccine passport everywhere?
September 6th.
Oh, a federally implemented COVID passport?
Yeah, for
I already
most
know what day
major
that is.
cities.
It's the
What
day
day?
I put my rifle in the truck. The toys there with a couple thousand rounds.
We
So
need
they
to
released.
like write these down. We need to write these down, and then the person who gets it the closest wins like a $25 gift card.
It's kind of a tough one because I think they're going to go state by state for a while still. I think it could be
To Starbucks.
It could be a good year
no
out
longer
or
going.
even
Yeah.
more, like if they try to do it federally.
No, they're not. Listen, they're not doing vaccine passports, man. It's not happening.
No.
Because it turns out, no, it's not going to happen. Because the CDC director was on CNN and said the only thing it does basically is prevent you from getting seriously ill. That you can still catch it. You'll be asymptomatic and you can spread it. So what's the point of having it? Basically, you can get the vaccine. You still need to wear a mask. And the numbers, like the CDC numbers for July, said that was only 43% effective at preventing a positive test.
So you're saying they won't implement it on a federal level anyway, like because states
I don't think they can do it federally.
States are already doing it.
Which state does it? Which state has a vaccine passport?
Or at least cities.
New York.
Cities are, yeah. New York and California, in Southern California, they're doing it already.
But to how much they're like actually like enforcing it.
But this thing doesn't prevent the spread of the disease. The rationale, right, for public health, there is no rationale because if it doesn't prevent the spread of COVID, then there's no public health reason to have it.
India, are you trying to attack them logically?
Well, even they're saying it.
Yeah, I mean, the World Health Organization and CDC said that masks didn't do anything, and they just made more mask mandates. Like, what does it matter what the actual experts and officials say? It doesn't change the policy that the politicians want to implement.
Well, the justification would be that, like, if you get it, then it's going to prevent like serious illness or death. So everyone needs to get it so that when you do catch it, you don't die. Right? That's all.
Here's the funny thing. I mean, it gets even more ridiculous, right? Remember how many people are already asymptomatic? you can't tell the difference. The vaccine is just like, I don't even know what it is. Let's put it that way. I've yet to figure out what the purpose of it is, because even if you believe all of it, right? Say, I believe in COVID, I believe all this stuff, right? You can't statistically, right? You had something like 84% of the people were asymptomatic that were tested positive. So would get the vaccine. Oh, you tested positive, but because you had the vaccine, you're asymptomatic. There's like, what's the difference? There is no difference. So the question is, why are they giving out the vaccine, which has no statistical difference from non-vaccine?
I'm pretty sure. I've been saying it all along. I'm pretty sure it's CRISPR technology. It's gene editing.
Well, yeah, we know that. We know it's
no, but people keep on saying
changes you a little bit.
The mRNA and stuff, but nobody really talks about CRISPR. Like CRISPR is like pretty well known. There's a documentary on Netflix of people like genetically modifying dogs and shit to make them glow in the dark and stuff. Like,
whoa, that sounds awesome, bro.
Yeah, like,
dude, do you know what I'm a pervert, so man, listen, if I owned a nightclub, man, some of the girls would be getting some glow in the dark adjustments. You just see just these glowing nipples.
Dude, they get banging tips, bro.
I'd make my pit bull glow. You can see him coming through at night.
That was the worst part of the Netflix documentary.
Just see the teeth glowing.
Yeah, just the teeth. Get them, boy.
Seriously, it sounds like you watched the documentary I'm talking about. This guy, like, at least three times in the documentary, you see him go out and jerk a dog off for his studies.
Oh,
like, well, you don't
farmer.
see him touching the thing, but he's talking to you, and you're looking at his face while he's doing it. You see his arm moving. You're like, what the fuck?
Hey, speaking on that, we're hiring a new person to milk the bull once a month. You need a job? You got to put it in the freezer so I can sell it. He's a stud.
So, like, is your bull on Tinder? Is your bull on Tinder or is your bull on Grindr? Which one?
The thing with the CRISPR technology, though, so like, the idea is to get people on a schedule. That's why they're getting into the boosters now, right? And they're going to keep coming with the variants. They want to get, and that's why initially they wanted everybody to get 2 shots, because it's not something that they can just one and done. They've changed your genes. They have to. It's a therapy, a gene therapy that they have to keep taking at like every other month. And that's just watch. They're going to be coming at you every few months, saying time for another booster.
Well, I forgot this. Yeah, but there's the other problem, because Joe Rogan kind of outed them on this. I don't know if you heard about this. They're all up in arms because Joe Rogan cited a scientific paper that said vaccines where you can still, like, that basically the vaccine prevents you from getting sick, but it doesn't prevent you from carrying or spreading it. Basically, you're still typhoid Mary. Apparently, that's why you have these worse variants. They cause the disease to basically go in your body, fester, mutate, and then when it comes out, it's more virulent than it was when it went in. So this is also mainstream. There's no way they can have vaccine passports. If someone challenged it in court, it would just be over. Because the government can only do what is it? Necessary things that are necessary and proper. Okay, so it's not necessary to have a vaccine which actually does nothing except for protect the individual, right, against potentially getting sick.
Well, you're right. That's why it won't be a governmental mandate. Like it'll just be corporate.
It'll be the public enterprise. It'll be corporate. Exactly. It'll be public. This is how the government does all their stupid. How they get around everything is that they do it. They recruit, people that aren't subject to the Constitution, right? Businesses, private individuals, things like that. And they could just say, hey, any corporation that has this, that enacts this policy, we're going to let you not pay taxes that year. Right? So the government isn't breaking any laws. Corporation isn't breaking any laws. But, through basically commercial peer pressure, economic peer pressure, they'll force you to, take the vaccine. Or try to force you. Because they're not getting me with that shit.
Yeah.
I've got Barack.
So then when do
I've got
we
Michelle
think
Obama jab me before that.
that's gonna happen?
With Michelle Obama's huge cock.
Whoa.
Okay, then let me change the question. When do you guys predict that Walmart will have a vaccine passport?
September 6th.
Of this year? Oh man.
September 11th.
Let's see where. Yeah, I'll go. I'll say October 1st.
I'm gonna say January 1st.
I think you're going too late. It's going to be in fall, not winter.
Oh man, no. Well, let's write it down. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Everybody put your guess in the live stream. And if you win, then we can figure out the prize. You get a Walmart gift card.
But we wouldn't be able to use it.
That's a joke.
Well, like, I don't know what you're asking exactly, right? Because what they're going to do is they're going to normalize this paper ordeal and everyone's going to fake it. And then they're going to update it. So, like, when does the update can't come? I don't really know. When's a digital system? I don't know.
I said it before you typed it, though, didn't I? I didn't, or did you already say that October 1st before?
Did you say the date October 1st?
I said October 1st in the voice chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll pick
He
something
wants to,
else.
he's going to fight you, man.
You stole it from me.
Lou, did you bump your head?
Yeah. You can have October 2nd.
Did you say it in voice? I'm confused now.
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay.
He just like he's about to fight you. I just wondered if he bumped his head or.
No. I'm not trying to fight anybody.
Don't be stealing my date, boy. Hey, took our day.
Isn't it cool that right before the September 11th anniversary that the Taliban took over Afghanistan? Isn't that interesting?
Oh, you're a terrorist threat. You've seen that, right?
Like this is this is what I was saying the other day too. Like you saw the screenshot, of course, of where all the news channels are talking about Homeland Security, where they've named the terrorist threats right now and all that and blah 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 blah. It's just it pisses me off to no end because I was a 9/11 truther since the day of 9/11, and like when they started talking about Homeland Security, that's one of the things that we picked on right away when they said that it was for terrorists, both foreign terrorists and domestic terrorism. Like all of us picked up on that domestic part. Nobody else did. We were like, wait a minute, you just watch. Eventually, they're going to use Homeland Security against the people of this country. And sure enough, 20 years later, right before the anniversary of 9/11, that's exactly what's going on. Everything on their list is about Americans.
Potential terrorist threat, opposition to COVID measures, claims of election fraud, belief Trump can be reinstated. Trumpers, we're coming for you. Anti-vaxxers, we're coming for you. I say, come on down, Johnny. How many you got to lose?
Yeah, right before the 20th anniversary, they said Taliban took over Afghanistan. Super funny, yeah.
Taliban, tally me banana.
Now there's like pictures all over my Facebook of like the Taliban jumping out of U.S. military helicopters.
Yeah, they're tailing up their Blackhawks. They got more than 166 different nations, is what they say. Well, sure, come on down. It only takes one shot to take out the fucking pilot.
It's funny. And then I saw they're like really getting people like, the state of fear that they love. So like there's like this video of these people trying to leave. So they're jumping on the Air Force plane and hanging on. And as it gets in the air, they just start falling off of it. Have you guys seen that?
Hey, if you get the federal domestic terrorist threat, sheet, their spreadsheet for this year, dude, it's even worse. Like the FBI, they have a spreadsheet. You know what they see is patriot terrorists. You know,
Is high IQ on there?
no, but there's a lot of shit you wouldn't believe.
Dude, it's been a while already. They've been a couple of years at least that they've been telling businesses and stuff to like that anybody paying in cash like is a potential terrorist. Like just using cash is the Homeland Security has said that you might be a terrorist if you use cash.
Whoa, I wonder what their agenda is. Never want to get rid of cash. They'd never do that.
You know, people called us crazy for the longest time because we were saying stuff like cashless society. And now look, like 5 years like 5 years ago, we were saying this whole cashless society thing, chip, you know, like potato chips, right?
Yeah. If you would have said it a year and a half ago, people would have said you were nuts.
Yeah, but they still would forget that you told them. Like that's why everyone just looks at social media that's been engineered for 30-second attention spans. Like they don't remember it, bro.
I was telling my classmates this in 2016, and they told me I was crazy. But then they would ask me to help them with their homework. Like, get out of here. I was telling them about the cashless society. I was saying that Fahrenheit 451 was the truth, that they were book burning and changing history.
No, that's just it. Like every conspiracy theory over the last 20 years has come together at this very one moment.
I was even telling them about how Brave New World is true because they're gonna genetically modify people, and right now it's just the testing point.
Yeah, Dave made that new shirt that says conspiracy theory should be updated to spoiler alert.
I like it.
You know, it's just sad because I tried telling people and spreading the word, and everyone discounted me. They're like, "Oh, you're just a 15-year-old kid. What do you know?"
Let me
You
ask
should
you
have
this.
said, "I'm not a baby goat."
Did you wake anybody up? Is there anybody that you've gotten to wake up?
Only 2 people, like, ever. Like, that I've actually convinced. One was an online friend who I'm no longer in contact. I met him back when I was, like, an admin of, like, a old revival website, and another person was the person I sat onto on the bus, and it's funny because that was the moment when I was watching the ODD TV videos on the bus on my iPhone 4. My back in South.
If you save just one, then your efforts weren't for nothing, right? And at least you tried with other people. It's at some we're now at a point though where like
yeah,
yeah, you not really enough time left to even bother trying to wake them.
But at least you knew to get an iPhone.
I'll never forget though. Well, that was my parents' decision, but I'll never forget though. The girl I sat next to on the bus, her name was very unique. I'm not gonna say it, but that's what I'll never forget because every time, like on the way to school, on the way home, we would always talk about this stuff. And she said I wouldn't necessarily say Earth's level, but what I will say is I know for a fact we didn't go on the moon. And she was telling me as a 15-year-old, you know, that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin said they didn't go. Like, how am I supposed to believe they went when even they said they didn't go? And this was us as 15-year-olds. It was amazing. I wish I still had her contact info. She was really smart. She wound up being a teacher.
She probably had an iPhone too then?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. Isn't that right, Lou?
iPhone sucks.
I'd rather have a landline than an Android.
You know, I'm with Witsit on this one.
You'd be better off with a landline. We all would.
True.
So like this, did you guys see where Google, new policy for YouTube that prayer is now considered treatment misinformation? if you tell someone to like pray, like if you suggest prayer for COVID, that's medical misinformation on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw that in the admin chat when I got on here.
What a clown world. And this is real intense, but like, so Matthew 6:22 says the light of the body is the eye, the single eye, singular, right? If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? So obviously referring to the pineal gland, the third eye, right? So everyone's like, oh, they're going to put this thing on your forehead or whatever. And people are like, the reason it says wrist or forehead is because if someone can lose their hand, but they can't live without their head. So like it'll include everyone. It isn't a physical marker on the outside of your head though. And so now things that are going on right now start to get a lot weirder. I'm just saying though.
I want to know when that quantum dot tattoo is going to be like introduced. We all know it's coming, but when are they going to say, hey, by the way, we got this new way to verify everybody's vaccine?
I think they've already done it, to be honest with you. I think they've already done it.
I think it's already in all these people, and they're just going to roll out an app that everyone can download that you can literally look at someone and it'll show they have it with like their light, some type of spectrum of lights.
I think it's like a purple, like, you know, the things where you the little journals where you have the light on it. I think that's what they put inside of the
genetic modification.
Yeah, but I mean, at least with the video that we all saw of it, they were showing that it had to be done with this kind of Band-Aid, like they're calling micro needles, like where it would, you'd basically put it on like a Band-Aid. It's got a whole bunch of tiny little needles, and that's what creates like the tattoo or whatever. You peel the Band-Aid part off, and it's left in your skin.
Yeah, I mean there is an argument that would actually be the market. It's just like if you took it, you got to go get your little stamp to prove you have it. So there's two ways, right? Like the temperature mediation spots of your body are your forehead and your wrist, and so there is also an argument that what they gave you already could be spotted. You know what I'm saying, in those two areas. I don't know. It's just really crazy, bro. I don't know.
So you've seen the videos where nurses were using the little scanner that they would use on like your bracelet at the hospital or whatever. They're using that on their arm where they got vaxxed and they were getting a readout, like a number.
What?
Yeah. And the kid that I work with, he's the one who showed me that. He came into work one day. He said that he just heard about it from his cousin, who's a nurse, who tested it herself on her own arm. Because and she's the one who showed him that. Like, she said it's true, and it worked on her.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I think. That's like, dude, they're pushing this so hard, bro. Like I don't know. It's something super dark. None of us want to accept it. Almost all of us have a family member. So we want to say, no, it's a trial run. No, this is not that bad. This is blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool, and I hope that's right. But, you know, we shouldn't really let our emotional predisposition determine what we think. There's something up for sure. So maybe it's not. Maybe it. Like I said, it has effectively desensitized people to taking this brand new type of technological advancement that hasn't been adequately tested. So that might be the purpose, right? They roll something out that's like a new advancement, and it's just normal now to take things and throw them in your body, no matter what they are. That might be what it is. You know, we could hope, I guess.
What I don't understand is why anyone would want to be a guinea pig. Why would you want to be a guinea pig? Why are you okay with this? Not you or Lou or anybody, but like the people listening or whatever. Like, ask yourself, why would you want to be a guinea pig? This still isn't approved by the FDA.
Yeah, they don't understand. They don't understand that at this point, so many other people have taken it. They think, well, okay, look at all these people I know who have already taken it. They're not dead. It's tested.
They're listening to others, dude. They're just listening to them. That's the thing about it.
Yeah, and it gives them societal
my story,
currency.
Man, right now I want to say something because my story on this is that I was in like a kind of a dark place when I got cancer. Okay, and I thought I was done. I didn't care. So I had probably like 12 doctors come and look at me while I was going through chemo. And I didn't care what they shoved in me. I didn't even know. But of course they just shoved it in me. Whatever it was, it was pretty hardcore, made me almost die, but I really didn't care. I cared more of trying to live, and that's literally when I found God. I mean, I truly wasn't a God person, and I really didn't speak highly of him. And I mean, but after that, after he took my pain, the whole time I didn't know what I was feeling. I really didn't. I felt so happy, like literally happy, while they were shoving needles in my arm, but I didn't know why. I don't know how I got to a level that I was at, but it's proven in the documentations, in the report, and the fucking printout saying I had 0.05 or something like that blood cell count, white blood cell count, and they told me I should have been out, like like put out, like almost in a coma, to their knowledge, to their understanding of that number that they saw. So they sent me to the hospital, and they told me that I had to get a needle in my arm that went straight into my bone to help my white blood cell count. And everyone was like looking at me all weird, like, because I felt nothing. So it this takes me to the these people are just listening to others. They really are. Okay. And then there's others that just don't care. They just don't care.
Yeah, for sure. And they get this like the societal currency of virtue signaling as well.
I mean, even if you sit there and speak to them over and over and over about it, it's just like their mind is like it will not click. There's something that has to click at some point, but there's some of these people just can't. They just cannot click. But it will click once it goes, into like a public eye, a public send, a news article or something that they may come across. It may just hit them then. It's actually up there. It's there. It's going now. It's happening. Oh shit! I knew about this long time ago. And then they're gonna beat themselves up about it. But that's literally the process. And I'm telling you, that's like the process. there's like stages of it. But how's it going, Wizit? I sent some people to your channel.
Thank you, man.
They asked me, what would be like the best person to go to, and I'm like, well, Witsit does some live feeds. Goes to the Capitol buildings and yells on a speaker. That's one to listen to. He's very quick at it too. So if you want to be understanding, get a piece of paper out and start writing it down because he's fucking quick.
Well, thank you, bro. We'll be getting back to it here soon.
But I sent them to the channel. I told them, they're like, well, who goes out and does live things like with audiences? And I'm like, well, Witsit. I mean, he's the one that usually just goes out and just spreads the word from a speaker. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. I'll go to him.
Yeah, till the cops take it. I still gotta find a new one. Yeah.
It's just so fucked, man. That should be illegal. First of all, they didn't. You can't. You should be able to take that to court, at least small claims court or something like that, and then they'll just throw it out and give you money for it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. My first court date's in like a few days, like 3 days or something.
That's ridiculous. They can't take your stuff like that. I mean, you can say, well, let me leave and I'll take my stuff. We'll be fine.
Tell
but we'll see you in court.
You feel like your First and Fourth Amendment rights were
exactly.
Yep.
And what about the other one that you can't steal other people's
Freedom
items?
of
I mean,
speech.
fuck, he stole them. He stole that.
Well, that's the right to be secure in your person, place, and belong.
Yeah, Fourth Amendment. Protection against illegal search and seizure.
Belongings, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes. Gab denier or refuser. My insurance company keeps sending me that crap. I send it back and told them quit wasting your paper. I'm not getting it. Period. There's no debate. This is where I stand. And I refuse to move.
Yeah, someone said I should have sent the tickets back in with like a big writing on it, basically saying I don't comply within 3 days or something. But I mean, it's been longer than that. I'm just gonna go. I mean, I'm just gonna go there and be like, look, man, this is for one, I'm not a sir. I'm not a corporate entity. I did not enter into any agreement with you. I was effectively kidnapped. You violated my First Amendment and my Fourth Amendment. I'm not going to keep going back and forth to court with you. I didn't sign the ticket. I entered no agreements with you. So this is all illegal. There's no such thing as the First Amendment, free speech zones. Congress shall make no law that includes any law, and that permits cannot be used as a prior restraint on free speech. The Supreme Court decision 8-1. So I'll request this be dismissed immediately.
Yep. Stay
So.
strong, and that's exactly.
Did you see that video I tagged you in?
No.
The one about sovereign citizens and drama in the court. Shows a couple of dudes from Jackson arguing it the 100% wrong way.
Yeah, I'm honestly not even nervous, bro.
I just stick with your right to the right way.
Yeah, for sure. And as soon as they dismiss it, I'm gonna turn around and file a lawsuit. So, like, I mean, they can kick rocks as far as I'm. And I don't got to show for that either. Like, I'll get a representative or something. Like, you psychopaths think I'm about to drive back across the United States numerous times, and they're gonna try to tell me where I'm asked to go into court, and it's obviously not gonna happen. So it's gonna be interesting.
For mandatory appearances, can't you send legal counsel on your behalf?
Yeah, you can. I'm just not trying to spend money, man, on that when I don't, I think I could beat it myself. Well, we're already close right now, so for the August 19th one, I'm just gonna go. Like, we're still close to Yellowstone, just 3 days. For the other one, I may do that. I have a couple flat Earth lawyers that have hit me up. But what a clown world in the first place, right? Like, they can effectively kidnap you, completely illegal, quote unquote ordinances, take your stuff, and then say that you have a mandatory court appearance to come answer for our illegal activity, kidnapping you, or you can be kidnapped again.
There it is. Top 5 sovereign citizen moments.
Bet. If you actually look at the legal definition, like "sir" and all these words they say to you, it is literally referring to a corporate entity based on the legal, like, lawful definition.
Yeah, the judge they show there, he plays it along with it. You, sir, person, man, individual.
Yep.
Who are you here on behalf of? But the dude was already in jail, so he was already jailed under his corporate name. So
I'm a living man, bro. I didn't sign their tickets. I don't agree to any contract with them. They can kick rocks. Someone was saying they may have got me when I had to pay to enter the park. Maybe that had some type of underlying little sneaky contract in it. I don't know.
Yeah. Did you agree to relinquish your First Amendment rights on public property in certain zones?
No, of course not. But I'm saying, what if they
By
sneak that in?
paying. Yeah, it could be if you pay the admittance, you agree to follow our rules. But they hit you with a public infraction to disorderly conduct. So how did you disrupt the flow of traffic?
Yeah, no, I didn't at all.
The orderly flow of traffic, how did you disrupt it?
Yeah.
I would say they were more of a disruption than you.
And what's so funny, bro? Like even playing within their little stupid rules. Audit the Audit covered my video today. It's already got 100,000 views since this morning. He gave me an F and he gave the officers an A. But he's obviously just triggered the earth, not a ball probably. But what's so funny is he reads the ordinance and it's like in the free speech zones you don't need a permit. You can do it without a permit. Well, they told me I have to go to the free speech zones and I have to have a permit to do it there. So under their own little paradigm, they're wrong. You know what I'm saying? There's no way it stands up, in my opinion.
Yeah, in the free speech zone, why would you need a permit for free speech? That doesn't make sense.
It's crazy, dude.
So why did he give the officers an A? I mean, because they didn't like take you all the way in and book you, or what?
Sorry, I just got back. What'd you say?
So why did he give the officers an A?
He said they were super cordial, that they tried to show me the ordinance and print it off and let me see it, and I just didn't look at it and all this stuff. And that's everything he says a lie. He's being like intentionally deceitful because that didn't happen. He was bumbling around the papers, didn't know where it was, never showed it to me, said, let me find it, kept trying to pull me away from the camera. I pulled my phone out to read it myself, and then he immediately arrested me. But he cut out how long it was so you wouldn't notice that. He reads that it says no permit, but he doesn't address the fact they say I need a permit in the free speech zone. He doesn't address they have all these contradictory orders where like, if you don't ID yourself, I'm going to detain you, which is obviously legal. They also say I'm going to arrest you for refusal to ID, and in that state, that's literally illegal. So it's just a clown world, bro. Like it's just a Glober doing a hit piece. Whatever, I don't care. You know, 100,000 views.
Saying, like for somebody like Audit the Audit, I'm surprised he gave them that high of a score. I could see giving them, you know, a middle of the road kind of like C or B minus kind of thing, because they probably could have fucked with you even harder. But like, yeah, I think I watched it. I don't think they knew the laws and statutes very well themselves, and that they probably, yeah, it looked like they were just, you know, triggered again at your message and just wanting to shut you up. That's all it really was.
Yeah, he also says that I informed my audience that I had already been, they had already come up and talked to me about it during me doing the activity before the live stream, and that's not true. He came up and talked to me before we even started, right? And they didn't know the ordinance, they didn't know what it said, they didn't know the specifics. So I was like, okay, well, when you figure it all out, you come tell me. You know what I'm saying? So like he actually had to lie for his video. It's really pretty ridiculous. So. Now it's either incompetence or dishonesty. You know, do what?
Yeah. Give a link. Our reviews review.
Okay.
My cousin's do it too. He's a lawyer.
Damn, 113,000 views in 9 hours.
On his or yours?
His.
What does he normally get?
Yeah, it's about those same rate he always does. Like after about a week, it'll have 500,000 views, and then after a few weeks, it'll get close to 1 million.
Scientist gets arrested.
And crowd cheers.
Let me guess, he didn't directly address any of the flat Earth points you made.
No, of course not. Of course not.
No, that's not what it's about for Audit the Audit, though.
I mean, he's definitely professionally edited videos. You know, he's good at making videos for sure. I knew it was too good to be true. Someone sent that to me this morning, and I was like, "Oh, there's no way. It's too good to be true that it'd be a positive coverage, right?" Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with what he does and how that all went down, I would expect him to probably give both of you, the cops and yourself, not really a great score. Like, you probably could have defended yourself a lot better.
Oh yeah, for sure, big time. Like in fact, it was the first time they came and talked to me. They started getting on my nerves so much because like he was just being a smartass. I was like, "Will you cite the ordinance?" And he's like, called his buddy over there. He's like, "Hey, get your ticket book. This guy wants to be cited." You know? And I'm like, "You're such a douchebag, bro. Like, cite the ordinance." And they were just pissing me off. So like when they came back up there to interrupt, like I just didn't care. I could have done it way better, and I was reiterative and even asked the same question I shouldn't have asked. And so yeah, I could have done way better for sure. But no, it doesn't really change the base principle of it. And for him to just dishonestly represent it is kind of what's weird, right? But again, like I'm a flat earther. He probably thinks we landed on the moon. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Plus, it's just dangerous to ever shed positive light on a flat earther when your channel's that big. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense too, right? He probably, gets enough. He doesn't need to people starting to say he's a flat earther too when he's not.
Yeah, like exactly.
He wants to make sure,
Yep. High Impact Flicks covered it, and that's what he got. He just had, and in 99.999% of his channels has nothing to do with flat Earth. All of his videos, right? He just covers me because I had interaction with the cop, and then people are spamming the comment. Is this a flat Earth channel now? It's like, bro. So. Didn't read my Miranda rights. They did. I mean, they suck. I wasn't being nice to them, but I don't like them. So.
Do they really ever read you your rights?
No, I don't think I've ever been read my rights.
I don't think they have to for some reason. I think they're supposed to, but that got changed or something.
Well, they have to technically. I think it's if they're interrogating you. They have to inform you that what you say can be used against you. So not just like arresting you, but like interrogating you. That wasn't really the case there. They literally watched me do it.
And you fully admitted everything that you were doing, so.
Oh yeah. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the whole mask thing goes down, because I know they're going to tell me I have to wear a mask to go in there, and I'm not going to do it. So it's federal court, right? So federal property has a mandate basically right now, like you have to wear a mask on federal property, like. But I'm not, bro. I 100% am not.
That might be where if you want to play that game, you might want to get a lawyer involved. I have a feeling, okay, that they just won't let you in, and then when you're not standing there in front when they call your case, they're gonna say that you didn't show for a mandatory appearance, and then they're gonna hit you with that. That's it.
Yeah, FTA. Better to appear, but I'm not wearing the mask, bro. So like we'll figure it out. How about go get the judge right now then? I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll have to tape it now. And they say it's like illegal to tape there. It's like, it's just so stupid. The system's so stupid. But it is like, what? I guess it's Montana. They may be kind of chill about it. I don't know. Maybe I should call and ask.
When is your appearance?
19th. For 3 days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might want to. You might want to, yeah, call and see what information you can get about that.
Yeah, like the Mount Rushmore, I don't even know the court date yet. They're sending it to me. The Yellowstone is what I have on the 19th because I got pulled over the next day. They got another one.
Wait, what happened the next day?
Yeah, we were in Yellowstone and had this little Bluetooth speaker. So we stopped by this gas station that's right inside of Yellowstone. And I was like, why is everyone wearing masks? Did something happen? You guys are scaring me, you know? Like, just trolling them for like 4 or 5 minutes. And then we left and we got pulled over by a cop 2 miles into Yellowstone. And they cited me for ongoing activity requiring a permit without a permit. And he said, you can exercise your First Amendment in the park, but you have to have a permit. And I'm like, bro, I have it all taped on GoPro.
Was it another park ranger?
Yeah, yeah. And they had a bolo out for us.
Oh,
Be on
dude.
the lookout.
Yeah. You fucked with the feds, and now they're gonna fuck with you. Every single one of them.
Yep. Dude, I was hitting him in the feels though, bro. I was like, do you ever feel bad? Like, do you not feel bad at all when you go home? I was like, you're like a robot, dude. I don't think you have a soul. Like I was talking pretty crazy. I'm like, you know, my friend literally slowly bled out for my right to freely speak. Like slowly bled out, just so you know. And my dad missed my birth to be in Desert Storm under the principle of standing up for this. And then we have losers like you at federal parks, like they got some Jews, telling me I'm not allowed to freely speak. You know that we're going to pass on a slave state to our children and that you're going to be partially responsible. Are you going to go around and enforce the passports? Like I was going in on him, bro. So whatever. He just stood there. He didn't know what to say. But again, I also admitted what I did to him too, because I know the proper legal avenue is like not to say anything incriminating. I plead the fifth. But with this out of principle, I'm like, yeah, I was freely speaking. Yeah, for sure. You know, I don't even feel the need to do that.
Yes, I mean, especially with what you were saying there, Yellowstone, the mask thing. That to me, I think that's something that might hit with a lot of them guys. You know, flat Earth isn't going to, but that might. All the mandates and stuff like that.
Do we have people cheering? Do we have people cheering coming up to our RV thanking us? You know, so it's just like one Karen called in and give him a federal citation. Karen's pissed off.
Oh, it's probably literally just the be on the lookout. Like when you were at Mount Rushmore, they knew you were going from place to place. Another common stop's going to be Yellowstone. Like they called ahead. They said, "Hey, we got this guy that was fucking with us here. If you see him, stop him. Fuck with him."
Yeah, like they said that someone called and there was a Karen that got mad. He even walked up to this dude's like, "What's up with this guy?" And he's like, "I support what he's saying." And she's like, "I just think he shouldn't make us hear it." He's like, "As you're telling me your opinion, making me hear it, you know?" And So she just got in her car and stomped off. I wouldn't be surprised at all if she called. And what I heard when they're talking, they were like, yeah, I got an email about these guys, blah, 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 blah. And be on the lookout. Then they extended the be on the lookout inside of that park on the walkie-talkie in front of us. So I don't really know all the specifics. It's whatever. It's pretty funny. The Flat Earthers had a federal bolo out for them, though, for talking on a mic,
Yeah. It's you talk about like within the cops, it's like a fraternity. They all got each other's back, and it's it's even worse. I'm pretty sure when it comes to all these, we've talked about it before. I mean, state troopers, they're like that, and then you got your federal guys that are DNR and parks. Like, they just have a huge fucking chip on their shoulder. Like, they're just power happy, always just trying to. They got something to prove, little dick or something.
Yeah, for sure. What's so crazy about this one is we didn't even leave the RV. All we did was roll the window up in the RV. We were still in the vehicle, bro. Crazy, bro. And it's a little bit weaker. It's been like fifth as loud as that one.
So what did they give you on that one then? And is that a mandatory appearance?
Yes, federal mandatory appearance, and they gave me the same charge as the other one without disorderly conduct. It says ongoing activity requiring a permit without a permit.
Are these two separate charges, two separate court dates, or are they going on?
Yeah, separate court dates. Like one's in Mount Rushmore in South Dakota, and one's in Yellowstone in Montana.
Where else?
Good times.
Should you stop at the Hoover Dam and do it, or you want to just get everybody like?
Yo, I told Chris, I was like, dude, this is one of my flaws, bro. It's like the more they do this, now I literally want to see like how many national parks we can hit in a row.
Yeah,
like
get a picture of you getting arrested at every national monument.
For real, dude, make it like a big deal. I swear I thought about it. That day we were going to eat, and I was like, maybe we update the tour. And it was like hit every single one of them. First Amendment against the free speech zone I did. And then, but dude, that's just going to cost so much money and resources and time. Just like sucks.
Yeah.
And literally the First Amendment's like to address grievances of the government, right? So like while the government's giving us lockdowns and curfews and telling us what we have to wear and give us contradictory information and orders and literally taking over, I can't go to a national park and talk about that. Not even the flat earth, right? I'm just talking about that. I can't even talk about that while it's going on, which is the very purpose of the First Amendment. What a joke.
Pretty good sign of what's really going on.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, dude, I said, you know who else? I was like, oh, I can't speak unless it's approved, unless the government approved. So I want to come out here and I want to critique the government, but I need the government's permission. They have to approve what I'm going to talk about. That's ridiculous. And that's why the First Amendment says they shall make no law, because they would never do that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you don't see the intrinsic contradiction here? I was like, I will never comply to totalitarian orders. And he was like, what is that? He didn't know what totalitarian was. He wanted me to define it. I'm like, bro, this is why they cut your IQs off. And I was trying to be cordial to that guy. I was like, real chill. Have it on the GoPro.
See, that's the thing though, is when you're throwing those little ones, like telling them that they're stupid and shit, that's where they get it out for you. Like that one cop, you know how you had the two, the one seemed to just be going along with it. Like the one that was the dick that didn't like you was the younger one. And yeah, it was because you kind of made a personal attack on him. In my opinion, I think that's why he really pushed it.
Well, yeah, I did that like from the beginning, right? Like when they first came and talked to me, I was like, dude, what is it, Nazi Germany over there? That doesn't make sense. There's no such thing as free speech zones. I asked for the ordinance, and he's like, I was actually being pretty nice. I was just like, we deal with this a lot, just so you know. Like, I have the right to freely express myself. It's the First Amendment. A permit can't be used to stop. So I was actually trying to be nice, but he was just being a smartass from the beginning because he was like, this guy is not gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like he was just kind of flexing on me, and so then it just kept on progressing from there. So whenever everyone saw what they interpret as the initial interaction because of the live stream, that was way after he had already been super disrespectful, not been cooperative, gave contradicting orders, not provided the even cited the actual ordinance with the number. He didn't even do that. So I was just already fed up with him. I'm like, okay, well then we're not being detained, so I'm free to leave. So I'm gonna walk over here. I'm gonna do it, just so you know. And if you find the ordinance and you can actually cite it and tell me what it says, and you say I have to go to the amphitheater, then I'm willing to move to the amphitheater if I have to. You know what I'm saying? I was actually trying to kind of cooperate. And so then he comes back and just flips the script on me. So I'm like, I come off as a dick in the video, but I actually was trying to be pretty cooperative at the first interaction. And so that's why I was so frustrated, because they were just sitting there in the corner where the camera can't see them, watching me for like 5 minutes, trying to come up with their game plan of how to come get me. So I was just like, dude, just leave me alone, bro. But it's kind of a bad look. I wasn't very nice at all.
It was funny as hell that you said it, but I don't think it helped you. I think you might have, until you said that, I think you might have walked away without cuffs on. Like, and then you said that, and I think that's when he was like, "No, I'm gonna arrest this guy."
But the IQ thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really remember the specifics. I remember I told him that when he was taking me to the car. But I was like,
but you might. I don't know. I thought I remembered you saying it while you're still standing there, but maybe you were already cuffed.
yep, because the mic was still. I had that omnidirectional body mic on, so it picked me up like 100 yards away while he took me to the car. And I was like, this is why they give you IQ cutoffs. I bet you didn't know that, did you? He's like, oh. I was like, yeah.
I don't even see how it was an actual arrest. They take you just to a freaking parking garage, and that's considered an arrest now?
Yeah, he said federal arrest and release.
It's a ticket and release. Yeah, like there's a lot of things that they ticket and release for. It's still considered an arrest. It's just you're not getting booked. Like they're not printing you and stuff.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, whatever happens in this first one's probably going to have an impact on the next one, I would think. So we'll see how it goes. And I actually ended my lease in the middle of this tour, right? So it's getting sent to my parents' house. So my mom's gonna take a picture of the envelope from the federal government with my name on it, ask me if I want her to open it. I'm gonna have to say yes because I need the court date. It sucks.
She's gonna get one day and then be like, "Oh my god!" And then she's gonna get another one the next day too. And she's
what's so funny is my mom always says is just be careful, Austin. Don't get arrested or shot. And here we go, federal arrest. Popping up on her doorstep. My parents would actually have my back with this, though.
You haven't told her that it was coming?
No, I haven't told her yet. Just because I don't want to hear her freak out.
She might already got it.
Yeah, I should probably tell her. I was just thinking it's best to kind of control how much she overreacts to it. She'll be like, I just be, I didn't even think of it. It's not really a big deal. Like just how little I was concerned with it maybe would kind of rub off on her. You know what I'm saying?
It's way better if you tell her first than she just find out on her own.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I'm actually gonna just text her right now or whatever.
So if I got a short break, is there anybody in here who thinks they live on a ball? Besides the lunatic.
Why do you think I live? Why do you think I think?
Because you sound like you're spinning a little bit. I don't know.
No, I just got hit on the head, bro.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
You got a hole in
Yeah,
your head, you
sorry.
must think you live on a ball, right?
Wow, Lou,
Let's
did you
see.
fall and hit your head?
I might have. I don't know. What's a good witty response to that if we're gonna keep doing it? Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's so funny. Wait,
Either
what?
way,
You hit
no.
your head, Lou?
He hit his head.
Yeah, I just like this thumbnail of you in cuffs, and like it's a great thumbnail that Audit the Audit used right there in front of Mount Rushmore. We just got to get rid of the "Are you serious?" and that's one that you put in your portfolio of you getting arrested at all the monuments. You want one just like this, like at the Hoover Dam, at you know, Yellowstone in front of the sign. If you could, you got to go back and do it again a second time because I don't think you filmed it.
Yeah, and even if they don't arrest you, just ask them if they could cuff you for the photo shot. No, just kidding.
You just bring your own cuffs and go stand in front of a couple of rangers.
Yeah, really. That's a great idea. Bring your own cuffs, man. Perfect idea. Hey, would you take a picture with us with these handcuffs on me? Oh man, I don't know.
You look really
I know.
angry. Can you look really angry and point at the camera?
I know we're making light of it. I hope Witsit gets it. I'm sure he does.
It'll be great to show the kids. Oh yeah, I met your father when he was around getting arrested at every monument in this country. That's Kai in like 40 years, 50 years.
Gee, what happened?
Every time I come in here, it's dead.
You'll understand. But every time you speak up, it picks up again, though. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, you guys need to back up. You guys sound thirsty.
I was just doing an impression of Mrs. Gets It in like 50 years, telling the grandkids about how she met their grandpa while he was running around to all the monuments getting arrested, and then showing the scrapbook.
Could show them pictures like postcards, like here's one at Mount Rushmore. Here's one at
Yeah.
here's one at Yellowstone.
We're gonna be like, wow, you guys used to be able to go places like that?
Yeah, but we would
Oh
get
my
arrested
God.
every time. Couldn't go anywhere without getting arrested. There's some crazy times in 2020. 2021.
Seriously, though.
You used to be able to walk without a license? Wow.
Wait, Lou, I want to hear the impression.
Oh, it was just a real run of the mill like granny impression. I was like, oh, this is your grandpa when he was at Yellowstone. You know, like that was it.
That's funny.
Yeah, every time it's been hella dead today, yo. Are you guys okay? Did you get your shot or something?
It's been happening a lot lately with just no Globers. I don't know if we're chasing them all out too quick still, or if they're just too afraid.
Yeah. Maybe they're extinct. We have a shortage.
You would think there'd be more coming in, right? We're handing
Oh wait,
out
we have
cards all
X
over the
Gate,
place.
Gatekeeper. Are you there, Mr. Gatekeeper? You're muted now. You have to unmute yourself to figure it out. Oh, you're on a phone? Looks like you are. I don't see him typing anywhere either.
Ever since I got my genetic modification.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys not
gotta-
being nice to the Globers?
Nope.
You gotta tell them about the rooster booster.
Ever since I got my jab, you know how like when your leg falls asleep, my whole body feels like that. It's getting crazy. I've tried everything. I've tried buckets of water, alarm clocks. I guess I need me a rooster for the booster. We got no laughs.
I chuckled. I don't understand the rooster really, but like
Roosters wake you up, bro. Roosters wake you up. I need a rooster for the booster. My body's asleep.
All right.
Wake up. Wake up call.
Well,
I do like the accent and like in the whole shtick there. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try and do a little skit as Globers.
Sterile Harold and Sterile Carol.
Just my left side. Just my left side went to sleep. Everything on the left.
Ever since I got my COVID vaccine.
Hey Lou, look, I'm gonna post my shirt. You got to get one and wear it, okay?
It depends on the shirt. Hold on, I'm not agreeing yet.
No, you got to wear
Not
it.
agreeing yet. Show me.
We just use Uncle Bob as a scarecrow now. Because his whole body went to sleep.
In a world. That one? I could wear that. I could.
Yes.
Here, like some more of them.
No, I like it because it doesn't really say shit, so it's gonna get people like asking you. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck is that?" Like, in a world. I'll just do like you do, but I'll just start out the way you do with "in a world." Well, how does that go then? You just start talking about what do you just usually just end it right there. ... What do I just got to do my own thing after that, I suppose.
Yeah, sometimes I say in a world where no one knows what the world is. But normally I just say in a world to like, it's just a habit at this point, to be honest.
Ooh. A weird Austin tick. No, that was a bad joke.
Yeah. You like to know I don't have my papers?
I like the whole idea of it. I don't quite like the passport. Like it's just like a regular passport, isn't it? Like, I mean, shouldn't we have like an actual like COVID passport there, or no?
Dude, the Eagles hold needles, bro.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I couldn't really find one.
Yeah.
There's not really like a publicly
No,
available
I'm
actual
just saying, this one reminds me of trying to travel from place to place, which I suppose that's about to be a problem too. But as far as like when they're asking for you to go to the nightclub and stuff, that's a different kind of passport.
Just say no, you don't like it, Lou. Jeez Louise, did you bump your head?
I like it. I would probably change the image personally.
Thank you for being honest. I'm gonna keep it though.
Okay. So I think that's a great one to be wearing right now. Even just the words, "No, I don't have my papers." Just period.
Yeah.
That would be
Right.
good.
Yeah, I just ran into like a group of people. It's somebody over here at Union Square, in the middle of the city, and not Times Square, but Union Square, like 20 blocks, 30 blocks away from there. And they're just on the loud microphone. They got their stuff set up. Don't get the vaccine. Excuse me. Don't do anything unnecessary. And they're just like, blowing the horn. They got their banners out, and they're trying to get the word out. There's people out here trying to organize. They're trying, and then the mindless drones are just walking around them.
Yeah, bro, that
It's a
city
sad
was very
situation.
interesting. Pretty deflating. You just got thousands of people that are like just unaffected, just walk right by.
Oh, word. So you said the earth was flat. Oh, all right.
Yo, even whenever I was doing it off camera, just all about the masks and lockdowns and the shot and stuff, it's just like, bro, do you guys even have a soul? What is wrong with you?
New York is supposed to be a rowdy bunch, aren't they? Supposed to be.
No.
Where's the gangster mentality at? Like what happened?
Yo, that's what I was saying on the mic too. I'm like, everyone acts like New York's so rowdy and rebellious. You guys are a bunch of slaves. I might only see I've been in, everyone acts like they're G's. Like, look, I'm a gangster. I'm wearing my mask because the government told me to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not a G.
Yo, watch what you're doing. I'm trying to Discord here. What the fuck?
Dude, the kids at school for a while now. It's been a while now, but there was a flip where what once was the cool kids was not the nerds. Like when we went to school, for a while now, the cool kids are the nerds. That's just how it's been. And when it comes to rap, go ahead and look. When you started seeing like rainbow colored hair and rappers, like you knew it was over. Like the thug was gone.
Yeah, for sure. The dresses should have gave it away.
Yeah,
that's true. That there's a different demographic that they're serving now. So yeah, the dude with the black nail polish and the dirty ass nails. I can't stand it. It's it's sad. I'm not saying it was cool when they were gangsters, because that was also a mentality given to them and glorified by media. You know,
But at least it was like buck the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like your public enemy shit. Like that's like back in the day. Like that was stuff that had a
would be a
message.
saying, you think that air that you're breathing, people actually think that they're thinking, and they're not. It's crazy.
Yo, like when Pac would do his interviews, even he was like just exposing the government, you know. And now it's like everyone can smoke weed legally. They got no beef with the government. Except their taxes. You'll hear some rappers complain about taxes every once in a while.
I mean, I wonder if they really even pay any. You know, like I feel like that's just like they have to publicly scare people into doing it. I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. I just know some people don't, some people do, and I don't really know what happens to either party. I have no idea. One
If you
party
get your
says nothing
360,
happens.
yeah, I mean, if you get your like 360 deals, which are what most rappers have, they probably take care of the taxes for you. Like I don't know. Russ says in a song, he's like, I paid $1 million to the government. I hate taxes. When I say the government, I mean the mob. I hate that shit. And he really probably does have to pay taxes, right? Because he's like independent. I don't know. Really, no one has to pay them in actuality. There's also a capital gains loophole that most rich people know about.
Dude, I'm not even gonna try to give you the statistic, but I remember hearing one that was really bad for like rappers. Most of them end up broke after they've made, buku bucks, like big money. They end up broke after not too much time.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's because they live a lifestyle that's
what were NFL contracts? 360.
Yeah, like 360.
I know it's not funny, but it really isn't funny, because you enslaved a specific portion, and that's those classes. You enslave them mentally, and they're the most vulnerable psychologically when you take all that shit away, and you use your media arm to basically delegitimize everything that person, fucking grew under and strive for his entire life.
Yeah, I mean, you took them out the hood, bro. You took someone out the hood, and then you're like, here, bro, sign this 360 deal, and you can have a $2 million house and a Bentley. So they're like, okay, run it. So
it's going on a credit card. It's all right. I'll get you later.
Yeah, like that's what they did. Literally, they gave them like $3.5 million, so they'll go on their song talking about I got signed for $3.5 million. But really, the label told them, but you gotta keep up appearances, so you have to have at least a few nice cars. You got to have nice jewelry. You got to have a nice house. They spend the $3.5 million for them effectively, and then they're on tour for the next year and a half or 2 years, and they're having to put out a certain amount of albums just to catch up with that $3.5 million they already spent. Right? Like they're not actually making money. Very stupid. Like, yo, you spend $100,000 on something you wear on your neck, you're dumb, bro.
You can just rent that for a night, right? Just wear it. Like, why you gotta buy it?
Yeah, it's crazy. They probably hit them. They're like, damn, I got like 10 $100,000 chains. I can only wear them one at a time. So then they just wear them all at the same time because they feel like they got.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's this dude on YouTube. Like, you know how you can see our logic in other people who are arguing other things. It's just not flat Earth. And you're like, yo, if you literally applied that to flat Earth, like if you thought about the Earth for a second and you applied that same logic, you would be a flat earther. Like, have you ever had that, like, feeling from watching somebody?
Yeah, sure.
So there's this guy on YouTube, and I had just found him, and he details how Nipsey Hussle is just a character, and how these people like, and now I don't know if they die or not, but the very weird circumstances around the entire story, and the fact that it happens over and over, and we all know I'm no coincidence theorist. That being the case, like when you put certain things side by side and how the story, rolls out, and the things that you could do to verify it, but it just so happens to be that you can't verify it because of some kind of circumstance, right? Like this is what he's outlining. He's making me think with his the flat earthers talking to me. It's almost like you guys are making me think because I'm coming to the conclusion that the earth is flat. Well, I'm coming to the conclusion when they say the industry is fake, like dead ass, they could all be a part of like some federation like WWE. All of them. Like you know how there was a Def Jam roster and they had that game with all, they could literally all be actors and we don't know. Like you get somebody who's hood famous and they have a different. I've been hood famous. No, well, not really, but no. Other people that are actually hood famous, they have a different path than the mainstream ones that continue on and on and on and on. They have something kind of different, organic, and it happens. And obviously, because they're not as controlled when they're not really useful anymore. Well, all you do is take away the media, and they're still hot. They still do what they do, but nobody knows what they're doing because this whole thing is set up like none of it is organic, and they give it to you so that you feel like you need it. But the whole thing is, I've never known anybody like personally, and I'm not saying that somebody else doesn't know anybody famous, but I've never known anybody like superstar Jay-Z status where they were from the hood and they got beyond being independent and stayed real. Like I don't know anybody like that, or anybody who even made that transition for me to say, well, they were real and now they're fake. And I've been around a lot of musicians throughout my lifetime, a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough, right? Because you do know how the hood is, right? Like they'll turn on you in a heartbeat and just look at you as a lick. Like I don't really know. Like with the Nipsey thing, there's a lot of implications. If he was set up, then it's like, so did they want you to think Dr. Sabi was legit? Is what he said actually not legit? Because he started doing the documentary on Dr. Sabi, and then that really suspicious story of how he died happened right after that, after he announced it on whatever it's called, Breakfast Club.
Right. But then it's so weird because they stopped, like, it's, first of all, Dr. Sabi's, like, whole organization, it got taken over by, I don't know, siblings. But according to certain siblings, they claim that the people who control, like, the things that are proprietary is not them. I don't understand that. I don't understand what's going on. But the bottom line is, the bottom line is like I don't want to say that's kind of besides the point, but I mean the other aspect to all this is I had no fucking idea who Nipsey Hussle was. Nobody I know. There are only people that I know through media that claim they've known him so well. This dude brings up information about, people that grew up because he had a store in that area called the Marathon. But what people don't know, especially black people, because black person owns it, blah 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 blah. Jay-Z owns the whole Nets team. Oh shit, like or whatever. You know what I mean? That's how they think. But the bottom line is he didn't own the store and he wasn't there for that long. So on top of that, like him growing up in whichever area, like dude said it's kind of sus that he grew up in this area, but we didn't know him. He didn't go to the zone school we went to. When I say zone school, meaning like I grew up in the hood, and if my mom didn't fight tooth and nail to do what she did to have me go somewhere else, I would have went to my zone school with the rest of the dudes that I grew up with.
Right.
So what I'm saying is very weird to not know somebody from your hood, either from seeing them around or going to school with them because you grew up there. So nobody knows him. Nobody knew where his music came from. And his music only got really popular after he died. And all of everything that's important is centered around Dr. Sabi. So I guess we can throw that in there too.
But his music
don't
is
know.
low key trash, bro. I know it's not a popular opinion, I guess. I don't even think he has a good flow, bro.
I didn't like it either.
Trash, bro. I guess I even recognized that he was from New York.
Was he? Oh, you mean Dr. Sabi?
Oh, no, okay,
Was he?
yeah.
Wait a
I thought you
minute.
were saying
What?
Nipsey was from New York.
33
No.
years.
No,
33 years.
Nipsey
Dude,
is
30, I'm sorry, 33 years old. Dude was 33.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Nipsey is supposed to be from somewhere in the West Coast.
Yeah,
And he's
Cali,
supposed to be a part of this Rolling 60s. But that's the thing. Like the dude says, like people will say, oh, they knew you and all of that. But when you step back and you really talk to your real homeboy, and there's like no video and no nothing like that, and you ask them like, yo, who knows him? Like they're unlike when they're fronting for the camera, like, yeah, I know him, we did this and that and third. Really, nobody really knows him. And when he's speaking like that, I just feel this genuineness, like I know what you mean. Like the kind of shit like when you get together with your boys and you start talking about conspiracies. Like there's a certain feeling or a certain rawness, a certain organicness that you feel when y'all are telling the truth. Just like when we're talking to each other versus when a glober or a fake ass flat earther comes in, we can feel it. We can, for whatever reason, we can read it or pick up on it. So when he's saying what he's saying about being like all the stuff that he found, I'm like, this dude is making sense because he's saying things that I thought about, but put to the back of my mind for the sake of the story that the media was putting to me. When I was still into a little bit of that stuff. Like in the same way, I didn't think about the things that really bothered me about the globe and heliocentric model. I put it to the back of my mind for the sake of the story. So this is what I'm saying is the parallel to the logic. It sounds kind of the same, just a different situation.
They probably just took him in for their meeting with the label, and they gave him the Pfizer before it was popular. Because it's sold, bro. Allegedly.
Yeah. Oh, do you have you have the two videos that I've been sharing, right? The Mark Crispin Miller and the Mongolian meerkat termination.
No.
Yeah, those are single-handedly some of the most beautiful videos that I have, because again, one of them is from Mark Crispin Miller, who is that NYU professor. So I mean, people really gonna say he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about because he's what are they gonna say other than, oh, okay, well, let me check it out and see if what he's saying is valid.
Shoot it to me, bro.
And then there's the actual video from the guy that did the PCR test, like literally on video saying that you think that you can put a blood sample. I don't even know if I can really say this stuff, but I mean, it is what it is. What am I? Anyway, I'll send you both videos.
Appreciate it. Carrie Mullis. I'm convinced they're all sodomites. All the rappers.
Right? Because you could just kind of tell about T-Boy, you know?
Yeah, like they did something.
You really can tell. And it's almost like so many people on TV are look, I have homies. Listen, I don't have a problem with homosexuality.
I have
Well,
homies too.
I don't know if I'm gonna say I don't care what you do, right? I care about people, but what you're gonna do is what you're gonna do, and I'm not. I mean, it is what it is. You know, my morals, damn them, they're not. They don't. Whatever. You're gonna do what you're gonna do. But I'm just saying that when you look at TV, it's more like it just seems like everybody's pretending to be straight. You know what I mean? Versus just a whole bunch of straight people, and then it just seems like, man, that dude is really dainty, or really, but no, but they pretend to just not be what I'm thinking they are. And they call them metrosexuals, and you got these people, whatever. Okay, whatever.
How many straight dudes were in drama at your school?
What the real thing is. I mean, shit. Maybe I live in Sodom. So seriously, because everybody, listen. I just never considered the guys because I'm not interested in guys. I was very happy that pretty much, majority of the girls that I came in contact like girls. Always a potentiality for a threesome. Yay, right? And it never really struck me as weird. It's just like, you know what, whatever. But something I always chose to ignore, when you get around a group of guys, I don't know about anywhere else, but here in the city, when you get together with a group of guys, everybody's chilling, drinking, and smoking. They get all touchy and romancy, and that shit is like real weird. I don't know. And it's like majority of they all when the women aren't around and you're just chilling with your quote unquote homies, they act weird. Like we're 5 minutes away from.
Whoa.
It's nasty. I'm not can't even say it's nasty, but
not my homies,
whatever,
man.
Whatever.
I always thought, like, joking around like that was a form of showing your distaste for it. You're like mocking it a little bit.
So you know what I'm talking about then. You see it that way. I see it as y'all niggas might really be gay.
Straight up.
That's it.
Yeah, you can tell someone's joke should be like, you're disgusting.
All day long.
Like
you mad gay. You look like you sucking a big ass dick. Ew. You just
like a derogatory
that shit, my G. Look at you. Ew,
Yeah, like,
shut up.
You don't really see girls do that kind of stuff though.
No, because there's no such thing as gay females. Let's be real.
True.
Well, they just do it. They don't even.
Yeah, they just do it like out of boredom and whoredom.
True. I didn't think of it like that.
There is no acting like with girls they're just girls, but with guys
it's a whole other level of gay, bro.
I think with guys it's like a different level.
There's very strict rules about this when you're a guy. Like nobody really knows the rules when you're a girl. Like it's
It's like you can tell they're just playing around.
When two girls do it, it's quirky, but when two guys do it, it's like there's no coming back to it.
It's gay. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a pillow princess, but I'm not a lesbian.
Every quote unquote lesbian just like pissed off at her last boyfriend. Anyway, it's all gross to me. Back in the day, I would have been like, "You're hella lame for saying that," but
I'm hearing a bunch of pre-latent homosexual tendencies. What the fuck is going on?
You like it, don't you?
No. Just come out of the damn closet, man.
Hell no, you stay your ass in that closet, bro.
Whatever you gotta
You're
do.
the same. You're the same guy that was on here the other day saying, "Don't have sex. Sex is bad." Like, I like you, bro. You got the same name as my oldest nephew, but sometimes the shit comes out of your mouth is so fucking dumb, bro.
Oh my god.
Someone's triggered, bro. Jeez Louise.
Damn, Winston, I think he's ready for a
I mean,
fight.
like dumb.
Ooh, let's go. Let's go.
Are you okay, bro?
Ding, ding, ding.
When did I say
got
sex was bad? That's how you make babies.
Wait, who was he even talking about?
I don't know.
Or two?
Flirt, fight. Flirt, fight.
All right,
Can
so
I,
let's just
can I put something on? Can I put something on the record?
Ding, ding, ding.
Cat fight.
I don't know in what other setting or where else I'm gonna say this. I feel like what in the love of fuck is like, but because matter of fact, this might not be this might not because I'm thinking about whether I should share it or not. But then there's never mind.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Just do it, man. DM it to Mike. Mike will do it. I'll take one for the team. I'm always the motherfucker that gotta say shit motherfucker don't want to say. What the fuck is going on?
If you're gonna say it, I'm gonna go ahead and say it then. I
He
know
said, let the play
I
happen.
know a lot of you guys don't watch porn. I'm still on my journey, all right? I'm still trying to kick my habits, right? Listen, but for whatever reason, I saw this gorgeous nurse. No, she was a doctor actually. She was Middle Eastern, right? I think they're gorgeous. Oh goodness. So I said I'm looking up Desi porn, right? And I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, yo, it's not just one of them. Every video I could find was like, I don't know, it's like cardboard having sex with cardboard. And I was like, what is going on with that whole area? Like, it's the worst sex here isn't anything like any of those videos. Like, just go ahead and check it out for research purposes. How is a whole nation? How does it look like that?
Chill, bro.
No, because there's good and there's bad, and there's over there.
This man said research purposes.
Man, Elijah's on fire lately. I don't know.
This man talking about cardboard.
Damn, bro.
No, ES. No, you know what? I can't even because we're on the live. You heard what I said already, though. I mean,
you said cardboard on cardboard, bro. I lost it, bro.
Cardboard on cardboard. That doesn't sound too exciting.
If you watch it, that's what it looks. It looks like Cartman on Cartman, for real. I'm not talking. I'm not even talking about like. I'm not saying that they're unattractive or anything like that. Like they had some gorgeous. They just, it's not even it's about the rhythm, but I'm dead ass talking about like it's the most awkward. Like they shouldn't be doing it, and I'm like, well, we do it so well that I'm including everyone else. I know what I do, and I'm like, I don't know how much of a sinner I am. Is it that I'm supposed to be nice and better than that, or are they not? Are you not supposed to do it and not supposed to enjoy it, and they're doing it the right way, and I'm inside of? I'm trying to figure out.
I think we should maybe move on, but nah, bro. You're supposed to enjoy it, my man. You're supposed to do it good, bro. Okay.
Look, if you're trying to get all biblical with it, I think you're doing it wrong anyway, right? So, like,
I'm just gonna say rhythm isn't sinful. Okay.
Well, music, you know what they say about that.
It's God given.
Rhythm's not sinful, bro.
I'm telling you, check it out. You won't understand until you see it for yourself.
I don't want to see it. Eli.
Yeah, me either. I'm gonna pass.
Wait, I gotta address this though. So you're talking about sex was bad, dude. First of all, sex is how everyone is here. Okay, it's how you reproduce. So I never said sex was bad, right? But you're supposed to have sex with intentions. I gotta say, yeah, there's sex with intentions of impregnating someone. That's why you're supposed to do it. And they've desensitized it, where everyone just runs around, just slipping off in everybody. And that's not how it's supposed to be. And you're supposed to be willing to protect and provide for that woman for life to make babies. So
unmarital sex is bad, okay, and a godly marriage is okay, okay.
But anyway, and all I was saying is that there's no such thing, in my opinion, there's no such thing as like gay females. That's all I'm saying. Jeez Louise, someone got so mad.
How is that? No, why is that the case?
I don't know. It's just an opinion. Okay.
Nah, you can't. No.
I'll debate that.
You can't hold that opinion only because the reason that males can't be gay is a moral biblical one.
No. The biblical reason you can't. No, listen, man. Biblically, they're both bad. You can't do either one of them. All I'm saying is like girls imitate dudes. That's my point. Girls imitate. I don't want to get too like specific, right? But like girls imitate dudes even when they're quote unquote gay. That's all I'm saying. So,
technically, but if we want to get technical, gay actually comes from Ganymede, which was the male. He was the god of partying and excess, and he was Zeus's, or one of the gods' gay lovers. So that's where the term like gay actually comes from. That's why we're gonna have a gay old time. It stopped meaning that and became happy, and then they were like, it actually means this, and then they kind of re-hijacked their word. So I was gonna say it used to be in the ancient past, a few decades ago, they differentiated. They said gay and lesbian.
Gotcha.
They were part of the gay community, but they were not gay. It was gays and lesbians. They differentiated themselves.
It's definitely different.
So now today they don't. Today they just call it that. I think it's just colloquial. If you want to get on a technical term, I think when they were calling gay men, it was because of the act of sodomy, which females don't have the equipment. So that's kind of why. It's an equipment thing.
In a world where people secretly hate me.
How about a dildo?
Whoa.
How about a vagina outfit in the street with a dildo? Is that gay?
Man, have you guys been seeing the moon lately?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times.
The first dildo is probably a banana.
Sodomy results in death, you know what I'm saying? No big deal. Move on.
I'm sorry. Excuse me for 1 second. I just want to drop some quick knowledge. I had to do a couple dishes real fast. I wasn't really listening. But I see a lot of stuff being spoken in here about Bob. And I'll give you this, Witsit. Maybe some CIA agent said something about trying to kill him because there was an attempt on his life. But he did get on stage and sing that night. And he died from gangrene from a soccer injury. He did not want to have a part of his body removed. He was Muslim. He wanted to leave this world the way he came in. And that's what I know about Bob Marley. He's a dead man now. He's resting in peace. You want to talk shit about him and fucking ruin his legacy? Go ahead, but I'm not.
All right, I get to respond.
Time out.
So for what I was defending Bob. Wait, no, I get to. Bro, okay, I was the one talking about it. So I was defending Bob Marley. I used to have the dude up on my wall. Okay, we were talking about how most people in the industry are sold out, and we were talking about how Bob Marley was the exception. He also wasn't Muslim. He was Rastafarian. And a CIA agent came out on his deathbed and said that he was told to kill Bob and that he disguised as a journalist, gave him a pair of Converse Chuck Taylors, and that it had a little needle in it that was supposedly poked him. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. All I did was say that's what the guy came out on his deathbed and claimed. Okay, he did speak out against the government. I'm saying I think he was one of those rare situations. There was generic growth, or I mean, like a genuine growth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And maybe it wasn't. I know it was Rastafari. I know it was Rastafari, but I heard he found the Muslim.
You can keep trying to talk over me. I'll keep rumpusing you.
No, go ahead.
Livestream is not the place for personal agendas, personality clashes, or fights, bro. Get over it.
I just thought I heard
won't
before
warn you again.
he found the Muslim way. That's all.
I don't know about all that. I was saying I think the government actually tried to kill him. I think he was one of the few real ones.
Yes, that is true. That was the when he got shot at before he went on stage that night. It was a political group trying to stop his music. Yeah, you're right.
Typically.
I'm becoming a radical, so I don't trust anyone who hasn't mentioned Flat Earth. I don't give a fuck who they are anymore.
Well, you know, Damian Marley low-key slid it in his song, you know.
I
He said back in the day, the earth was flat. If you went too far, you would fall off. Now the earth is round. If the shape change again, everybody will start to laugh. And the song he has with Nas called Patience.
Oh.
Then Nas says, who made up words, who made up numbers, and what kind of spell is mankind under?
On the road, on.
I need to hear them say, yo, you know what I'm tired of?
Talking about Damien?
There's too many not diet woke, quiet woke people out there. That's a new term right there. It's too many. It's
yeah,
too many
that's the term.
People.
Yeah, it's quiet woke for real, bro.
Yeah,
that's like the most famous.
Damian Marley is the jam. Bob, he was true blue. He was trying to unite humanity. Bob Marley was trying to unite humanity.
Yep. Yeah, like B.O.B., you know, everyone knows he came out and talked about the earth, right? That's actually how I found out about it. He says that most famous rappers know the earth is flat. They will just never say anything because they would lose like over 90% of their stream of income. So he claims that they almost all know it. They talk about it in private, you know, even like you know how like the ballers hang out with the rappers. He said they all know it. Just like Kyrie was one of the few that came out for the NBA. Steph tried to for a second. B.O.B. came out. Most of them just don't because of money. I know plenty of very rich people. I actually personally know a few millionaires that know the earth's flat. And they say that all of their wealthy friends, a lot of them know it or have seriously considered it or think it's very possible. They'll just never publicly say it because it would jeopardize their reputation, i.e. their income. So that's quiet woke for you. I think it's everywhere. I think you'd be amazed how many people think the earth could be flat.
That's literally every look. If you watch the Mark Crispin video, he says his career took a turn in 2004 when he was trying to wake people up. All of a sudden, not only did they quiet him, but the left media went on the attack against his book, calling him a what? Calling him a conspiracy theorist. And then he is like, when the fuck did this thing become a thing? And then he goes back to the 60s where the CIA put out this memo basically saying what you need to do is shame these people for being conspiracy theorists and contact all your media assets and have them basically, you know,
blackball.
That's how they did it. That's how they did it. And he basically said the same thing about what's going on with him. You know, they dead ass made Steph Curry. I mean, the cuck he is, right? He looks like one, right? He straight up. They told him, "You better walk that shit back." And he put on some moon boots.
He straight up came out with moon shoes. Yeah. But what's so crazy about it is this happened to Owen Benjamin, where he literally got blackballed from all venues, couldn't be booked anywhere for his comedy just because he stood up against like transgender children, right? Transgenderism in children and how it's child abuse. So like B.O.B. says that most of the venues won't book him, that they won't put most of his music on Apple Music anymore. They blackballed the Elements mixtapes, and he was already a crazy famous rapper, and they still blackballed him. And he's like signed. He has a label signed under T.I., and he still got blackballed. So like that's the whole thing. Everyone knows what'll happen to you. They don't assassinate you. They character assassinate you now. They can't kill B.O.B. because everyone will go listen to his music and they'll find Elements. That's the worst thing they could do. So they make him effectively disappear while he's still here. That's the whole game now, right? So for most people, it's just all about money, bro. Especially people that work their whole life to get wherever they are, whatever, blah, blah, blah. To me, there's no justification, but that's why I still think B.O.B. is such a legend, just because he actually did. He came out and dropped 4 mixtapes that are just all conspiracies.
Yep, he's the only one. I'll say what you want about him, but he met my criteria for all I can ask for in a rapper. So he's the only one I like.
Yo, and he goes hard, dude. He's like, he's like, history shows for speaking up. He said words the wealthiest rappers will never utter. History shows for speaking up. My whole life is at risk. Yeah, I'm cocky kamikaze. Who gonna stop me? Anunnaki, Illuminati, neo-Nazis. They do me how they do Cosby. When you win it, they gonna love you till you lose, like Ronda Rousey. So he says he knows, like he knew the possible implications, and he still did it, right? And like he knew, he's like I quit the rap business, made millions with a non-threatening black image, right? And his other song, he's like, if we're still comrades, why you still locked up in them contracts? So he fully understood the implications of what he was doing, and he did it anyway. He's like, I'm good for life. I don't really need another hit. If you want to bury me, you better get the shovel and you better make it deep enough where no one will recover me. So like that's why he's dope, because he knew what was going to happen, but he did it anyway, and he was willing to die to do it, and that deserves a salute, right? Like there's no one else that's really done it.
Yeah, it's crazy that I can't, because rappers, and I hope I know y'all no, because y'all probably are listening. I really believe like this topic is so. Then again, I don't know, but the thing is, rappers are such fucking dick riders because every trend that comes along, down to a fucking cadence, meaning the way that you rap, the pattern that you rap in, they'll adopt the cadence.
Yep.
Flat Earth was the hottest topic it probably still is the most searched term, second to nothing. Second place was Donald Trump, and everybody spoke about Donald Trump.
Yeah, 2015.
Isn't Bob
and
the guy that,
none of the rappers
for $1 million?
None of the rappers did what they usually do.
Right. Yeah, I
By
mean,
dick
I think
riding, 'cause that's what they are.
Donald
They did none of it.
Trump and Hillary Clinton, I think, were like the most Google terms, and then Flat Earth was right behind it in 2015. And that's insane because that was probably the most hawked election in modern history. Everyone was talking about it and Googling it, and Flat Earth was right up there with that. So that just shows you it's too dangerous. It ends your career. It would end your career. It ended B.O.B.'s career, bro. He doesn't really do anything now. And he was already super famous. He was like signed with Adidas famous, and it still ended his career. So
yeah, I never heard that. That's a crazy story, bro. I never knew the facts on that. Hey, did you guys see that Doggy Diamond thing where he had the dude go on there and expose like they had planned out what they were gonna do with hip hop like before it even blew up, you know? So all the rappers had to talk about violence and criminality a lot if you wanted to get on the major labels.
That's exactly what I was just didn't I just say that?
Briefly, you breezed past it, yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't hear it. Yeah, that's just fucked up because that makes all rappers that, I mean, not all of them because some of them really live that shit. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of like everybody sold out. I never did. I never wanted to talk about that shit. But I knew everybody that was doing it was being mandated to, and that's why I thought it was whack, you know?
Yeah. And now what they do, and I even put this in my song. What they do now is they get rappers to glorify mental health and drug abuse, right? Because if they glorify mental health as if it's cool, then like children grow up, they're like, it's cool to be depressed or feel all alone, and then they go get these psychiatric medicines. So they've created the demand for what they have the supply of, right? So like they've now even integrated, in addition to the violence and vulgarity and promiscuity, it's also like mental health and dependence upon pain pills, or just pills in general, Xanax and Dros and Perks and codeine
That's
syrup.
wild.
Yeah.
What about the word ruhipna and the word hippie and the word hip hop and hypnosis? You know what I mean? That can't be a coincidence. Can't be a coincidence.
Nah, bro. And we know the party that you're not even allowed to say their name is the one that's behind all of the music industries that put out the rap music. Zionists.
Yo, I was watching. Who was I watching? I don't know who I was watching, but dude was like, "Yo, it's not a coinky dink that they're running like everything from." Okay, so here's how you validate this. Okay, who are the executives in music? Okay, who are the executives in radio? Okay, who are the executives in like sports entertainment and all of that? Okay, who are the executives in the ones that own all of the publications? Uh-oh.
Yeah, they're all the
Answer
Zionists.
A, black guys. Answer B, white guys. Nah, let me not keep going.
Grabblers. Answer C, grabblers. But look, and I'll stop talking about this, but so B.O.B. dropped Water, Fire, Earth, Air, the 4 Elements mixtapes. They're all about conspiracies, right? And then he dropped an album called Ether right after that. And in Ether, the first song is called Fan Mail. And so he's like reading these people, like what they say to him. I used to be a fan and blah, 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 blah. And then he gets down after the second hook, he gets down to the second verse and he says, like he's answering the phone like, hello, Bob, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're losing your core fan base and your views. Let me show you how to flow. Let me show you how to make music. Obviously, you clueless. How I know? Because I'm Jewish. Oh, is that unruly for me to say so rudely? So he straight up calls him that out too, bro. Like he calls it out. He's like, it's like the execs are like gonna call and say, you're losing your core fan base and your views. Let me show you how to flow. Let me show you how to make music. Obviously, you clueless. How I know? Because I'm Jewish. Oh, is that unruly for me to say so rudely? So like, yeah, this dude went hard, bro.
He
Yeah.
did. That was B.O.B. I don't know. He's an anomaly. I don't know.
He even says that. He's like, if you want to get to, like I was big with the B.O.B. thing. I knew every word of that mixtape 4 years ago, all the mixtapes. But he's like, if you want to get to, he said, I'm good for life. I don't really need another hit. If you want to bury me, you better get to shuffling. You better make it deeper enough where no one will recover me. I'm Bobby Ray, a modern day anomaly. And he's like, drug money, drug money, drug money, blood money, blood money, blood money. For God's sake, there's an all-seeing eye on the back of the dollar. We can't even trust money. You need to understand who you're dealing with. These are the type of people that'll kill a whole village, build a building, and say it's just business. He said, last year I did a show on a continent in a country with a struggling economy. Who the hell you think paid for it all? Sure ain't rocket science and sure ain't trigonometry. So like he not only cut out all of his money, he started going to all these different countries that haven't got to hear this truth and spent his own money to put on shows for him. So he was on a wave 4 years ago where he was just like, I'm going kamikaze, bro, and he was like really thought he'd be able to change everything. And even he really couldn't. Like he woke me up. So I don't know. It's just like, it's somewhat deflating in a way if you look at it like that, but it's all good. We still have to fight the fight, But if someone that's signed to TI and has been all over the TV and signed to Adidas, dropped Strange Clouds with Lil Wayne and all, right? Like,
Well,
and then he comes out and still gets blackballed.
Well, he's a star, right? Like he used all of his light. He sacrificed himself. I don't know if this is true, but let's just choose to look at it like this. It might not be true at all. I could just be asking you to engage in mass hysteria, but like just thinking about him being a star, trying to share the truth after he amassed so much energy, only to burn out, fully hoping that he would ignite enough people to start a revolution.
Yeah, he
Now
probably
got a
wouldn't
witness,
believe
but
that.
he's probably really disappointed that it didn't jump off the way it should have.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't believe you if you told him 4 years ago that nothing would happen effectively, right? Like he'd be like, "There's no way." Like he thought he was the one that was finally going to just do it. Where you have this route you can go where you just make endless amounts of money and don't have to worry about anything. Keep the truth to yourself, the safe route. And he's like, "No, I'm gonna go the other way, kamikaze, potentially die, and I'll change it for good." And it didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't. So can you really blame him for like just falling off? And what do you do? I would say you keep on making the music, but you got to kind of be realistic too. I mean, if you really listen to Elements, those are some of the most like well orchestrated lines I've heard in a long time, and he covers just about every major conspiracy in it.
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Hey
Not
guys.
to knock your,
Then you got Lord Jamar, who did that had Bro Sanchez on a couple of years ago. And then you got the Killer Priest podcast. Here's the thing, and this just ties back into my point that I was making earlier about there's people being dick riders in general. So that was some of the highest engagement Lord Jamar got. On Killer Priest podcast, he literally says, "Yo, this is the most engagement we got in a long time, ever. It's the most engagement we got ever. It is really cracking off because they were talking about flat Earth. You're not going to talk about it once a month after that? Get the fuck out of here. You know, somebody's telling you don't do it, or like, there's no way you're going to have success in talking about a topic and not not ride the wheels, not ride the wheels till the rims fall off. You know what I mean? Or ride the car, whatever the expression is.
Yeah,
Hey,
I just sent
guys.
you a DM. My bad. Go ahead. Sorry, I was about to say we interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh, so I was listening to you guys talk about BOB and stuff like that for the last few minutes. So I know Wikipedia is not the best source, but you know, it's a starting point. So I was looking at his discography, right? And so I know you guys have talked about this Elements album numerous times and it's not listed. So I clicked on Ether in 2017 after the Elements album. And so then under like the credits for the studio album and, you know, just above where it says a single from that album, it says BOB Chronology and it has the link for the Elements album on it. So I guess Wikipedia doesn't like to, I guess, show that that's part of his discography. I mean, it was a separate album from Ether, right?
Yeah. It was 4 different separate mixtapes.
Yeah, so it's kind of the link to this album and everything is kind of hidden, is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, like it wasn't on Apple Music for like 3 or 4 years. It might be now, but it wasn't at first, so it's super hidden. And Ether's like real mainstream, right? So that's why they show that one.
Yeah, but unless you knew what you were looking for, if you've never heard any of his discography before, you wouldn't find it.
No.
The Ether, the Elements album. You'd have to know what you're looking for or find it by
Yep.
accident.
That's why they can't kill him, I think, because if they killed him, everyone would go find Elements, and it'd be over. So he's really kind of smart. He kind of protected himself. As opposed to just getting drunk and going crazy on a live stream one night, they'd have killed him, right? But he just dropped it all in and out and mixtapes, so they really can't kill him now because you know, when people die, everyone wants to then give you your roses, you know, so everyone's gonna go look at his music. That's why I think he's still alive. Because I was listening to it again the other day. I was showing Kai some of it, and I was like, I forgot how hard this really is. Like, it's like, how is this dude alive, you know? But I think that's why he's alive, is because they couldn't kill him, or it'd backfire.
How's his GoFundMe for his spaceship going?
I don't know.
That and the clone thing, you know, I don't know.
Yeah,
Unless
he says,
there's
show your
more to
belly
wake
button
up
if you're
to.
not a clone.
Good.
I don't know. He said, clone politicians, I'm sleep, though. Like, I never, that's the one thing he said that I didn't, like, already know about and agree with. So for me, I just breezed past it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, he's getting misinformation. Also, he has the picture with him holding the Flat Earth Society thing, you know?
But here's the thing: what if Flat Earth Society was legitimate before it was what it was now? You know
Yeah, I
how
don't know.
they do. You know how they do.
Also, they backed us into this corner where we're kind of like, we got to take what we can get. You know what I'm saying? So like 1.1 million subs covered me, and he's bashing me, but I'm not like upset about it. I'm like, whatever. 1 million views, 100,000 views in 10 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. At this point, we just want the word out there so bad. It's like people really hate Mark Sargent for doing the Flat Earth Society thing, and I think he probably regrets that now. But like, you're just kind of in a position where you're like, I just want to get it out there somehow, no matter what I have to do. Like, he was going to agree to a McDonald's commercial for Pancake Day. Personally, with our current situation, I think he should. I think he should do that. Because we just want the word to get out there, like, over and over and over.
I'm becoming more empathetic to these figures because I mean, again, the higher up you are, like it comes with a cost. I'm just some grunt on the ground, you know. That's me. You know what I mean? There's a lot of shit at stake for a lot of people, you know? Like you never know who turned to someone's door late at night. Meanwhile, you're cursing them out. Why you didn't say this? And why have you changed? And all like I feel like people put their neck on the line once and they expect that to be all they need to do to spark this big movement. And then people just go, oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. What's
Yeah,
on
that's
the
why
news there?
I don't take like sideline comments very seriously personally. I'm like, you know, everyone does their own thing or whatever, but if your real name's not out there, you constantly doing it for you to critique how someone else is, I think you should just go do it yourself. You know what I'm saying? And like B.O.B. also talks about the whole, so he's like because seriously, if you haven't listened to all of them, you really should. You really should. But he says like, Bob, how'd you get into the music industry? Were you let in or blessed in? I'm guessing I never signed my name in blood or sacrificed my best friend. I got about as far as I could get before I hit a dead end, sit back and let it set in. Hollywood loves wear dresses. So like he addresses some heavy stuff, bro. Like he's like,
But
I
that's what I
expose
mean.
facts, so
Like
my phone's tapped.
there's two kinds of things, and there's real and there's fake. Like it's obvious. Like oh shit, so profound. But what I mean is like there are organic movements that you can't see coming. You know it's a big movement when you're a part of it, and it just kind of created itself around you by the organic decisions that you and the people around you made because of deep and sincere emotions. And that's not something that you can make, plan. It just happens, and then you get to talk about it after the fact. Like, but then there are these like I don't believe that all of these, even though like the Mark Crispin thing, it's like okay, maybe they could have all been like I'm talking about protesters. Maybe there were so many protesters across the world because we're all on a script. and all the humans are at the same point. Like if we all watch, say we all watched, a particular show that was just beyond, like everybody has a range of good and bad, 1 to 10. What if from that scale somebody hit -2 for everyone and they all just said no, this is it. So that could have happened. It could have sparked mass protests, and it might not be connected, but I said all that because I have cognitive dissonance. Because I forgot my other point and I was trying to justify it before saying it. That's like, oh man, what was I saying before I went into all that?
There's some organic movements that you can't see coming. Is what I thought you were saying, but like I think flat Earth
the
was
organic
like
versus fake.
Yeah.
Organic versus fake. So, right. So when people put their necks out there, like they're expecting for it's almost a euphoric moment, like when the elections was happening. We couldn't make up the movement. We all came together and looked around and realized, oh snap, you're here for what reason? I'm here for that reason too. What? You saw the same thing I saw? Yeah, a whole bunch of fakery going on. Blah 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 blah. Right? Like it just naturally, and then all of a sudden, well, there you are. You're already in the movement. You already decided to do something and call something out because you saw something was wrong, and then found out that there were other people that met. They had the same arrival or whatever. I still don't remember the other point I was trying to make, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I see the guy in the chat talking about the cloning. I don't know. I'm on the fence with that, but BOB says you get the real fame under one condition. You get copied at the cloning center. They kill him with a common ending, overdose, heart attacks, aneurysms. So, like, that was his narratives. I don't know how true that is, but
I
who knows?
mean, yeah, who knows? That's what I'm. Who really? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It gotta be as evident as the earth. If I can't verify it.
I'll never stamp the cloning thing, bro. It's like this dude named Donna Marshall came out. He claims that there are cloning centers, and he said that when they clone, it's super inefficient. They're very erratic. That's why they have to literally have handlers walk around with them, because they'll actually just glitch out and like attack someone. That's why they have literal handlers, quote unquote bodyguards or whatever, around them, and that they have to be updated numerous times or replaced, and that they really can't do the hybrids at all successfully. Like they try to like put a wolf head on a dude and like it literally can't even walk, and you could just walk up and touch its head, it'll fall off. But they're such psychopaths, they just like to try to do it anyway. So the most I've seen is that they really can't do it efficiently. Then you look at them trying to do the sheep, and the sheep came out all messed up and jacked up, and they really couldn't do it properly. So like I don't know, it's hard for me to go with that one. I don't know.
Am I tripping for thinking that there seemed to be more little people back then? When I say back then, I mean like in the 90s, like. All right, never mind. I'm not clicking.
I don't know. BOB talks about that too. He said the children are growing up way faster now because of all the GMOs. He's like, other day I saw a little dude in his baby stroller. The little dude had a goatee and a temp fade. Goatee and a temp fade. Goatee and a temp fade. He said, if chemtrails are clouds, when I pee, it's lemonade. So like he be saying crazy stuff, bro. Like if you think about it, it does look like children age faster now.
That's a real problem with especially the girls, because they're becoming fertile like too early, and then they only have a certain number of eggs throughout their life, and their like best eggs are like earlier on, so like they're getting wasted. They're wasting their best eggs basically.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you can guarantee it's orchestrated by what's consumed or injected. Like, what do you think is up with the food they serve in public schools?
Nope. Hell no.
Yo, that food is probably so bad, dude.
I'm thinking about it now, and it's like, geez, oh shit, I gotta be right.
I think I remember it was 1 grade better than Taco Bell's, actually.
Asleep Austin talk about was fire, bro. My school food was terrible, even at the private school.
No, you're right though. School food was bad. I for some reason I loved that pizza though, even though I'm sure if I had it now I'd be like, this is terrible.
Yeah, that rectangle pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, because it was like the best thing compared to everything else. So everyone just got really excited about it. Yeah, if you gave me a piece of that right now, dude, I'd feel sick to my stomach, bro. But I used to think it was bomb.
So I mean I haven't verified it, but years ago, I do remember hearing that Burger King, their meat is actually okay. So like Taco Bell gets shit for having like really low quality meat, and they do. It's like grade F meat or something like that. Taco Bell's meat is actually a higher grade than Burger King's meat, but Burger King, most people agree, tastes better because it's flame broiled.
Oh, I heard that Taco Bell technically is vegan. I heard you could eat a Taco Bell taco and be a vegan.
Hendrix, what's up?
Yeah, so
Oh, vegetarian, whatever.
You guys want to talk to the heavy breather?
Yeah, you got it.
Why are you breathing so heavy into the mic, Hendrix?
hey guys.
Bruh.
What?
Stop Darth
Am I
Vader.
heavy breathing? Am I?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry. I'll just like mute when I breathe.
You think there's the ball, huh? Dude's a troll.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay, yeah, you are. Do you think
No,
there's
I'm
the ball?
not. No, I'm not.
Do you think there's the ball?
Do I think there's a what?
Do you think the Earth is a ball?
There's a ball. The Earth. Oh. I guess. Yeah. Hang on one second.
All right, I'm gonna let someone else out of that one. This guy's not a troll.
So I think the Earth is a ball. Did you say? I guess.
The first thing. Oh, my bad. Wait, who just said that?
Hendrix.
Because I got asked a
Because I
question.
always gotta preface every conversation that I'm in or around that it's very sad that the kids of today are parroting CIA talking points. It's like either you're children of the government or you're very, 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 very in need of my help, and I'm here to free your mind.
Okay.
I mean, I could just send you a document. You can read through it, and you can say, "Wow, a lot of the questions that I'm about to ask right now. Why is the CIA? Why are they being told to prepare their arguments like this to counteract the people that are trying to get the opposing narrative, whatever that may have been out there?"
I'm not
Never
even
mind.
from
You can't
America.
understand anything that I know exactly. Forget everything I said. Your cousins are rocks. Michelle Thaler is an astronaut, and the Earth's a globe. It's all right. It's all right. Take a nap. Take a nap.
Okay, back to what I was saying. So I think the Earth is a rock. I don't know.
A ball.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just take you through the 3 points. Do you know of or have any empirical evidence that has ever been done in the history of mankind to prove or measure the curvature of the Earth?
Hold on. Bro,
And you know,
can you back up from your microphone a little bit?
yeah, you sound like Darth Vader.
Is this better? Sorry.
Do you?
I mean, you
know
might
of
just have
any?
like a very sensitive microphone. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
Do
anyway.
you know of any evidence in the history of mankind that has measured or proven the Earth's curvature?
I mean, like, I guess, yeah, like photos and stuff.
Photos measure curvature?
I mean, it's just a photo. Like,
Can you verify it's a real photo?
I mean, I guess.
So you
yeah.
just believe it's a real photo.
Yeah.
So the only evidence you have of quote unquote curvature is you have to blindly believe a story you were told.
I mean, the majority of the planets that we see are all curved, so that doesn't really make any sense if every single planet we see in the sky is curved by the Earth.
Okay,
So, like,
time out. We'll get all to your little questions in a second. We're just trying. Do you have any physical empirical evidence throughout the history of all mankind that can be verified, that we can go out and prove is true, that shows the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, the Earth alone. The Earth alone.
Okay, the answer is obviously no, right? So I just need you to concede that, well, as of now, it's just a belief that you have that the Earth's actually curving. You just believe that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any empirical evidence, meaning that it's testable, observable, falsifiable, right? Empirical, like that has ever been done throughout the history of mankind that we can verify that proves that the Earth is spinning?
I mean, not in your case, no.
So you just believe that the Earth is spinning because that was a story you were told, right?
Not really. It's just logical. Like, it doesn't really.
It's logical. It's
Yeah.
logical that even though you never feel the Earth spin and there's no evidence of it spinning, that it's actually spinning. That's logical.
I mean, there's science behind it.
What's the science behind it?
Well, the Earth rotates it around. I think I'm not wrong. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Hang on one sec. My teacher's giving me.
No. Yeah, I know all about it. You don't just gotta tell me the story. We're trying to breeze through these, man. Okay, so he deafened. I'm not very good at 3 points. Someone else do it. Jeez.
I mean, the 3 points is as good as a person is going to be, earnest enough to answer them. Like, you did good. It ain't nothing but 3 questions, like,
Yeah.
they just gets out or whatever. I don't know what their deal is.
They want to
It's
have the whole
almost-
debate. They want to tell you the whole story they believe in instead of just admitting it's a belief.
Like, oh, my bad. I'm actually from Mars, and so I've never heard the story. Do tell.
Right. Let me look it up for you real fast.
But you know what though? Like, I know I say all my CIA stuff, but the problem is this is where it stems from. Like, the kind of things people say, they don't know why they say it. Just like when people say things like, "Oh, Trump, blah 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 blah." "Oh, Biden, blah blah." Whatever that they do say, I heard it from one of those talking heads on TV. And even though they're not into politics, quote unquote, for whatever reason, when they're diet woke, they're bringing up talking points from whatever mainstream sources that they watch, or the people that they talk to that they think are smart that actually watch that stuff. Like I used to. People used to come to me for information, whatever. But I just don't. Knowing my friend who's a flat earther, who I'm sure believes the Earth is flat. I mean, yeah, yes, it's very simple to be like, "Yo, water, my man." It's not that hard. I get it, but I don't know how comfortable I feel about people who think they know the Earth is flat and then they go to Gym Pandas, and at least from a third party perspective, it doesn't look like you're winning, even though I know you're telling the truth. Which means there's a there's a pattern, there's a way to do this. There's a way to have logical conversations, and just because you know that the earth is flat doesn't mean you get to employ fallacious logic. And this is the hardest thing that I'm having to get across to people, because they just think that I'm trying to control how they think, that I'm controlling them. And I'm like, no, it just requires a little more thought energy to actually think, to critically think, to take yourself through these logic forms and say, does this make sense? Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, this would be contradictory in this situation. Okay, I'm being biased. So I don't, it's the hardest thing in the world for people to do this. But it's the thing that they have to do in order for any of this shit to get better. Flat Earth ain't gonna help them. It's not. Flat Earth, if you're listening, it's not gonna help you. You need to pick up a book and read more. Because you know why? Because that kid that I dumped into Gym Pandas yesterday, he didn't know that people like Jim Panda existed. So we were three-headed Hydra when we were telling him, "Oh, you might be a shill, you might be a this." He potentially, he's just a random kid that's like, you're ODing, you're overdoing it. You there's like, why are you treating me like there's there's like whatever you're treating me like, as if there's people out there who actually come here and troll you guys and dedicate their lives to disproving the truth, is what he literally said. And my favorite quotes from him at the latter point of his ordeal was, I don't know the answer. Can you help me, bro? Right? And I lost, bro. Yes, you did. Because I tried to tell you, Indio tried to tell you that there's a difference between believing the earth is flat and thinking you know, and knowing that the earth is flat. At least fundamentally, you need to understand why it's not a sphere and why it is flat, which requires two different things, actually. One, an understanding of the heliocentric model. Two, how this plane is practically used as a stationary level plane. These are the two things that you have to know simultaneously to have a chance at combating these people who are coming for you. It's not like you're just chilling and nobody is like trying to inundate you with anything. Like, you turn on your TV, your favorite show, whatever it is, they're trying to give you this foregone conclusion that you live on. Like, they're attacking you. And then if you were to just say, yo, but you know, I kind of don't, I'm not with this narrative. Oh, what are you, a Trump believing flat earther? You know, or some dumb shit like that. Like, there are people that are coming for us. And we have to be ready. We can't be lazy with it. Why? Why? Because as they're getting their ranks up, right? There's only us. And all of the people that are sheep, they're gonna be sheep anyway. But this war is gonna happen and they're still gonna choose sides. And they need to be able to hear us articulate the truth so that they're not manipulated into fucking killing us and shit. Because I'm not worried about the government. I'm not worried about Joe Biden offing me. It might be my scared neighbor who's delirious out of his mind. Because now NBC is telling him that I'm a terrorist, apparently, for going against the COVID regulations. What? But you know what? Whatever. My bad. I'm going ham. I'm sorry.
Nah, forget that. Look what's happening over here in Texas. So in Texas, hold on, give me a second. You hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, you coming through?
All right. So in Texas, the governor signed a mandate that no government entity or any company receiving funding from the government or businesses can mandate anybody or require anybody to wear a mask. The Spring ISD and so many other school districts decided to require masks and file a lawsuit against pretty much a restraining order against because there's a fee if they decide to mandate masks. So they filed a restraining order. The lower courts accepted that, right? They put a restraining order, but then they took it to the Texas Supreme Court, and on Sunday, and they the governor won, right? The governor sided with the Supreme Court sided with the governor. Come Monday today, I told my kids you don't have to wear masks. Yada yada yada. If they tell you have to wear masks, something to call me. The principal calls me, telling them my daughters don't want to wear a mask and it's required because it is. And I told them you can't. The Supreme Court ruled against y'all and ruled in favor of Miss Abbott, so you can't require a mask. And he said, I told him, oh, well, the district has, she said the district has required, the superintendent has required. I was like, yeah, it doesn't matter what he decides. It's against the law. You're breaking the law. That's what you teach our kids. Anyways, you guys are a government entity. And she's like, no, we're not. Yeah, I asked her, do you not receive funding from the government? This is the principal. She's like, yes, we do, but we receive funding from the state. I was like, hello?
DeSantis I just heard is threatening school districts that he's gonna withhold funding to them if they go against the rule there.
In where? DeSantis?
DeSantis in Florida.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's what
I don't like this because they're playing games. They're playing games. There's no such thing as government and then state. Like all these people are the same. Like so now I'm supposed to believe that some arm of the government is actually defending my right not to wear a mask. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, Texas pretty much is pro-choice, practically in a way.
Well,
right?
if
you want to wear a mask.
They give us small little wins here and there to make it look realistic. Like overall, we know like where the push is going.
Yeah.
It's all about, it's part of the game that they play of like slowly boiling the frog, right? Like they take a big chunk, we push back a little bit. You get a win here and there. They give you a little back, but then they take another big chunk and you're always going backwards. It's all part of the show. The world is a stage. Politics is all theater.
Apparently, so is the music industry and Hollywood, and that's the thing. So when B.O.B. said something about like, once you get to a certain point, I mean that just makes so much sense. Like I got to a certain point where I met this dude named John. I don't want to drop names, but I'll drop Clive Davis' name. He's a anyway. Yeah, I'm supposed to have a meeting with him in his living room. And I felt like, yeah, this is that moment. This is that moment I don't think I want to be a part of. Totally avoided it. There's been moments where I felt like I feel like this is where I can go to the other side. But I've never felt comfortable. Maybe that's my own irrational fear. Or maybe I was picking up on something real. I don't know. I just feel like if I can't organically get a message out there and someone is going to help me be a megaphone, To what cost does that come? You know?
Yeah,
And we
with
already know what costs.
With what you're saying about like to have an organic movement really take off from the internet, like as long as you're using the establishment's platforms, you're never going to get it anywhere. If you might think that you are starting a grassroots movement, but if you get promoted by any one of them, you are somehow doing their bidding. They're promoting you for their own gain, for their own reason.
Well, that's like what people in independent media, you know, used to say before when I was like still into any of that at all. And they would say, you know, it's not that these people are bad people, and they could be bad people. Some of them are just bad, but it's really that they just hire idiots. They already know what they're looking for, and the person that they hire is the person for the job.
Well, the vast majority of people are idiots, so it's not hard.
Look at Don Pettit, man.
They're
Come
just
on.
looking for the most useful idiot to fill the position. That's it.
And there's always somebody like just go back to kindergarten and think about the one person that would do the bidding of the evil because they're too weak, they don't have a spine, and it's like
The tattletale in the class that would always raise his hand and tell on whoever threw that or whatever else.
yeah, that's all. You know what, if you look at like children, like that'll tell you exactly how we're being manipulated, because when thinking back to my childhood, I feel like all of these stereotypes, not stereotypes, or what's the word, like we were all certain characters, right? Like you had the person who didn't believe the teacher, just didn't listen. It's, oh, why are we doing this? Why do I got to do it like that? You know? Then there's the teacher's pet. And then there's like the lone, there's so many. The point is, like, we grow up to fill positions. So I'm saying, like, it'd be very easy to predict and pluck, which is why we have a school system. I think they just pluck these people from when they're young, and it's like so easy to see which vein has the right kid in the right vein to then take up whatever agenda that, you know, needs to get. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but
What if you actually do have a permanent record?
oh, right. What's going on your permanent record?
Right? What if you actually have one? What if that's actually a thing?
Of course it's a thing. It's got to be a thing.
Dude, every person has a file. Like the feds, like, okay, look at some of these situations where I don't know. Like let's try to think, or just imagine there was a real scenario where there was actual domestic terrorism or whatever. Somebody did something really bad.
That's crazy because now that I can't think of one, like a legitimate, like now that I'm a
let's imagine there was a legitimate one, or that some of these were legitimate. As soon as you become like a interest for something major, they know every little thing about you. They know what you scored in your, on your kindergarten, like competency exam or whatever. They'll give you every report card you ever got, every medical thing that you've ever had. Like they know they got it all. It's all there somewhere. They just only dig it up when it's time.
just like in the movies. Unless it's not, unless
who
it's
was your
not just like in the
babysitter in
movies.
fourth grade. Yeah, like that can all of it. Like
And even now, while they're watching you, you imagine, you know how many things that, like, what if they have video just saved, like all of these front facing cameras and shit, your TV, you know, like it. You know how much shit you say and do when no one's around.
Well, there's already been cases where like they've because of domestic violence, they've subpoenaed Amazon to the records of what Alexa recorded in the house.
Well,
so yeah, by the way, yeah, of course Alexa's always listening. How do you think it fucking responds when you say its name? Yeah, it's recording everything. And if something happens, they can go back and get those files. They can get all that.
And the only reason that system would ever remain effective is because all of us won't say, "Oh, you're doing that? Oh, well, we're all done." Nah, I'm saying that, but my next door neighbor ain't saying that. They're like, "Alexa, turn my lights on." You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, and they find out that a domestic violence case was solved because of it, and they're like, "All right, technology finally working for us." You know, like they don't think about what the implications of that are. It's still not listening to them. It's only listening when something bad happens. And I know I just used Alexa, threw Alexa under the bus. It's not like they're not already doing that with your cell phone. You know, that shit was already. That shit
Smart
was
fridge, smart TV, all that shit.
Coffee maker. But yeah, it's I don't want to be in this one world government situation where, like on TV, it sucks.
Oh, by the way, when I was finishing my story, so once she said that they weren't government because their funding is from the state. I mean, I almost lost it. I was like, wow. I mean, it kind of scared me a little bit. I was like, this is the people that's teaching my kids, or my children. But then I said, I told them, yeah, that's you're part of the government, you're your government entity, and she was like, well, we're gonna have to they said it's fine where they can stay, but they're gonna have to be put in a different location or whatever during lunch. I was like, well, hold on, you're gonna discriminate against my kids because they don't have, you're gonna separate them. Let me record this. I told her, let me record this because this is discrimination. And she was like, oh, if you're gonna record me, I'm just not gonna yada yada yada. And she hung up.
You can't do that.
Exactly, bro.
But you know what? You know what? I don't know. Maybe we should use our wherewithal to just I don't know, get as many riches as we can to dip. I don't know. Create our own society. The way that Flat Earth Society did before it got took over. Like, because there's apps, and maybe we shouldn't rely on apps now. But there are apps where you can record conversations, and people, like, they say they do do and say a lot of shit that's like totally not above board, you know?
Yeah. And then after that, after she hung up, she called me back 5 minutes later. I guess she called the superintendent or something, and she called me. Okay, yeah, the mask isn't required, but we are required to give them the mask. But it's their choice whether to wear it or not. I was like, that's fine, you give it to them, but make sure you tell them that it's their choice. My daughter gets back telling me they told me it's mandatory.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. The bastards. Like
Bruh.
that's the thing. They look. What you did there sounded like an audit, damn near.
Yeah.
But that's what people do. Like they're scared and they operate from this place of ignorance, and then when you push them, it's like we're bullshit or sure.
Yeah, and then they scared her to actually wear a mask. They told her, "Wait, kids are getting sick because of this. There's a kid that got sick and yada yada yada." I was like, "Wow, really?"
No, there isn't. Show me.
Yeah, that's what I told her. Next time they tell you that, I told them to show you where's the kid.
El Boricua.
Yeah.
We should first of all, you should take like all of the CDC information about children, like because like doctors will straight up tell you
children can't get sick.
No, they'll tell you this whole shit is full of shit. They'll be like, "Don't watch the TV." You don't know how many doctors I've seen, and it made me feel good because I'm like, well, I mean, y'all are silent woke, but okay. Oh no, not silent woke, quiet woke. That's what it is. It's not diet woke, it's quiet woke. And that's not doing me no good, but I mean, at least I know y'all out here, you know?
Yeah, I've seen a few videos, man. Actually, there's a video just got banned. I don't know if y'all seen the. I think it's New Jersey. Was it New Jersey?
I got you right. I got you right now. I didn't watch it. Like I done had everybody watch it like 4 or 5 times by now. I don't know if you've seen it, but the video is 30 minutes long. Taboo Conspiracy did his little edits and stuff. So you got the like side by side videos in there. It's well produced. I like it. And I'm going to talk to this dude about flat Earth because his logic is sound. So all I got to do is say, hey, copy paste everything that you said about propaganda and fear and what they do, because he was basically saying, you know, oh, it's a lie so big that, you know, that it could never be contained. That couldn't be a lie. Like he's like, these are CIA talking points and blah 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 blah. I'd be like, oh, you mean the Earth being a globe is that would be such a lie so big that blah blah blah. Like you see what I don't see him doubling back on his logic. But the person I'm talking about is Mark Crispin Miller, and he works at NYU as a professor who teaches propaganda courses. So nobody can tell me, hey, this dude's a Trump supporter. It don't even matter what he is, because the information, the receipts that he came with, like you can just look them up yourself. Like, so what I'm saying is you should take these videos, you show them to whoever you can, but also I would have my children showing everybody these videos. Yo, watch this video. You know what they're saying about COVID, right? Look at the dude that invented the test. He said it's not real. He said it's not real. He said I'm not wearing that shit. That's what we need. So I got the dude a 2-minute video of a clip of the dude Carrie Mullis or whatever his name is. 2-minute clip of him basically saying, nah, nah, they lying, son. And then I got the 30-minute video of the dude who's a professor here in New York and he used some of the things that like, remember what they were saying when it first started. Remember people were dropping dead in the streets and all of that? He's like, remember all that? When we didn't know what it was back then, but they were showing us this stuff and we were all scared. It's like, people don't just, so what is all that goofy shit? When they show you people dropping dead and they're saying, oh, it's this, what is that if it's not, you know, if that's not how this works now? So he's just putting things together and showing you how ridiculous the rollout was in the first place. He also touches on the test a little bit, and doctors that try to come out and all of this. And he's like, anyone who has a dissenting voice is shut down. Like, if you're hearing this information for he didn't say this, I'm making this up. But if you didn't hear this information, if this is the first time you're hearing this, that means you're you're being controlled by a propaganda narrative. Because why would you only think that there's one side to the story? Oh, there's one side, the right side, and then there are these crazy people who are saying, I don't know, chirp, 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 blurt, blurt, blurt. I don't know what they're saying. The earth is flat or some shit. I don't know. Like, it's the craziest. But I'm gonna send you these two videos, and it's for me, it's been the most powerful 1-2 combo. I don't have to say nothing to nobody. I don't have to look crazy. Oh, I'm crazy. Here's the dude that the government and everybody's. Remember when you told me that your baby had to quarantine for 2 weeks because of the results of the test? That this guy just basically said. I'm not gonna say it on the live,
I think I remember that. If I'm not mistaken. But
there's nothing you can tell me. I don't give a fuck what you thought, who you thought that. I don't give a fuck what you think, because this is what I think. I think what I read when I initially looked into the test, and then now I got this old ass video of him saying the same exact thing. So I don't need you. I don't give a fuck what you do, but I don't need that voodoo. Okay.
There's I saw the video I was talking about. It said the doctor that calls out CDC and school boards at school board meeting. This video was out for like a week, and I went to go check on it now, and it's taken down. A doctor saying that this is BS, and now YouTube says it's against the guidelines.
Oh nah, bro. Nah. you want to go in cinema right now and watch this real quick? I'm trying to show as many people as I possibly can.
Let's go.
I'm going to talk to that man about flat Earth. Mark my word. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right, so I'm gonna set you. Can you do it from your phone?
My bad.
Because I'm gonna be matter of fact, no. I'm gonna ride all the way home. I ain't taking the train. Fuck that. Watching this again. Let's go again. I'm so hyped today. I'm sorry, guys. I know y'all not. Y'all are used to me like this. It happens every 2 months when I like step out of here and I start talking to normies, and I get this fire under my belly and I get all emotional and empathetic. All right, I'm going down there right now. So it's just 32 minutes, before the powers that be shut us down. We'll be back 30 minutes, no problem.
I wasn't really listening. What are they watching?
Two videos. I don't know what. They were kind of the life of the party.
We lost both of our black guys. This is gonna suck. Freaking stiff ass party in here now.
Mm-hmm.
I say, old chap, pass the champagne and the grey poupon.
Yeah. We'll party without them, won't we, Chop? I don't even know how to try to be. My accent's gonna be terrible, and trying to be debonair isn't gonna work out either.
Blue, you said we lost our token? South Park, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, you uncool, bro. Token says, I'm the only black artist for
I just want to see what they're watching. I'm going down there.
Are they watching something? Get Sam Cook, a change gonna come. Let's see. If you like slow game, not everybody likes a slow game. What's up, gatekeeper? X33 gatekeeper. X gatekeeper, what's up? Now I'm muted, man. You want to stay that way? Don't have to talk.
He's doing the. That's right. He was saying the Kerry Mullis interview.
What? What do you say, Rube? That nobody is in music. Besides, ex gatekeeper. Leave the guitar. Yeah, I was trying to get that other kid in here so you guys could do this in voice, Ron. He's saying he ain't got a mic in 2021. I think he's full of shit. All right. These plugs don't get it. It's a requirement. It's not a request, it's a requirement. They do even check in whose dad went to the other side.
Oh no, the live stream slipping. 10 people. I've never seen that low a number in here in a long time. What's going on, guys?
How do you spell float?
Hello? Where is everyone?
They're all hiding down in the cinema.
Yeah, I just strolled down. I was like, oh, mostly in the cinema. How's everybody else doing? I'll go check it out. I'll be back.
No problem, pal.
What's up, old dude?
Hello, hello. How you doing?
How you doing? I'm good. How are you?
Very good, sir. Very good. So, in this globe Earth belief that you have, what firm evidence do you have of it being a globe?
Sorry?
In your knowledge of the globe Earth, or of Earth being a globe, what firm evidence do you have of it being a globe?
I'm not sure.
Ever seen a golf ball?
Yeah.
It's that shape.
Yeah. Same as a
That
football.
could work.
Same as a football,
A
yeah.
real football is a cylinder or an oval shape.
Nah, that's a rugby ball, mate.
No, a real football.
So tell me, how do you know that Earth is actually that shape?
Stephen Hawking told me.
Ah, you believe a guy in a wheelchair?
What does that have to
guess
do
so.
with? Yeah.
He typed it into his little computer and it read it out.
You know it was him that typed it. Are you sure it was him that typed it?
Dude, I don't know.
Yeah, we know. You were taught it was a globe. Everyone's been taught the same. Don't worry about it, guys. I was telling you about the photograph about the we call it the black swan image, about the visual confirmation that we see too far. Yeah, I'll post it in the live stream for you.
Okay.
We call it the black swan. You see the live stream just above the voice text that you're in?
Yeah.
Right, when I can find it, I'll post it. This is from a video. A guy got one of these new P900 cameras and he went to the beach and he zoomed away, way out and he saw this when he zoomed out. And then his friend went, hang on, that's too far. And he done the math on it. And it works out to, well, you'll see the distance on it. But as I was saying and checking,
I'm sorry,
Earth is a globe.
Where is this video at? Or...
Directly above well, it's just loading. The picture's just loading. I'll stick the video in as well. Directly above the voice text that you're in, or the voice chat that you're in.
Yo, what up?
How you doing?
Heidi.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
What's up?
Oh, not much, man. Was talking to my nephew the other day. Well, I've been talking to him off and on for like a couple of months now about flat Earth. And yesterday he was like, "It'd be nice to go in a Discord and talk about it." I was like, "Really?" Because I know there's a 24/7 flat Earth Discord we can go into. He was like, "Oh, we'll do it tomorrow." So he wanted to come in here and just talk about flat Earth, other than somebody with me, because I've been talking to him for like 2 months, and I know he's getting tired of me now.
Yeah, bring him in, man. Yeah, if he's old enough, bring him in. Yeah.
So what if the back oil rig is larger than the one in front?
Well, you guys should start off with something small. I mean, I don't know. I brought up the Black Swan to him before, and It's the other things that you know how people get. They like, all right, well, you make a point, but what about everything else? So I don't know. But
So tell me, gentlemen, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs or is it behind the oil rigs?
it is behind.
Yeah,
But
it's
Earth,
a little bit behind.
it's behind, but Earth has to be a globe. That's how. That's how. So it is.
It's that simple.
All right, there you go, right there. King Sean
Three
is
times.
King Sean is my nephew. That's the guy I wanted to bring in here. King Sean,
Isn't that a
unmute
rapper?
yourself. Nah, it might be. I don't know. That might sound like a rapper name. Yo, you have to unmute yourself, or maybe I don't know.
I think you have to get verified.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, we had to a second ago.
Okay.
Hang on, we can do this. We can do this an easy way. I take it everybody else is hiding or sleeping or watching movies. King Sean, can you hear me, my friend?
Oh yeah, I can. What's okay? What's up?
Aha. How are you?
I'm cool. How about you?
Aye, very good, mate. I'm quite well. Got a good day. Not a bad day at all. Welcome to Flat Earth 24/7 server, sir. We don't cover COVID or vaccine in the live stream. Other than that, we stick on the topic of Flat Earth. I hear your uncles introduced you to the subject.
Yeah. We talk about it quite a lot.
Cool. Anything in particular that confuses you or that you'd like to know more about?
Not in particular. Everything he said makes sense for the most part.
Yeah. So what
Yeah.
about the things that don't make sense? What things is it that keep you thinking that no, Earth could be a globe? What are they?
So what keeps me thinking that the Earth can be a globe? Okay. So I guess we could start with gravity. So gravity essentially pulls everything to the center, and because according to my uncle, we live on a disk or a flat Earth, everything would be pulled to the center. And what that means is that trees would grow sideways, and water would be pulled to the center in a giant ball. And the only reason rivers flow and oceans are content is because the even pull on gravity that pulls everything downwards to the center. And besides that, the another thing we touched on is an open and closed system. You see, oxygen, which is contained, cannot be both an open and closed system. But what keeps oxygen is our ozone layer. And not only that, but the Earth rotating is it's like a magnetic field that makes, and if we stop spinning, supposedly, not only will we be cooked by the day for like 6 months, especially the center, and then for the other 6 months, aka nighttime, we will be froze to death. And it's just like a consistent thing like that that keeps me going. But I'm always open to hear concepts, so whatever you got to say, I hear you out.
Okay. Yeah. I see your points. Yeah, it's fair.
Good
Yeah.
morning.
Good morning, Jeppy
everyone.
Jet.
Yeah,
How are you?
I heard.
Morning.
I heard the ozone layer contains our atmosphere.
Right? Yeah.
Do you know what ozone is?
Not in particular, but I know that the
It's
ozone
a
layer
gas.
is a right.
It's oxygen 3. It's a molecule. It's a
Mm-hmm.
gas molecule. Oxygen molecule. Oxygen 3. That is ozone.
Right, and it protects us from the sun rays,
So
essentially baking us.
yeah, so gas will be containing gas, right?
Yep, that's right.
Supposedly, yes.
Yeah. It does. That doesn't work. We haven't physically demonstrated that. Like
It's
you
because
know, when you have a car tire or bicycle tire, yeah, instead
yeah,
of that rubber, I want you to use some ozone instead of the
right.
tire.
Of
So
course, that makes
how will
sense, but it's not
yeah,
physically possible.
yeah.
It's just less dense, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
right. It's the thing
That's
of
how.
density that keeps.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yep. That's what I was
it's
gonna
kind of
say.
like can contain helium, but of course you can have a thin layer of rubber that contains helium. It's just a mix of things like the atoms holding together and the gravity and stuff that keeps the ozone layer from falling apart and crumbling.
Well, gravity in the globe model is a divergent has a divergent vector from the center of the ball, and it makes it will be a uniform distributed kind of force, but it's not a force. The Newtonian gravity is called a force, but that one has
Can
been
I say something
superseded,
really quick?
debunked. Sure, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
from my understanding, we can debunk the gravity when we stick a straw close to the water and we pull on it with our lungs. And
You take a sip. Yeah.
yeah.
What you
And
mean? Oh, keep going. My fault. My fault. Go ahead.
how is it that the lung pressure, the upward force of
Overcomes gravity.
yes, overcomes
Wait,
gravity?
so
That's because gravity. Say for instance, right? Say for instance, you would drop a shirt, right? And then you pick the shirt back up. You essentially are not stronger than the gravitational pull of the earth. It's just the outside force, and the outside force that's bringing the thing up. So you know how things weigh and stuff.
Brother,
The amount of water, yes. The
the
amount of
vacuum of
water.
space is infinitely more powerful than my lungs.
It's
How?
not the vacuum of space is not keeping the water down. It's the gravitational pull. Your lungs are essentially strong enough to suck up a small amount of water.
Well, they say vacuum does not suck, things like gases. It's the gas pressure rushing into the vacuum. But I will say that actually vacuum does suck. And it does it in a violent manner. It is
yeah, I'd say it's
so
pretty
violent
violent.
that it makes even the liquids. It changes the behavior of liquids. It drops their boiling temperature, and it turns them into gas, so that vacuum gets filled. Vacuum is something that, according to electric field, you can't have a space with a natural vacuum formed. They don't occur in nature, vacuums. They always get
And
filled with
can I
gas
can I
or
can I
liquids.
add to that?
Go ahead. Sure.
There's you can't even prove it in an experiment if you were to try it in your own self. For example, if you were to take something, put it in a container, and try to replicate how the globe model works with a vacuum pulling on something, you cannot have you cannot have an outside object pull on another object with a container around it. If the black, well, if the globe model were to be correct, you would have to have another object around the globe just to contain itself from the pull of the atmosphere or the space around it.
The thing that's essentially, in my case, well, what I think and can form based on my own prior knowledge, the thing that I think is stopping the Earth from essentially being sucked up is the rotation. It's rotating so frequently fast that it's not essentially sucking the Earth into whatever. Also, you cannot have something, say a black hole, be formed inside of something that's constantly sucking. The vacuum of space is just a meaning or figure of speech, kind of.
Sorry to interrupt you, but black holes are not physically demonstrated. They are
What you mean?
theoretical. They don't exist.
Theoretical.
Yeah, it's pseudoscience.
It's a story.
A
It's
theory.
a cool story.
Cool
and
story, bro.
mathematics, but that doesn't mean they exist. You have to prove it, to show one physically, empirically, measure it, touch it.
You cannot, like, okay, that's basically impossible. Saying you can prove a black hole, you can go out and find a black hole if you wanted to, but you cannot theoretically make a black hole. And if you could, I'm sure it's been done already.
Well, to prove a black hole, you need to violate the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure. You need to prove that that infinite vacuum of space is a medium we can travel to. And to do that, you have to show us a vacuum next to gas pressure without a container.
Yep.
So, for one, to make a black hole, you need to have a mass or energy source that's several times more powerful than our sun, which we don't have at the moment. And then you would have to have the energy sufficiently escape the velocity of that region, and that's how a black hole is formed. There's something out there, I forgot the name of it, but it's called like the Great something. I think it's Great Attractor.
Hey, nephew. What they saying is like, in order to prove the black hole, space has to be real. It can't be fake. Like, you got to be able to prove that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum in order to even have a black hole to begin with. So you need to focus on that part of it, because you can come up with how they tell us the black hole works, but if you don't have space, then it don't really matter, right?
Yeah.
So that's the bigger issue. Like, how can you have
the bigger picture
gas
is
pressure?
how you can have gas pressure next to space.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay.
And I would like to tell you one funny thing. I didn't knew it before either,
Yeah.
The funny thing is that at MIT University in USA, they do not teach gravity in physics classes, but they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the down vector we call gravity. And they teach us in the cheap educational system, they teach us the theory of gravity. We start with Newton, and by high school you get to Einstein, you know, and none of them are true.
Elaborate.
Well, when you go to university, like physics university, then you get into quantum physics, and you find out that quantum physics debunks both of these theories, the Newtonian and also Einsteinian.
Okay.
But yeah, there's still, you can also still notice a struggle to hold these two theories as a teaching, as a doctrine and stuff. Like, they still want people to believe them. You know, even they have been debunked and superseded by quantum physics, they still were trying their best, working out their best to demonstrate it, but they without any success.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yes, I'm not trying to like not acknowledge what you're saying, but you
No, he's
said
not saying
quantum.
that at all.
Right. So what, like,
I,
what
I,
you?
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, so what I at least heard you said, because it's kind of like it's not hard to keep up, but I'm trying to process it all at once. What I think I just heard you said was that quantum physics debunks gravity, basically.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so quantum mechanics is the fundamental theory that physics proves the properties of nature and scale of atoms and subatomic particles in atoms and stuff like that. And that's basically what gravity is, just a mass inside the earth that's pulling everything to the center. And that's how it works, basically. And that's quantum physics. So I would need you to explain the university thing on a deeper level for me to understand how it debunks gravity.
I know when I was saying quantum physics, mechanics, I wasn't referring to the standard model that they have: protons, neutrons, muons, etc. You know, I wasn't talking about that. Quantum mechanics starts at superfluidity. That's where it starts. Super liquid liquid helium, the super cold. Once you get beyond the threshold of the lambda point, you enter a different realm, a realm of supernatural forces of nature, which are demonstrated in a laboratory. We can test them. We can see the frictionless flow of liquid helium. We can see that it climbs the containers, the walls of its container. It climbs them and it flows outwards, you know. Or if you were to sink like an empty cup into push it into liquid helium, then the liquid helium will climb the walls and will fill it, you know.
Liquid helium will climb the walls and ceiling because of what exactly? I'm sorry.
Well, here there is no gravity to explain this, you know.
That's because gravity isn't pulling subatomic atoms to the center. It only pulls things that have mass, and atoms don't have mass. We are a group of atoms that have different things made of atoms that creates mass, but subatomic or singular atoms like sulfur monoxide and stuff like that does not be pulled directly to the center.
Mass is weight, and
Yes,
weight
essentially.
is created by attraction. There is an attraction force to the ground, which is a negative Gaussian plane. And according to Ampere's laws and Coulomb's, the sky is the positive plane.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Earth is a
And
big battery.
yeah, in this electric field, we have all these elements, and vast majority of them, they belong to the negative plane, and they are attracted towards it. And the only known elements like noble gases and helium and hydrogen, yes, they are attracted upwards to the positive plane.
Yes.
And when you speak about helium gas, you have to look that once you make this gas travel with high velocity, high speeds, you soon get into highly charged particle physics. This gas easily transitions from the state of an atom to the state of a highly charged particle. And I can also theorize that once it reaches certain energetic levels and kinetic energy and stuff, it transitions to what we call electricity. And it behaves as electricity does. And using magnetic fields and all this stuff, wires, metal wires, and we can have electricity. We can make this gas propel in that kind of manner that we call it electricity.
Right. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. But electricity is just another state that this gas can take it. So, I mean, that helium from the balloons, which we breathe and makes our voice funny, that is not a charged state.
Right, not the charged state.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is your biggest proof of the Earth being a globe?
My biggest proof of the Earth being a globe. Honestly, I really can't say that I know, but I know one of the subjects that I studied the most on of this Earth being a globe, and my biggest proofs is like live footage of space rockets. Of course, we have gravity, and then of course we have the things that I mentioned earlier, like us freezing to death when it turns to nighttime and stuff like that. If the Earth was flat, right? And just the way that everything works, like basically physics, is my biggest proof. But like y'all debunked a good amount of them.
Saying a word like physics is just a word.
Just a word.
I mean, can you for yourself? I mean, like, is there something observational that you can say or?
Let's see. No, not really. It's basically just gravity, space, and the things around us, like identified objects, the sun and the moon, right?
What would disprove gravity to you? If that's the biggest thing to you, what would disprove it for you?
What would disprove gravity? I don't know. Maybe a demonstration or a video that really touches my heart. Like, I don't know, my uncle sent me a video a while back disproving some of the things that happened on live television of the International Space Station. But yeah, like if you could find a YouTube video that really does reach me on an honest level, then I think maybe, then yeah.
Well, I would say that the Cavendish experiment, they say it proves gravity like mass attracting mass. And the problem of that experiment is that they use weights made of lead. And this metal, ordinary people don't know much about lead. This metal, as a single atom, is a diamagnetic metal. But as a metal, many atoms together bounded, crystallized, they are paramagnetic. So it has two different magnetic properties at the same time, this metal. And this makes it attract to itself and conglomerate, always attracting itself. And yeah, we can demonstrate this. You can put a ball of lead metal on a scale or hang it on a string by a scale, and when you put a bigger lead chunk beneath that lead metal, you will see a slight variation in its weight because they attract each other towards one another, and this happens only to lead metal. You can do it with iron, steel, gold, whatever. You will not see this effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, and that was on, what was it, iron or no, it was lead. Or was it? What was it?
Lead.
Lead, right. Okay.
Yeah.
And we was talking about lead being what exactly? So like what was the first thing you said when you was introducing the
Well,
subject of
he
lead?
was talking about the Cavendish and gravity.
Yeah.
That conversation came from the gravity talk, and then he went to the Cavendish, which supposed to prove gravity, and that's the whole point of the lead. So there you go.
Right. Lead is kind of different, Lead, of course, does attract and sometimes what was the word? Oppose itself. Kind of like how magnets would, like the magnets you could buy at the store. But lead and gravity aren't essentially the same thing because gravity is a force and lead is an item made of matter. So
but the Cavendish is what proves gravity, though. And that's why he brought up the That was how you prove gravity. Am I wrong or what? Or was that how you measure?
Yeah, they use his experiment to. I mean, it's not really an experiment, but yeah, that's what they say.
But that was the claim, though, right?
Cavendish. Yeah, that Cavendish proves gravity. That mass attracts mass, and that's not true. It's a metal. I mean, yeah, two magnets with opposing poles, they attract each other, and that's not gravity. It's magnetism. And lead has magnetic properties, two distinct ones, and yeah, it shows a magnetic attraction behavior, lead, just like magnets do.
Okay.
Can I say something really quick?
Sure.
For things to be random as it is in the globe model, we would not expect a solar eclipse to happen every 18 years on schedule, as if it were, a time master. So there's some divine force that made everything happen, right? And every 18 years, how is it possible that something like an eclipse were to happen and could it be that, just recently, all the planets were in alignment for a moment, and could gravity have done something to any of these planets to pull or perverse the way that they act? But no, they stayed within their trajectory, and it made it so that it's a wind, it's a mechanism. There's more than what we can understand, and for some reason, all of this that occurs around us within the heavens is happening on a schedule. Like, how could that be possible if we're whirling through space? We're chasing the sun at a certain velocity, and we're going in certain rotation, and we're also millions. I think we're chasing down the atmosphere, and what is it, like?
Yeah, and
half
I
a trillion
feel
miles
you.
per second.
I feel
And
you. That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true, man. Like it can't be random. It don't seem random. Like the
Yes, not
experience,
at all.
our experience on Earth is not random. You see it.
Right.
And that's where you're going with it. And we was and we supposed to feel like everything is so random, and we just so small on the scale, but it don't seem like that when everything is happening around us.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, something. Well, really nothing. Well, this is hard. Some things are random in our universe, and the rotation around the sun and the moon's rotation around us is not. It's just the way things work.
We don't have any measurement of rotation around anywhere.
Yeah. You see, as a ex-evil hacker, I was very interested in programs that generate random numbers. And when you get into this stuff, you will find that we don't have much. This thing, randomness, it doesn't really exist. There is a pattern into everything.
All right.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
So, wait, what we're talking about is the quote unquote randomness of the rotation of the Earth, or non-randomness? Because I believe that it's not random at all.
How is that possible? The skies reset every single year with the same stars in the same place they were for thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, guys, I don't think he knows all the
intricacies.
points. Yeah, he don't know all the points. So like, I get when you talk to random people, but hold on. Right, I know, nephew. I understand. I'm just trying to let them know that. Like, I don't say no when y'all talk to random people, but like with him, he don't know everything, all the claims. So you got to run the claims. You got to just run it by him the first time.
I gotcha.
You know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no problem.
He's curious to hear and learn. Yeah.
The question at hand is, wait.
Go ahead. Did you cut out, King Sean?
Yeah, I did. I said, what is the question at hand?
You guys just talking about the things that circle around our heads, the bodies. The system, the way the world works. It's not random.
Right. After calculations and living supposedly millions of years on this earth, I'm pretty sure after a while you could understand the system using a Gregorian calendar that was created quite a while back. And at first, I'm pretty sure it wasn't right, because after a few years, if you was off, then the year January could be in summer, or something like that. So rotating around the sun, you get further away at some point, and that's how we have winters, summers, and falls. And the as for days and nights and how things align, everything, like, let's say, that one game in middle school where you could throw the ball around the tube. Let's say if you threw it and it stayed at that velocity forever, it would stay going in that exact pattern. And if you threw another ball and it just so happened to cross, then it has to cross again because it's going at the same velocity. And that's
Bro,
how.
that is so random. And do you think it would happen a second time and a third time and every 18 years?
Well, of course, not exactly 18 years, but it has to happen again because it happened the first time.
Like a watchmaker, like a fine watchmaker. Our world was designed creatively by divine force, whatever it may be, and that's what happens every 18 years. That solar eclipse happens. No matter how far we're traveling, no matter the distance we moved in the solar globe model, it happens every single time.
Yeah, because we're not moving for a year, even though we are moving at velocity and speed. Most of the stuff is moving with us.
Listen, we're not moving. We're not moving at all. So King Sean, do you know that NASA? Do you know how NASA determines eclipses? What are they using? Do you know what standard they're using?
Probably a time-based method using.
No,
Well, I don't know for sure, but
they're using something called the Saros cycles. Do you know that the Saros cycles are thousands of years old? They were created in Babylonia, and it's geocentric.
Geocentric, right?
Yeah. They are observed repeating cycles, and they are post-dictions for us. They are not predictions.
Wait, I'm post-dictions, which means you predict it afterwards or
No,
something
I
like
mean,
that?
yeah, you're saying something happened
post-
after it. It's an ad
Right.
hoc.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ad hoc.
Okay.
So,
Are you familiar with the Georgia Guide Zones?
The Georgia Guide Zones?
Yeah, I mean, they have like this peeping hole that was carved into those stones, and it focuses on the star of Polaris. And for the last 46 years, that from when it was created, it hasn't budged an inch. They say that perhaps every 4,000 years, a new North Star is put into observation, but that's, I guess you would say, a cool story.
I know what you're talking about, but I have no way to explain that one.
Mm-hmm.
On a, what do we touch on next, huh?
Well, all I want to say is that, for the last 50 years at least, the Georgia Guide Zones has focused on the North Star Polaris from a tiny hole carved into it, and it hasn't moved at all.
Mm-hmm.
And if we've been whirling through space, what are the measurements again? We're spinning around. We're rotating 1,000 miles an hour.
So many.
Yeah.
I wish somebody can post that real quick. I wish somebody could post that because we're doing so many different speeds right now.
Yeah, there's a meme that has all of that. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Someone else might be faster at finding this one because I'm still learning. But
I remember my first time seeing that. I was like, wow, I thought we just went one direction. I didn't know we was.
No, so many directions, bro.
And we was like doing all that. Like, goddamn.
Holy shit. It's really ridiculous when you think about it. Because everything is calm, everything is still, and you know what, dude? Dude, honestly, every single word that we use to describe what we see is all relevant to flatness, relative to being like look at the horizon,
Yep.
like without going too much into it, every definition that we use
You
for
don't even realize it too. That's crazy.
describing, yes, it's we're pointing at flatness, we're pointing at plane, even the word planet, plane, right? With the
I saw that
T,
earlier.
it's like a cross, like they're telling us, and truth is hidden, like in plain sight, all with everything that they tell us.
Yeah. And that's why you got to think about certain things, nephew. That's why when and I'm glad you are. I'm glad you just not like dismissing everything. And I know you're not like that. And that's why I'm glad you're in here. Like a lot of people that come in this Discord, they just they hear certain things and they just they get the babbling on like they never heard it. Like, dude, did you just hear what I just said? Like, and I'm glad you taking the time to just think about some of this stuff because that's where it starts. Just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Well,
Agreed.
I think I just had a random thought, and it's like just the words like plan. It's plane with a T, basically. I think concerning that's the English language, which is already stupid. Like concerning that with the Earth being flat can be compared to saying, oh, well, all buildings and stuff are made basically flat. Well, most buildings are made flat, so Earth got to be flat. Or saying all basketballs are round, so the Earth got to be round. Like something as minuscule as that. Just, but I did see that earlier though, and I watched the video. I lost some
have you
pictures, but I
looked?
found this one meme.
Have you looked into Tartaria?
Tartaria?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
There's a lot to explore about our world. There's a lot to explore about what we think we know, and we think we're the brightest civilization that has ever existed on this world. But
I don't believe in that.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for not believing that. At least, there's been brighter civilizations more than us that have existed, and Tartaria. If you can just unpack that, and I think the best evidence has been spilled by John Levy. Honestly, like if you were to just Google John Levy, or at least YouTube it, like that dude just lets us know how much we've been lied to in that sense. There's so much about our history and our world and where we came from, and there used to be a civilization that actually understood this and understood that the world was a battery. I don't know if you know about the electrical field, the ionosphere that exists around us that we live in, and every feet that we climb up into the air, there's more electricity that's garnished, and we could use that to power everything, but there's no money to be made off of it. There's no money to be made off of free electricity. And without going too much further deep into it, I think that.
And not only money, money, control too. Like that's the biggest thing.
Totally.
They can give two shits about the money. It's paper. It's the control. Like they lose the control. They don't care about the money. That's how they keep us in control.
That's what I was saying. You don't lie for no reason unless you're an idiot. You lie for the upper hand or control, or to have a group of people think a certain type of way. So, and like, of course, I can't say that I believe everything the government says because that wouldn't be true at all. But I don't believe that they would lie about something that they wouldn't lie about something that was not like important. Like they
Paramount
wouldn't lie and
Pictures
say,
came out with a picture of the globe, and 20 years later, when NASA became a thing, they used the same globe model. And have you looked at the pictures that NASA has released about the globe? Every single one is
looks different.
stupidly different from the
Right.
previous one.
See, NASA is a weird case because you have to say a lot of the things you learn about the globe Earth at least comes from NASA. And like I said, I do believe in a global Earth, but I can't say that I believe strictly in NASA, only the scientific method and things that you can prove. So NASA is a weird
Well,
case to me in a touchy
what's your
subject.
biggest proof of the globe Earth then? You know,
Oh,
if you can't even trust NASA, which has been pushing this, what's your biggest proof of it?
right, like I said, you could go out and buy what's it called? You could go out and buy I can't think of the name. I said this to you earlier, Uncle. You can go out and buy a weather balloon and put it up in the sky, or something as simple as gravity and test.
nephew. Hold on. Since you bringing that up, why don't you tell them
Right.
what happened yesterday?
What happened yesterday?
You sent me a video of the guy with the weather balloon, bro.
Oh, right. Okay, so we got into a debate as
That
usual.
shit backfired on you so bad, nephew.
No,
Yeah,
first,
go ahead.
no,
Tell what
no.
happened.
We gonna get there.
What
We gonna get
happened?
there. We are okay. So look, here's what happened. Right, we getting watched in Call of Duty, so we stopped playing for a minute. So and we was talking, and I said something about a weather balloon, and he said, "Send me a video." I sent him the video, and I don't remember exactly. You could tell them afterwards, but I think he said something about how once you go up, the horizon is supposed to go lower, and how it didn't go any lower. But like, it's just the way, it's like a concept view. Like, say for instance,
I'll put my pencil across my phone, and it was flat. It was flat.
It
was
First
flat.
of all, your pencil is so much bigger than the line on your phone.
Listen, your imagination made that curve. It was flat. I'm telling
No,
you.
your
Your
imagination
imagination made that curve. I like that.
No, listen.
I'm telling you.
No, I'm about to go, bro. Okay, so look, when you looking at a circle, right? Any way you look at it, if it's a circle on the outside, but on a 3D plane, it becomes a ball, right?
Bro.
You need depth.
What? I got one thing. All right. When have you seen a sun on the ceiling? All right. When have you seen, because the sun, right, goes around us, and
no, we go around the sun.
For a moment, it should give us, it should highlight the ceiling, right? Because it's going around us. But when have you seen a light shimmer on the roof or a ceiling? That has never
Wait,
happened.
you talking about a light coming from specifically the sun shining on the ceiling, indoors or outdoors?
It's going around the earth, right?
We're
sun
going around the
goes
sun.
around the earth.
We go around the
Right,
sun.
right.
The moon goes around
And
us.
as it goes down around the globe, it's supposed to shoot light, right, to the ceiling. When have you seen a ceiling lit up from the globe, from that globe sun shooting up into
wow.
it? It's
That's
never
deep.
happened.
That is
Understanding what you're
deep.
saying.
happened.
The
That
light,
is deep.
bro. No, okay. So
Wow.
first, I'm not understanding. You talking about a light shining on the ceiling? How? Like, explain, elaborate. A light shining on the ceiling coming from the sun. Are we talking about the ceiling indoors or
The
outdoors?
sun goes around the globe.
We go around the
It
sun.
curves the corner, and as it curves the corner, it's gonna shine light into the ceiling. It's never done that.
What do you mean shine
Bro,
light in the that doesn't make sense.
Think
What are you
about it.
saying?
Just think about it. Like, dude, put a freaking apple and
Bro, I'm
put,
going to my kitchen right now. Wait. This is goof because I am not understanding the question.
That's a big one, dude. That is a big one. That is cognitive
Well, he's saying,
dissonance.
listen, hold on. I want to provide a little clarity. I believe what he's saying is that we're supposed to be on a globe that's spinning backwards, that when you're seeing a sunset, you're spinning backwards. If this were the case and that sun was going down beyond a geometric curve edge, the light would be shining upward. This never
Yes, sir.
happens on Earth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly what I'm saying.
You mean once the light from the sun passes the horizon, the only thing we should be able to see is the light going upward?
Exactly.
That's not
Yes,
possible
it
because
would
the
do that,
light reflecting
indubitably.
off of the moon and hitting back on Earth, and that's why we able to see at night.
Oh shit!
No, we're talking about the sun, not about the moon. That's a separate.
No,
That's
you
a separate.
cannot say the sun
That's
without
a
the moon
separate
because
train wreck.
you cannot touch on light of the sun
The
and the
moon
moon
isn't.
without saying.
Listen, the moon isn't reflect. The moon isn't reflecting light. If a spherical surface is reflecting, it has a hot spot. A reflector has to be either flat or concave. It can't be a reflection. It's not. I just saw a freaking fully half moon tonight, right in the middle of my vision, and the sun has been gone for like almost an hour. And the phase of the moon has not changed at all day long. As the sun is moving down, that phase is not changing. Why is that? How does that work on a globe?
Because the light reflecting off of the
explain
sun
that?
hits different spots. You have to understand there is a bright side
Okay,
and a
I
dark
want
side
you to
to
look at
everything
the
on
live
sitting in the
stream.
sun. If you
I want you to look at the
Listen,
live stream
I've
voice text.
never seen
at the
a
live stream voice
ceiling
text.
lit by a sun. All right, you just show me a ceiling getting lit by a sun. Fucking, I'll send you a Bitcoin.
He's
you know
right.
what I mean?
What,
Like
what he's
you've
saying
never
in a
seen.
sunset, yeah, like in a sunset, if the sun is shining in your west-facing window, hold on. If your sun is shining in your west-facing window and that sun is going down, we always see the shadows do the same thing. We never see the sun going over the edge and then starting to point upward on your ceiling on a west-facing window. So now look at the voice text. You see the thing where there's a moon and there's some
And
balls
the
there,
ball
and
reflecting.
there's light shining on the spherical shapes.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, that's how a spherical shape reflects. Only that way can a spherical object reflect that way. It has to
Well,
have
if
the
you-
hot spot.
If you have something much brighter and larger, then of course it will reflect in a different manner. You got to understand that
No,
the
it
moon
doesn't.
is several
Sorry,
million
that's
times
not
smaller
true.
than the sun. If you
It
cannot
doesn't
illuminate your whole room
matter.
with a
It's a
single
non
flashlight,
sequitur,
that's why you have.
bro. You're telling us one thing, you're talking out of your ass. Listen, you're telling us that a spherical object is reflecting something. This is how spherical objects are reflecting, period.
And
Always.
you don't
This
have
is not
something
this
that's
is irrefutable.
okay. Let's say this spherical object was the size of the orange. You don't have something the size of the building reflecting the light off of that. In that case, things would be different.
How so?
Sunny.
How so?
Sunny.
Because light.
How
Oh,
so?
go ahead. Go ahead.
How would they be different? I want
Yeah.
to know how exactly. I'm sorry.
Because more light equals more rays. More rays can cover more area. You cannot have something the size of something and then something bigger and compared to the size of the moon and the sun. That's if you look at the size difference of the moon and the sun, not in real time because you won't be able to see it because the moon is.
Yeah. Young man, can you explain to us?
You can't just spiral like I'm in the middle of talking. I'm in the middle of talking.
Sorry,
You can't
go
just
ahead.
keep on talking over me, bro. It's not going to work. So you're going to have to start providing citations for these things you're saying, scientific evidence, proof, validation through the empirical method. So you need to start showing citations. So can you provide a citation for what you said about reflecting objects? And I'll unmute you so you can answer. You got what I'm asking for, right? Scientific citation for how things reflect off of spheres. You need to provide it.
a citation that.
Okay. Do you have that citation?
No, not right now, but I can get one to you before the night is over.
It's impossible.
And
It's
don't
not
talk
gonna
about
happen.
things and claim that something is true if you don't have proof for it. We're going to ask you for the proof if you say something here. It's just the way it is. So, if you want to know more about your Earth that you live on, start looking for any validating measurement, a direct measurement of Earth's curvature, a detection of Earth's rotation, and proof or demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's where you need to start. Those are the fundamental claims that the globe Earth makes. Start with curvature.
You know, they give us examples of, I mean, they are telling us about relative speeds, motion, and yeah, I can agree that we can measure the speed of a train, and in the same time, we can measure the speed of a moving car. Because they have built in a device that is measuring either the RPM of the drive shaft, or yeah, they have some sensors on the wheel that can tell you the speed. But when you install a accelerometer app on your phone and you are standing still, it shows you that you are standing still. Google Maps, it tells you you have 0 miles per hour. But as soon as you start moving, when you get in a friend's car, it will show you that you are moving with 30 miles an hour, 50, 60, 80, 100. It's not a very precise, but it tells you that you are moving. You have a speed. So when we are sitting, then why don't we see the 66,000 miles an hour around the sun speed? Or the 1.3 million miles an hour speed of the whole solar system around the great attractor?
Yeah,
None of
that's
these speeds
true. That's
shows
true.
up. Yeah.
We don't detect the
Yeah.
speeds. I agree. I agree.
And that's very not how co-magnetometers work. I mean, yeah, we do have very precise co-magnetometers like rubidium atom, inertially suspended on 6 axes. Yeah.
Oh,
They can detect the
yeah,
smallest kind of motions. So
that's true. That's true. Appreciate that,
yeah.
bro. Lil D. So this is how the Discord is. You know, anytime people speak on something and they saying it's facts, they gotta provide evidence for it. You know, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
Because of
Right.
the whole deception shit and the fact that we trying to get out of it, we trying to keep everybody
feel
out of
that.
it. I respect that. You know, the way Sonny handled that, I respect that, bro. That's the way it gotta be. I mean, it is what it is. And those the things you gotta look into. The speed, gravity, space, the vacuum, gas pressure. That's a big one. Curve. You gotta look at those
Yeah,
things.
your vestibular system, your ear, your inner ear, the vestibular system that detects motion.
Yeah.
It's a very fine-tuned instrument. You don't play with it. If you play with that,
Yeah, you're
organ,
right, man. Very
you
fine-tuned
throw
instrument. I like that. I
you,
like that.
you if you play with that organ, you throw up your guts out of your mouth in an instant.
So here's the absolute killer for the globe, and it's in the voice text right now. You said you wanted to see something that was, I don't know what word you used, but this
proof.
kills it, King Sean. If you're looking at the short video, if you could blow that up to the largest size you possibly can, and you can see it's a 20-minute drone, 400 feet off the ground, shows the moon and the stars moving in sync with each other, and Earth is motionless.
Global killer.
It's over.
Right there.
Wait, you're
Boom.
saying that the Earth is
Wow.
motionless
I'm
because
about
we're
to look that up. Let's see
wait,
that.
so you're saying that the Earth is motionless because everything is moving in sync?
Bro.
I'm just trying to understand. So
Everything that you see in the sky is moving, but not the Earth.
or maybe if you reverse the order, the Earth is moving and most of the other things are still.
Bro.
Yeah, detect it for me. Show me.
Nah, you
You
said
didn't
no.
detect
People
anything. You just
say
Bro. All right.
you just made a claim and showed me a video. So if I reverse your knowledge and send it back your way, you're saying that it's
Well,
not true.
listen.
I'm
No,
listening.
If I
because
say
listen,
a
the drone
train,
is listen. The drone is removed. The drone is removed from Earth's surface. It's not attached, and gases are not bonded. Period. It's a drone in free space, removed from Earth's surface, showing the luminaries in the sky moving together, and Earth is not moving at all.
yeah.
But
do you want
still in Earth's atmosphere,
to
correct?
tell me? Wait a minute. Do you want to tell me that a maglev train running with 1,000 miles an hour at the equator is actually standing still and the Earth is moving beneath it?
No, the train is moving.
Yeah, why? Why
The
isn't
train
the
is
Earth moving? Because before you were saying that the Earth is moving.
that's different.
Moment
I
ago.
said
That's
that the Earth.
different. How?
No, I said that the Earth is moving and most of the other
Yes,
things in
but you
space
see,
are still. Yet
when you are inside, when you are inside the cabin of the train, yeah, you have all those fancy clocks, yeah, and one of them tells you the speed of the train. What do you think that is?
The speed of the train.
Okay, but how does that clock tells you that gauge tells you the speed of the train? It's a mechanism. Yeah, it's an instrument installed on the train to detect the speed.
Right.
Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Show me that instrument on the Earth.
All right. I can see, and
Yeah.
if not, then I can find
Because
a answer
you
to why.
can't. You also cannot invoke size because the Earth is so big. Because we have giant trucks like those mine trucks. You know, they are giant cars. And yeah, they also have this speedometer installed. Even a crane has, it tells you how much is rotating, how much is moving on the ground, the speed.
Okay.
All of them have, but we have none for the Earth.
Yeah, this
to
is
show
a
that
good
the Earth
video. I like
has
this video.
this kind of speed.
Okay.
And by the way, if you look into Sagnac experiment, you will see that he actually proves that the Earth is motionless.
All right. I have to get up for work tomorrow. I appreciate you guys talking with him. And I appreciate you coming too, nephew. Man, I appreciate you coming. I've been thinking about getting you in here for a while, but I just never said nothing. I'm glad you brought it up yesterday. So thanks for coming. Hope
Yeah, don't worry about it.
we can probably do it tomorrow or pick up. I don't know, whenever you're ready to come back in.
Yeah, continue.
probably-
He's welcome here. We like
Yeah,
to
everybody.
debate. Yeah.
Yeah, keep on searching, man. You know, we're only here to try to provide information to you, actually. It's up to you. You know, we're trying to get people to think for themselves instead of
For
using
real.
fallacious thinking, like, you know, like thinking that something's true because the authority says so is fallacious, right?
Uh-huh. So yeah, I'll probably be back once I get y'all list of the list of information.
Good luck, bro.
Yeah. Good luck. Okay. I'm sure I'll need
Yeah,
it.
for real. I'm sorry. I don't want to be condescending, but you know, it's
Yeah.
rough. It's rough to disprove this shit, you know?
Right.
All the flat earthers that said and did this. After they came to the flat earth subject, we said, oh, I'm going to go and search for globe evidence. And not even today. We still haven't
Yeah.
found any.
Yo, every single what is it? Every single society, every single religion, you know,
Culture.
before us, they knew the earth was flat. Honestly,
Yeah.
Buddhism, Israeli, I can't remember them all. But
All the
seriously, and
ancient
it was
civilization.
only
Yeah.
yes, it was only the last since the 1920s with NASA that this stuff became popular. You know, and it was the
Back in the
yeah.
days, heliocentrism was a occult practice. It was punishable by death. The practice
Yeah,
of this
I know
religion.
about
Are
that.
you serious?
Yeah,
Punishable
yeah,
by
you can be
death?
Yeah.
killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
They were
fucking
burning
crazy.
these people on a stake alive in the medieval ages. Yeah.
That's
They
how
were never.
serious it was.
Yeah.
That's how that you're right, and that's just to prove a point. That's how serious that
Yeah.
shit was, man. It
Yeah.
still is serious, but people don't take it serious.
Yeah.
Anyway, like I said, I gotta be up at 6 o'clock. I appreciate everybody. Thank y'all.
Yeah, don't worry.
Nephew, if you
Good
wanna
night,
sit in here and
Yeah,
talk,
thanks, you guys.
nephew,
Thanks for
go
coming.
right
Come
ahead.
back.
But I'm dipping.
Have a good
Y'all stay
rest.
All
flat.
right. Let me know. I'll see you
Yeah.
tomorrow.
God bless.
You
All right.
clap.
Oh man, this took a minute, huh? All right. Well, yeah, like I said, I'll be back once I got y'all list of evidence. Might take me a minute, like
Yeah,
you said,
and you know,
but
yeah.
Bro, honestly,
And King Sean,
it's
I just
great to
wanted to
have
say,
you.
yeah, it
no,
is. It really is, King Sean. And do you know, when you come back, make sure you look at the information that's down below, all the different categories. You know, there's beginner FE videos, there's all sorts of videos and
okay,
information down below, you know.
got you. I'll look at it. I'll read it.
Right on.
All right, I'll see you.
Good job, you
Nice
guys.
one, Sonny. Yeah. Good job too.
How about a little?
Good job.
How about a little? How about a little globe Earth sniper for our listening pleasure? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
It's funny. I need a laugh today, man. It's been a rough day. Oh, gee. So that's funny as hell.
I'm glad we were able to have such a good discussion. He was a great guy, honestly. Like most people would not have even withstand what we were telling this dude.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that thing with ozone layer containing the atmosphere, that got me triggered.
That'll trigger. Yeah, that'll trigger people.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, here's a little globe Earth sniper.
Honestly, it's hard for me to even like care about other things in this world, knowing this shit.
Hold on, false start. What happened? Oh, I probably could have just pressed play or something. Hold on a sec. Should be a go this time.
You might have issues, Sonny. There might be a problem.
No, it's just paused. I think.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast. Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean
that's good. That's really good.
Wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days, shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left, 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Wow, I've done the calculation. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. If you factor in the curve, this is clearly a mirage.
That was good. That was good.
That's how it is.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
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 Mrs. Gets It in the house.
Welcome.
Let's get this party started. Woo!
Where are the Globers at?
I swear the live stream has been so dead every time I come in here. We killed all the ballers.
I know. It seems like they just get tore down another notch, like Quantum comes out with the death of terrestrial refraction, the merciless destruction. It's like almost their last go-to, Where else are they? What do they have left now?
Just their tears.
All their tears. Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of the term buggy whip?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, see, in the old days, people had buggies, right? And they had horses would pull their buggies, and they would have these little whips that they could whip whip the horse with, right? But I mean, they're not like a violent whip, just kind of a little, just a little snap, So there were these manufacturing plants that made buggy whips, right? And then, so what do you think happened to all the buggy whip manufacturers? Like, once buggies were obsolete and you could buy a automobile, there were still some buggy whip manufacturers manufacturing till the very end. So that's like the Globe. They're the modern time buggy whip manufacturers. And their time has come.
Their time has come. It came and went.
Mm-hmm.
There's CC7. Hello, CC7. Can you open your mic and talk to us?
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? I've seen you in the voice chat, but haven't spoken to you yet. You a globe earther, or have you come across the flat earth yet?
Flat earther.
Yeah, what makes you think that?
That the earth is flat?
Yeah.
Well, I've been in this server for quite some time, and I've been looking at other people debate it and all, and I've been making my own observations in the real world, and I've just been doing multiple experiments. So I've come to the conclusion that there's no spin, and gravity can simply be defined as the law of density and buoyancy. So I don't really see any proof for a globe Earth.
You sound smart.
Well, yeah, welcome to the club. We haven't found any proof either. Sounds like you could be in the right place.
How long have you been a flat earther? Oh, sorry.
Maybe like 3 or 4 months now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, not too long. I'm only 15, so yeah.
Do you have any friends left?
What?
Do you have any friends left?
Nope, not at all. Lost them all.
That's a good way. That's a good question, man. Isn't it like that?
Yeah, that's a good way to measure it.
Does that mean that all us flat earthers have a low friend on that scale?
Say like people, because like I don't know, I'm really picky with definition of friend. Like friends in person, like I don't know, less than 10 people I actually trust now.
Sounds like you've been through some shit.
Well, because like once you know the Earth is flat, you really like. Can you really just hang out with anybody at that point? Like, you can't.
No,
I know. I have my girl, and I know she's anti, and it's rough, and I don't even want to bring it up to her, honestly, and I don't even know what to do about it.
Can you get a new girl?
I love her though. Like it's rough. It's I don't know what to do about it. I really don't know.
Yeah. Is she just not interested in it, or is she just like, no, the Earth
She's
is
anti-conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? Like what's told to her is the truth. And yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's hard. Do you feel like it? I'm gonna be your therapist.
Thank you. Thank you. I may need some therapy. Who knows?
Do you feel like that bothers you on a day-to-day basis, or does it not really
No.
affect you unless it's like?
It doesn't bother me at all on a day to day
Oh,
because
okay.
I know day to day, bigger picture is bigger picture.
Well, then I think you'll
Yeah,
be
that's what I
okay.
tell myself now. You know,
Yeah.
we're not living together. We're not, sharing, financial constraints, and I just kind of feel like it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, and maybe one day she'll be willing to hear about it. Maybe something will happen. It'll just be so obviously like they'll release like a video or something, and it'll just be so obviously fake. Maybe you'll be able to show her that.
I would hope that I can do that for her.
Yeah.
But she's anti conspiracy. Like what is shown to her by the it's the bias of the authority bias, whatever it is, so if NASA says it's true, kind of thing.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Did she take the vaccine?
She did, and
oh man,
funny you mentioned that, and that is another thing where my sperm is worth so much more than her. I don't know. I don't. I ignore it honestly. Like personally, I ignore it. I love the girl. Honestly, I love the girl and I
then you
ignore
gotta
that.
be with her.
Oh.
Then you gotta be with her.
Yeah.
You love her, then you'll get over it.
Yeah. C'est la vie.
C'est la vie.
That was very heartwarming.
What, Crack Villain?
I said that was very heartwarming at the same time as not,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, mate.
Really?
Yeah, maybe it's my service. How have you been, Crack? I haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, I'm all good, thank you. Like you I don't know if you can actually hear me, so you might not be able to.
No, I can hear you. Okay.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right, sweet. I was just saying that. How are you? You all right? I haven't heard you in a while either.
Yeah, I've been good. Just been
good.
taking a little break. Now I'm back on the server.
Yeah, same. No, it was good to hear you speaking to him then. Like, oh, you're right, dude. Mrs. doesn't get it. Basically. What was the story? Have they split up?
Wait, what?
Have they split up?
No,
Him and
they're
his
together.
partner. They're still together.
No,
That's what I mean.
he
I
just
couldn't get the
said that
gist.
she's not a flat earther. She took the vaccine, but he loves her. So then you got to stay with her, if you love her.
Yeah, you do. You do, man.
You'll push your wheelchair. I'm kidding.
Funny as fuck, right? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, okay, yeah, because that's what's gonna happen at the end of the day. Yeah, I'm gonna push her around. Fuck. Yeah. God damn it! I don't want
It's
that to
better than her
happen. All
pushing
right.
you around.
It may
Listen, dude.
happen. I don't know, man. All I know is my sperm is gonna be invaluable.
I'm just saying,
so
bro.
where you been, Crack?
Listen to the tone of his voice, mate. He's like, "Where have you been, bro?" I've missed you.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
mate,
miss
you
you
right?
too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good,
man.
good.
Good.
Just getting ready for work, having a coffee. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did you say getting ready for work or getting ready for war?
Yeah. Work.
What
Work.
time is it
Combined,
there?
sounds like. Mm-hmm. It's like,
Yeah.
what time is it? Get or get got?
Oh, it's almost 6 a.m.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. here. You're an hour ahead, aren't you, over there? Yeah.
Yeah. Germany. Yeah. I'm looking at the robots and I was thinking, like, they are so random. They have no idea what they are doing, right?
Isn't it?
They look like, chaos. How do they function with
I don't know,
chaos
mate.
theory? Yeah.
Who knows?
It's a coincidence. Yeah.
Wait, did you say you have work?
Yeah, I said I'm at work. Yeah.
Hey, I just got in here. Are there any globers in here?
Someone with exit. Oh, he left. He was
He just
server
left.
muted.
I'm sorry, say that again.
There was, but he left.
There was a guy with his uncle. Yeah. I had to tell him about black holes and stuff like that. How they don't exist.
Stuff that they can't prove.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
He was telling us about the black holes, but I told him, look, before the black holes, you have to prove the vacuum of space, the violation of second law of thermodynamics is possible, and also gas pressure. Like to have a vacuum next to gas pressure without a container, or to have gas pressure around a wheel without the rubber tire, the container. And yeah, when you can show us these things, then I will believe the black hole stuff.
How do you see a black hole? That's what I'm confused about. Space is flat. Black holes are black. How do you see a black hole?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is that?
That sounds like a dog
my
that's
dog.
made out
I'm
of
sorry.
raisins.
I'm sorry. I'm muting.
I'm not gonna
My
lie,
bad,
that did
guys.
sound like a dog
I'm not
that was made
complaining.
out
I'm just
of.
curious what that noise
Frankie!
was.
That sounds brilliant, bro. You can keep that unlocked all day. Like, I'm not bothered about that. That sounded like a dog made out of mechanical toys. Or
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It sounded
was that a
mechanical.
dog? That was an
It was a dog.
Astro dog or something?
Bro.
That was my dog. He's a little puppy. He thinks he's bigger than he is.
I'm not surprised the man sounds like a drill.
His name is Frankie. Frank the Tank.
Like Frankie Four Fingers from Snatch.
Okay, I just asked Frankie, and he said that the Earth is plane.
The Earth is plane or is a plane?
Is a plane? Frankie is a flat earther.
Oh, okay.
He barks at Globers.
Blank plane.
Scry's flat. How long has Scry's flat been here for?
Just under a month.
Yeah, you enjoying it so far, bud?
Oh, dude, I love it. I'm a truck driver, and the time I'm usually on it is during the day, Tuesday through Saturday, and it makes my day go by a whole lot faster.
Yeah, it makes
I
life a little
bet,
bit
yeah.
easier sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. Damn straight, man. 100%.
It's also therapeutic. Like I feel like I'm in AA, but
Yeah,
like
because you're not shouting at people. Yeah.
It's being able to talk to people that actually like what you're passionate about. It's really, yeah. I guess what you said, therapeutic. It's
Yeah.
It's cathartic. Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're around people who don't give a crap about what you're passionate about.
Like I can't imagine new flat earthers that don't find this place and they have to just go like on their own, like and they just like have nobody to talk to.
No.
It's so sad.
Well, I was actually frustrated because I've been listening to like Nathan Oakley. I've been listening to them for like years. And
man.
remember while I'm driving, I'm listening because I listened to the pre-recorded, and because I couldn't listen to it live, I didn't know anything about this whole. What is this again?
Discord, bro.
Yeah, Discord. Sorry, that's why I'm so new to it. I actually had to be taught how to get on this, but I didn't know I couldn't get on, and so I remember yelling all the time. It's like, that's not what he's saying. And it just I can't explain it. It's just I got so frustrated because I knew what one person was saying, but the other person wasn't catching on, and I wanted to get in there and say, no, listen, this is what he's trying to say, but he's not saying it right. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man, it's good to be able to, actually get in there and get your own opinion across and, be able to guide someone's thoughts onto a concept.
Sorry, no, my son just walked in. I just don't want you guys to hear this.
That's all right. What happened to your name, Kai?
Oh, Mrs. Musk was challenged, or excuse me, Elon Musk was challenged by Witsit in a duel, and Witsit won the duel.
That can happen. His name used to be Wizard Slayer, so.
We'll drop you off early.
My rod and staff come for me.
So I'm trying to quit weed, guys, and I just have a little
Same.
bit left.
Why would you do that? It's healthy for you.
My chest is ruined, bro. Like I've been smoking for a little bit again. I'm ruined already.
Are you smoking the pot right now?
Yeah. No, all you gotta do is eat it.
Well, I would maybe do that in the future, but
yeah, man.
I'm gonna be moving. I'm gonna be moving, and I'm not gonna be moving to a place where it's legal anymore. And I just really
can't be
don't want
bothered
to have to buy it like through a dealer. Like I hate that. Like I just want to go to the store, get my weed. So I gotta get ready to be cut off cold turkey.
Cold turkey.
I think smoking it is actually the worst thing you can do because
probably
number one, you're hurting your lungs. I mean, whoever thought
it's still bad for you, no matter what anyone says.
Let's just inhale smoke. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I don't even smoke it. I just vaporize it. But still, even that.
Isn't that
healthy?
I thought the chemicals in doing that
It's
is actually worse.
It's actually still bad.
No. It's a dryer vape. The dryer vape, so it like cooks it.
Wait, where are you now, and where are you moving to?
I'm on the West Coast. I'm moving to the East Coast. So that's...
Where are you moving to?
I don't know yet. I'm gonna
Oh, you don't even know?
I don't even know. No, I literally.
That's interesting.
No, I'm gonna crash with my family for like a week and then just pick a state.
Sorry, it sounded like you were mumbling. You said you're going to do what?
I said I don't know where I'm going, but I'm just gonna go to my family's and then look at which states aren't tripping out over COVID and just pick
Go
one.
there.
Yeah.
Damn straight.
Because they're gonna do lockdowns again and mandates and
Yeah.
where I'm out to
Florida
have
and
another
Texas.
mask mandate and I can't do it anymore.
Florida
I'm
and
getting out.
Texas. As of right now, Florida and Texas are
I've
the only places you
literally
can go
not
and get away
worn
from it.
anything.
Yeah.
I've been really lucky. I've not had to wear anything, like at all. I've been very
For
lucky.
now.
No one gonna make me do anything, man. You know what I
That's
mean?
true.
Not at all. No.
Well, since this whole thing started, I think I've worn a mask a grand total of probably 20 times. And that was only when I absolutely had to get something done and I couldn't get it done unless I put one on. And other than that, if I went into someplace and they require it, I just turned around and walked out.
Yeah, it really just depends on where you were at. Because where I live, it was so dramatic and extreme. I couldn't even, the last little bit of it, I couldn't even go into any store. They wouldn't let us go in there. So I had to pick up everything. And now I have to do that again. Can't even go into a gas station. They literally will not serve you at all.
What state are you in right now?
I'm in Vegas.
Oh,
really?
no.
Yeah.
They're that strict already in Vegas?
Vegas is terrible.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, that thing you said a second ago about boycotting a business if it forces you to wear a muzzle, keep in mind it's a much better idea to do that with the major corporate things than the mom and pop ones, because the mom and pop ones are forced to do it. They'll be shut down, with the regulations or whatever, the mandate.
If they don't do it, yeah. I think people are gonna exercise common sense at least a little bit, surely. What you need is people to actually have like a united front in a sense of psychologically speaking. So where I live, basically there's a sort of unspoken rule of like, now, if you can get away with not wearing a mask, you do it all the time when you can get away with doing it. So like, yeah, when people are in pubs and stuff, and pubs are going to get in trouble for potentially having clients in there without masks on, it's the client's job to sort of say something to anyone that tries to say anything to authority figures. But like basically do one, you know what I mean? It's been happening a bit where I'm from anyway.
Well, I'm not really boycotting them. It's just I don't want to deal with it. It's like, okay, if you're going to choose to accept the lie, I'm not going to argue with you because I will. I'm not going to put a mask on because they're useless and it makes no sense. If you want to accept that, fine. I just don't want to argue with you, so I'll just go somewhere else. It's not really a boycott. It's just I'm tired of it. Does that make sense?
Of course, bro.
Yeah, man, that makes sense. I'm just saying, like, it's just another trick, is what I'm trying to say. To step on the mom and pop ones. They want what I'm trying to say is, at the very least, they want it to make it so you're discouraged to go to the mom and pop one.
Oh, of course. That was obvious the last year. I mean, all the big like Walmart and stuff, all the mom and pops, they couldn't be open, but yet Walmart and Home Depot, all of them, they were open. Okay, that was
but imagine
obvious
this,
right there.
Just imagine this, though. Imagine how different it would be if businesses were allowed to choose whether or not to mandate it or not. Because they were for a while here in Oregon. And now, just as of a couple of days ago, they're not allowed to anymore. Every business, any business at all, has the potential to be shut down. They don't force every single person going in and out of there and working there to wear a muzzle all the time. And so what I'm saying is just imagine how different it would be economically if, you know, they were given the choice. And you could have like a regular small time Italian restaurant and, you know, not force people to wear that crap on their face. You can go there, relax, not be stressed. But you don't want the place to get shut down because you're breaking the rules. So, you know, that's what I'd do is I'd put it on anyway, or at least wear it around my neck so it looks like I'm putting a half-ass effort into it.
I just realized something. This is live stream, right? Being recorded. Are we allowed to talk about this, or would the Dathan be in trouble?
Just
I
try
just
not,
realized that.
just not for too long, but just
Sorry,
try
don't
not
worry
to say either the V words or the C word. Just don't say any words that would be, you know.
Listen,
Oh,
I'll tell
okay.
you guys. I'll tell you guys if there's anything you shouldn't be saying. Don't worry.
Cool. All right.
You're alright for the minute. Don't worry. I ain't bothered.
Well, like I said, I'm new to this, and I remember a lot of things. Well, we can't talk about that, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, man, that's cool. The hours are relevant as well when we're in here. How many people are in here? And at the minute, it's all just FE people as well. And like you said, if you're not saying the V word or the C word, or you know, then it's sort of alright. You just talk about your lives, wearing masks.
Well,
But
my
yeah,
wife. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying, I've been pretty glad that I've not had to like really involve myself in all of that rubbish because I've got a really bad temper as it is. I don't really believe that I would have been able to deal with like people telling me to wear a mask at all. They would have just got me in trouble. So I'm happy. Go ahead, dude.
Well, my wife, she actually saved our kids basically. That I told her, I said, if the school says they have to wear masks, they're not going. We need to do the homeschool stuff, whatever it takes. My kids are not going to breathe in their own carbon dioxide. They're not going to do it again. And they said they don't have to. And they gave very limited things. It's like, okay, that will never happen, so that's fine. And I knew they were going to do it. The day before school starts, which is tomorrow, it's mandatory. And I said, nope, they're not going. And my wife pulls out these masks that she found, and they're basically a fishnet. It's a very thin fishnet. It looks like you have a mask on, but it's basically just a whole bunch of holes where you're not breathing. You're breathing out your carbon dioxide, and you're actually breathing in because it's so tight woven. But I put it on
The
myself.
micron screen is too big. Yeah.
I put it on, and it's like, okay, yeah, I breathe normal with this. So I said, as long as they accept it, they can go. And so now my kids can actually get a real education with, hands-on stuff.
Yeah, they're gonna learn to live on a planet in space and all that.
I was gonna say that, but yeah, I didn't want to piss on his fire. He seemed happy about it. But yeah, it's not. That's the issue, mate. Do you want? I'm not saying go for this. Homeschooling is a difficult thing. It's a big commitment. But it is something to consider because really the schooling they're going to get from the curriculum is not going to be very good. The curriculum's too linear nowadays. Like I was homeschooled for 2 years of my life, and I think I learnt more in those 2 years than I did from all the other schooling.
I don't doubt it.
Well, yeah, because it's just like it's different in it when you're learning, sort of in an environment where there's other students and stuff like that. I feel like there are probably more modes of thought going on in a child's mind when they're especially at secondary school than probably what's conducive to an environment for learning anyway, right? kids are often in this sort of rat race, especially I've noticed that in America, they really do play into the whole competitionary side thing, with like this valedictorian and kummus and laude sort of stuff that they do, fraternities and all of that stuff. Not so much over here, but yeah, I think that's probably not even the best environment to learn in anymore. So yeah, any movement away from that sort of energy when you're trying to learn is going to be like sort of a good move.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. Any Globers? No.
No Globers.
What's up, Sonny?
Getting tired. Have to go pretty soon.
Uh-oh. Ooh. It seems like does it always get like this, Sonny?
Lately, it's been like this, yeah, for about the last week. It's been really quiet.
Like I know this been going on for how many years? 5? You said?
No, I've only been aware of Flat Earth for 4 years, but I think this server has been on for like a year and a half or 2 years, and the other one they had was like another 2 years. But I wasn't on that original one.
Oh, okay.
I only found I only found Discord last year in August. So it's a year. It's only been a year.
Okay. Feel like the Globers are just getting tired of us. Wanna come into the Discord and talk to us? Hello.
Hello? Is anybody
How's it going?
on the live stream? The live stream, is it alive?
I just heard it like it was a feedback. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I heard that show. I was like, oh shit. And I had to mute myself.
I thought you were trying to be like Gollum or something. Hello, precious. I can't do it. I can't do impressions.
Oh, well. I want it. I can't do it. I can't. No. No.
Guys, I just, on my phone, I literally just got this weird public safety alert. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It says law enforcement blue alert. Until the 17th, monitor radio or TV. It's literally saying listen to your radio or your TV.
Really?
You're
What?
Yeah, you're not watching TV enough. This is your friendly reminder to turn your TV on. No,
That is what the heck?
Yeah, seriously, it's just right here on my phone. I'm gonna take a screenshot and post it. Public safety alert. You guys, this is ridiculous. Look at this. So weird. And then it read it out to me. Whatever that means. You need to listen to your daily dose of propaganda. Are you not getting
Law
enough lies in your
enforcement
life?
blue alert? What the heck?
Yeah, exactly. If you're not getting enough lies in your life, just tune in to your local TV station. News. Oh, speaking of, I'm sure it's been a topic today. But this whole Taliban takeover. Oh, you mean CIA takeover.
Sailor, you want me to whip your ass?
Anyway.
Stop hiding your face under the blanket.
I agree. Bull alert. Total bull. Well, I joined the live stream to see if anybody out there in YouTube land is watching.
We got 30
Anybody-
people watching, but no one ain't. They don't wanna.
Maybe they're all flat earthers. Wouldn't that be great? How's your night going, Master Chief?
It's going. Okay.
Good, good.
I mean, I can't complain right now.
I mean, I'm sure you can, but good on you not complaining.
Right, yeah. I mean, I can complain, but I just choose not to.
Yeah. Right, what does that do? It doesn't do anything. Does it motivate you to do better? Does it motivate you to get out of that mindset? What does motivate you? Motivation to do what exactly? What are we doing with our
I don't know. Let's ask our viewers. Viewers,
Yes,
what
viewers.
motivates you?
Yeah.
What motivates you to get up out of bed?
Well, why don't you come in? Come on in. You'll get checked in. You tell us all about it. Okay? maybe
Tell us
it's
how you got the
just.
jab.
Oh well, we can't talk about that in the live stream,
I
so
mean,
don't tell us
no,
that.
I mean, tell us how
Don't
you
tell
got
us
jabbed. I mean, hold
your
on.
your
You know what?
stupid decisions in life.
Right.
Oh
I think I just have lack of coffee right now.
no. Yeah, we've been working super long hours, and it's been taking a toll. I'm super sore. But you know what? The working out is good, right? It's good for our bodies. It's good for our health. My
Working
skin
out is
looks
easy.
amazing. And you know what? Maybe some of our viewers are only there to make fun of us, right? So why don't you come in the live stream and make fun of us to our faces?
Yeah, so we can make fun of you
So we can make fun of
with
you.
kindness.
Oh man.
I don't know how that works, but we will make fun of you with kindness.
We're gonna make it work, just like how Globers make the ball work. They just gotta put that square peg in the round hole. You can do it.
We're just gonna show you how blind you are.
Oh yeah. Great idea. Yeah, look at this kid. Unbelievable.
Oh, he's gonna take that out.
Just put a meme of a dog running into a one of those clear windows.
For sure he was about to get that car. Car got low.
Yeah.
Our information is so clean. It's as clear as a clear door.
What are
It's
you
as clear as a dog running into a clear door.
Yeah. And that proves the law of thermodynamics.
What, a
Dogs
dog
know
running
better
into a
than
clear
you.
door?
Yeah. I don't know.
You're just gonna see how motion just gets stopped automatically by truth. You think the world is spinning, but
Oh, did your dog was standing there and all of a sudden the door came to your dog because it was
out of
spinning.
nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Does your dog know it's living on a spinning ball through the vast nothingness of space? I don't know. Why don't we ask him?
No, the dog jumped up in the air and the window just whooshed. Because the earth was spinning. The earth was spinning because so the dog jumped in the air when the earth was. He didn't see the window. No, the window just came towards him because the earth was spinning.
Yeah, it's a kind of sad story, but also kind of funny. I was on a road trip with my dog, and she was in the passenger seat, and the window was down. It was a great day. And I was taking a left-hand turn, like under 20 miles an hour, and she had stuck her snout out a little bit too far. She just like slid out of the door like a seal
my
going
God.
back into the water. I was like, what just happened? My dog. And this guy, there was barely anybody on the road though. It was super early in the morning, and I stopped just right there, and this guy goes, your dog fell out of the window. And I go, yeah, thanks. I noticed. I noticed. She was fine though. They're resilient. Just like
Gravity. I'm sorry. Hey, gravity. Is that? I mean, that's what the Glovers have something to say. Is the gravity.
Oh, the gravity, huh? Why don't you tell me about it? So was my
Gravity
dog
took your dog
attracted to the street Or was the street attracted to my dog? Which one is it? Or was space and time just all of a sudden, like,
just warped your dog out of the window into the cement, just out of nowhere. Just, oh shit. Bloop. Like that was. That's not supposed to be there. Whoop.
I know. Oh, she's great though. We still have her. She's good. She just got sprayed by a skunk last week. Oh man. Oh, dogs.
Oh, that sucks.
I know. It comes off pretty easily though. I just cleaned her face off.
I did notice that. How come skunk comes off a dog easier than humans?
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the fur, and it doesn't get like trapped in the actual skin or something, and it's just on the fur and it can come off easier. I'm not 100% sure about that, so don't quote me on that.
We're going to reading first. Taylor, stop it!
Hi, I'd like to welcome Napalm to the live stream. Napalm. Oh, left. Back.
Sorry. Wrong button.
I was like, oh.
He was like, you said my name. I'm leaving.
I know, right?
Like, no, they spotted me.
We're not
I tried to be
clean up.
incognito, but it didn't work.
What's going on?
We're just trying to invite the YouTube viewers in so we can make fun of them, so they can make fun of us.
We're being
Talking
skunked.
about dogs. Yeah, dogs getting
And
skunked.
skunks.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Oh, good. I just popped in the lobby, which was a complete, utter shit show.
Oh man, tell us about it. Any potentials or just
No, a lot of LMAOs and OMGs and zero proof of anything as usual.
as usual?
Standard borderline trolling.
Yep, absolutely. Most of the lobby people don't even make it past the lobby. Past the lobby.
I feel like honestly it's the same 4 people that just keep coming in to ask the same questions to just run on a hamster wheel. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, when I was active in there, it really was like the same thing over and over again. And then but there were a few, little diamonds in there, and then they'd go to VC check-in. We would check some, and I think it also has to do with the time.
Yeah.
What time as well. And if there's a raid, you know how like sometimes they just all come in at once, and
Yeah.
very clear. Yeah.
I mean there's times in there when you can actually start to somewhat delve deep into one topic, but then there's times where it's just like 6 people with shotguns in there spraying BS questions left and right, and it's like you haven't even taken a chance to look at the one question I'm answering before it's 4 more questions that are just complete and utter nonsense. But yeah. But I looked down here, I was like, there's not a lot of people active this evening. What's going on?
Hey, sorry, I was having to talk to my husband really quick. But, I know, yeah, I got in the live stream because live stream has been so dead recently. Everybody's in cinema. Probably talking about stuff they can't talk about in the live stream. Which I
Yeah,
totally get. Yeah.
which is all good. I mean,
Yeah.
when you don't have a steady flow of Globers coming in to ask questions, topics can start to veer down paths that you don't necessarily need to talk about on the live stream, or shouldn't be talked about, or aren't necessarily pertinent to the topic at hand, the flat earth. So
Exactly. And it seems like a lot of the Globers really just haven't been coming in very much lately. Because they know it's a lie. Deep down, they just know it. They got
well,
no proofs.
they get asked for proofs, and then their immediate response is, well, even if I gave you some, you just wouldn't accept it. You just say it's fake. Crap like that. It's like, come on.
Exactly, yeah. It's like, okay, so we're not going to be sorry that we're asking for scientific evidence that you can't provide by these priests in these white lab coats saying that they're scientists, but not actually doing any real science.
Yeah, I mean, when they come into voice, they start to realize really quickly that the surface level answers that are basically just Google searches for them aren't going to hold up for very long.
Right.
And they run out of them. And when they have no depth of explanation for any of it, they suddenly have to go eat or something along those lines. And just dip out. So has it been pretty mellow in here? I have noticed that cinema's been more active this evening, or at least it shifted to cinema.
Well, I haven't been in here too long myself. Maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes. It's been pretty chill.
Nice.
Yeah.
So sometimes that's also a welcome break, because there's many times where I myself can't even get a word in edgewise. So
Yeah, totally. I don't even really speak that much in the live stream, even on ladies' night, because I just feel like other people do a better job. I mean, I can say like the basics and like do the arguments and stuff, but it is hard to get in when everybody else wants to as well.
yeah, I agree. And I'm also I don't have the need to feed my ego to necessarily get my 2 cents in if it's not going to be more constructive than somebody else's points that are being made.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah. Slow night.
It
Have things
is.
been...
Where?
What's that? Oh, I was just going to ask Enoch what he's been up to. Sorry, Master Chief.
Oh, no worries, man. You can call me Enoch or Master Chief, don't matter. I've been pretty good, actually. Trying to stay positive. To be honest, I mean, my ticks, my body's been really hurting a lot, but like, I've been actually. I don't know how long it's been. I think I've been in my room for about a week now. I haven't been able to leave because I've been having tick attacks, and it's just been hard to leave my room lately.
Man, that sucks. But hey, this is a good outlet for you, right, man?
Yeah, I actually would also like try to make videos on TikTok and go in my backyard and train.
Nice. Yeah, I have a really good, close, lifelong friend of mine that's dealing with some really major health things these days that have gotten him to a point where he's not very mobile these days, and yeah, he unfortunately lives quite a ways away from me, so I just try to call him, keep him in good spirits and all that stuff.
Yeah, we definitely need the support, bro.
Yeah, I don't think everybody understands the power of just being able to call somebody up and having a conversation and what that can do to change their mood.
Hey, I just noticed something. You know, the whole TikTok. Like,
Yeah.
what is that? What are those words about? You know what I mean?
Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock.
No, I
I
think
thought it was a
because
clock.
I don't know if it's about a clock. I think it's more like
A bomb. Sorry.
no, because you know, like somebody that has Tourette's, they have these tics,
Mhm.
and it usually happens when they are talking. So I'm thinking perhaps it has a more sinister side to it where they're just collecting data on people and sitting back and laughing at everyone.
Hey,
You know?
that's for
I mean,
real. I believe that's
yeah,
what they're doing.
and it's sickening. I mean, but it's what, like 30-second videos or 1-minute videos or something like that. It's
They
like,
changed
man,
it to 3-minute videos now.
yeah.
3, huh?
Either way, I think between that platform and something like Twitter, neither of which I'm on, just kind of contributes to the slowing down or the memory of people. Like they can't do any, like, even if you're in the lobby and and you post a video for somebody, they're like, I'm not gonna watch some 20-minute video. It's like you can't even focus for 20 minutes, bro. Like it's
Yeah.
like 5-second attention spans these days.
Oh yeah, no, people don't even have the attention span to sit there and take 3 minutes out of their day to learn something for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It can just be a 3-minute learning video, and somebody won't even sit there and learn it or not and try to attempt it.
The same person will sit there and lobby for an hour and a half going back and forth about nonsense, but then says they don't have time for a 10-minute video or to read a 6-page article.
Right?
Or even do a 3-minute duet, like do a duet challenge. You know what I mean?
Right.
Master Chief, this goes back to what I was saying. What motivates you, you know? That's like a huge thing I think now is like, what
My
are we
fiance
supposed to be?
motivates me every day, to be honest.
Aw. Yay.
I miss
That's
her.
sweet.
She barely called. Like, our relationship is very difficult. Is a difficult one because like we're Muslim and like we can't do online dating. So right now it's like a courting. We're just courting each other. And like I'm wrapped around her finger. Like I don't want to be with anyone else. Like if anything happens, I don't know. She when I look into her eyes, like the moment when I first saw her, I look into her eyes, that's when I was trapped. I was locked and I didn't. The whole world, time didn't matter. Time doesn't matter to me. It was her, me, the world. That's it. And even though that I came to this conclusion that the world is flat and observe the world is flat and see that the world is flat, man, I know that the world is flat. To see that my fiance is locked in this, globe thingy, thinking that the world is a globe, I can't wait to be with her personally and show her myself. Like, that is gonna be amazing to me. I think that's gonna be the most wonderful feeling ever, to help and show her that the earth is not a globe.
Yeah, and also it goes a long way, like building her confidence in you to help accept information that you're giving to her. I know that, like, my wife would typically not be open to information like this had it come from somebody else, but over the years of living with me and understanding that I don't just come to conclusions based off of a whim or anything like that, made it much easier for her to not necessarily just trust me in the information, but it gave her a lot more confidence in being willing to look and accept the information, because she doesn't take the things that I say as just
For me, God brought me and brought us together. And like, God led me to this point, and it's like, now this is something I want to share with her, and I just want to be there for her no matter what, whether she's gonna see it as a globe or whether she's gonna see it flat. I don't care. I'm gonna love her. She's gonna have I want her to have my babies. I want her, like, I don't care. Like, that's this woman. I fell in love with her before I knew that the earth was flat and thought that the earth was flat, or ever thought that the earth was a globe. Like, that, none of that was mattered, like, before she even met me. Like, this came after. And then me telling her about it, and she was laughing at me, and she was like, "Babe, it's okay. I still love you." I'm like, I love you too. So, like, oh man, she makes me happy. She makes me laugh. She makes me cry. But when she makes me cry of happiness. And it's okay to cry. And men need to know and learn how to be intact with their feelings and learn how to cry, I think.
Yeah, that's awesome that you have that relationship, man. And if I could give you one piece of advice, it's don't force the issue with her to the point where it pushes her away, even though it might be something important in your life. Once she comes to the understanding and y'all are making your path together, she will be more than willing to take a deeper look into the information. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
See, that's kind of beautiful, because like with me, I'm usually the one that's sitting there crying, going, "How could I have been so stupid and been deceived again?" So, watch out for this, watch out for that. Don't trust.
It was my husband who introduced me to flat Earth.
Shout out to your husband.
Yeah.
Shout out to your husband. How long ago was that exactly? I'm curious.
Maybe 5 years ago.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Wow. So what did you think at
4
first,
years
man?
ago.
Like, hey, man, space is real. I watched Disney movies.
I
Space.
saw it on the TV. Yeah, right.
Saw it on TV, man. It's real, man. It's real.
No, actually, we both had already been researching into quite a few lies that we've been told throughout our entire life. So really, I kind of just like threw up my arms and I was like, I'm not surprised at this point, you know, like anything could happen. And then just started looking into it with him.
I was surprised.
And
I was surprised. I stood
really,
up. I stood up out of my chair and walked around and paced and went, "Fuck!" I'm like, I'm pissed. All right, I'm changing my name to Flat Earth Dude. That's it. I was pissed. I was so pissed. I'm like, fuck NASA, fuck this cucks and shit. Anyway,
More
I feel like we all had that.
Scientism, religion.
Yeah, we all had that moment where it was like, fuck, this makes too much sense. I've kind of known this my whole life, but never fucking took the time to pay it any attention. And when you do, you're like, it's like an epiphany. And it's like, I don't want to fucking believe this. So let me dive into it and figure it out for myself.
Great
I'm
position.
old.
Great
I'm
position.
old.
to go after, yeah.
I was old. Now it makes sense why when I drive by an orchard and I see those rows that are lined up perfectly, because it shouldn't be that way on a ball.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
and they sure are pretty.
I live
Yeah,
in
you know how you see like the rows of light, and just
We'll
like
get rows and rows of
Yeah.
grapevines, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking one after another out here. It's a beautiful sight, man. I love to see the grapes growing, drinking some wine, some vino. Good, good.
Where are you in the hills of Napa?
I'm just in California, man. Southern California. I drive up. I love the state. Up down the coast. I go camping. But yeah, you
Like
just see it for miles and miles and miles, just rows and rows and rows of, and especially through the San Joaquin Valley, man. It's just one of the breadbaskets of the world, they say, man. It grows so much food there, and it's literally like 400 miles of farms. 400 miles by, I don't know, 50 miles. It's fucking huge. It's
Like
just
all the crops out here in like Imperial Valley, right? Inland Empire. It's all
Mhm.
like wheat and like corn or alfalfa, a lot of hay, right? And you see
Wow.
that all along the Imperial Valley, and it's
Yep.
just like it's
Beautiful,
all
man.
just hay and onion, but no
I love
grapes.
I love to see people growing food, man. Like, massive scale, small scale, doesn't matter, man. It's just a warming sight to see food growing. And shout out to the people who like to grow food and eat food. Hey, that's everybody likes to eat food.
And then I guess like Arizona, they grow a lot of cotton and melons.
Yeah, peppers.
Well, I haven't really seen that many pepper fields. I've seen like maybe one.
New Mexico's got that covered. So
Yeah, I think it's a better environment there.
yeah, there's something about the New Mexico chili. Oh man, I don't know what it is, the dirt or what, man, but it's probably the nuclear waste they had from all the bombs they dropped. But anyway, that's a different story. I don't know what it is, man, but there's some mega taste in New Mexico chilies, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, that's a nice pineapple. Whoever dropped that one, man. Beautiful.
It is. Did you grow that one? Did you help that one grow or?
Yeah, I just harvested it 2 days ago. Yeah.
Wow.
The top on it's crazy.
Dang, bro.
Like usually the tops aren't that big.
I know, right?
It looks so healthy. How long did that take to grow?
So where that one was growing, it was in they really like full sun, like all day full sun, and that one is kind of in part shade. So it took from the time I planted that one, it took about 3.5, almost 4 years to fruit.
Wow. Yeah. Beautiful.
But I have a ton of them planted around the yard. Our neighbor this year will harvest probably almost 70, and that's just from flower beds around the house.
Do you divide the crowns, or you just do it by the crown per plant?
So like that one, right?
Yeah.
As soon as I harvest it and cut it, I just take that top and I plant it in the ground. And usually the old plant will send off 1 or 2 new offspring after it fruits. So they just continue to propagate themselves, and you can take the old tops and just stick them in the ground, and a new plant will grow from it.
How complicated. It must be
Right.
outer space. It must be a spinning. There's some mathematics behind this that proves it.
It's almost like we've been sold some BS about scarcity.
Right? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
It's
Have you
hilarious.
ever tasted the leaves?
Like the green leaves on the pineapples?
On the plant itself, yeah.
No.
Like as it's
Is
growing?
is
'Cause
there
I've
a way to
noticed well,
cook
I don't
those?
know if you can eat them. I just know that they taste sweet. Almost like the pineapple smells is the way it tastes, and the rabbits love it. So I have to fight the rabbits. So I
If the
can't really
rabbits
grow them
like
now.
it, man, it's probably good for you.
Yeah, no, I've never tried to eat the green part of the plant.
Well, the only reason why I tried it is because I'm like, why are the rabbits eating this? And I snapped one in half and tasted it. I'm like, oh, because it's sweet. Yeah. I'm weird.
Well, you're in good company, my friend.
One of us. One of us.
But yeah, that one grew right next to I have you know the you know what turmeric is?
Yeah, that's a root rhizome, isn't it? I don't know
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
plant itself looks like.
So the plant itself actually has a really pretty flower and green foliage, but during the winter it goes dormant, so it's completely gone, and then it sprouts back up. It's like part of the ginger family.
Yeah.
So that was growing right next to some turmeric that I have that I need to pull up and separate and replant.
It's the great thing about rhizomes.
Yep.
If you
But
have like
yes,
a pretty good hydroponic setup, like water trickling through volcanic rock, you might be able to grow some wasabi and harvest it after 4 years.
ooh,
Yeah.
I've never even thought about that. That's basically similar to. Is it the same plant that horseradish is harvested from? Is it the same thing?
No, it's a different kind because horseradish is, a radish, right? But the wasabi it's a rhizome, so it's a little bit different. I don't know if horseradish itself is a root vegetable or if it's a rhizome. I think it's a root vegetable, but
Gotcha.
it's similar to like a shaft of asparagus where it'll grow up and you'll have these little offshoot leaflets that'll stick out and then they'll branch off into other branches. And basically, you just let it grow and you let that stalk get big. So, what you're doing is you're harvesting the stalk and the root rhizome. And you grind that stuff up, and it doesn't taste like the wasabi you get at the sushi spots or like when you get Asian food because it's not that pungent. It's more sweet. And apparently, the reason why they did that or used it for sushi is they figured out that it helped prevent food poisoning.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps elevate your stomach acid. And they usually you eat sushi with seaweed as well, so the iodine in the seaweed helps also with getting like mercury or possible parasites or whatever, you know. There are
And it tastes pretty good.
Yeah. They're smart about their food.
I was gonna say other cultures are so much more in tune with that kind of stuff, being smart with their food.
You know, food is the best
They
medicine.
weren't a bunch of slaves that came over to this country. You know, a bunch of slaves came to this country. Poor slaves.
Look who joined. That's my
They
husband.
got culture. Don't hold it against her though.
Yeah. But yeah, like food is always the best medicine. Even ancient Chinese medicine is herbs. I mean, sometimes they add stuff like, you know, dragon scale, which causes like other things, but it's not even a dragon to begin with. It's that it starts with a Q, some weird animal that they hunt down just for the scales of it, and they think it has like medicinal power.
It's a bit like a big lizard.
Yeah, pangolin. It's not a Q, but the P, the pangolin.
Pangolin,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I never heard of it.
Well, it's almost like it's really endangered because they're being harvested for. It's like the rhino. They would take the rhino horn because it's like rhino horn is good for the man horn, you know. But in reality, it doesn't do anything. It's just keratin.
Well, there was a pigeon population that was completely, I mean, it's extinct now because people literally just over harvested it here in this country. That's where, if you've heard the term pigeon pie, like it's not just a term, it was actually a dish.
Well, we still eat, or they still sell pigeon in the stores. Yeah.
Never heard
Cornish.
of pigeon pie. Man, that's weird.
Cornish game hen, yeah.
Yeah, Cornish game hens.
Cornish game hen.
Hey,
Yeah, that's a
is that
penguin right
it?
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they roll
Your
up into
husband
that little
sounds-
ball. I have
Yeah.
seen them.
And they call them dragon scales. Those scales.
Yeah.
Wifey, you there?
Here, present.
Your husband sounds like a science teacher. Is he a science teacher?
That's really funny.
He's an
He's
elect
not-
chicken.
He thinks
He's not a
Joshua's your
science
husband or
teacher.
something?
No, no.
No, man, he sounds like somebody a flat earther that I follow, man. It was like, damn, and he's like a science teacher. He's like,
Oh, that's so funny. No, he's not a science teacher.
Oh,
He
okay.
actually does electrical work. Well,
Yeah, I'm a
and
dumbass.
he's
He's an
a bunch
elect
of other
chicken.
stuff.
electric. I love it. That's hilarious.
Uh,
Well, I come on here for a laugh and learn stuff, man. The pineapple thing, I'm learning all kinds of shit here. This is good. I had no
Is
idea.
that Justin talking?
Food.
No, it's
is
flat
like-
Earth, dude.
Yes, me. Sorry.
Yeah, before I moved to Florida, I honestly had no idea where pineapples came from. Had no clue what the plant was. Didn't even think about it until I moved to Florida. I was like, "Oh, you can grow those here? That's what they look like? That's weird."
You know how I found out you can grow pineapple by taking the top off? I cut up a pineapple, took the top, and threw it outside for the rabbits. Well, it
Started to grow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Oh,
was
that's
like,
cool.
so I transplanted it and then started watering it and all that, and it got pretty big. You know how the leaves get real super long, and then
Yeah.
the rabbits came and just ransacked it. I was like, why are they eating this? Like, it keeps getting worse every night. Why are they eating this? Oh, because it's sweet and it's tasty.
It's part of the bromeliad family, and I probably have 10 to 15 different varieties of bromeliads, none of which you can really eat. I have pink pineapple, which you can't eat, and I have a false pineapple, which the leaves on that thing, it has the worst, like
serration.
daggers. Oh my God. They go in both directions, so whether you're trying to go into the plant or coming out of the plant, it's going to get you both ways.
Yeah, like our freaking palm trees out here.
Effective. Yeah.
Not the saw palms, but the I can't remember what they're called. But
Yeah.
they got gnarly freaking hooks on them going both directions.
Yep. I know what you're talking about. It's usually sometimes they call it Chinese fan palm.
Yeah, it's some kind of a fan palm, but it's not the Mexican fan palm because those ones just have them going straight out, like
yeah,
sawzall teeth, sawzall. I don't know. There's a couple different. There's one out here that doesn't even have those.
I'm gonna
but it puts out a ton of those berries, those little coconuts.
Yeah, the little dates.
Yeah, and then the bees surround it, and then it just drips, stains. Oh, it's horrible. Then when it
Yes.
drops on the sand and you got to clean them off the sandy beach, it's like, oh yeah, just scoop up the sand, sift through it.
Yeah, I have a bunch of queen palms that are right around my pool, and when the seed pods open up, the bees love it, but all that crap drops into the pool, so it's kind of a pain in the butt to deal with. But I let them sit there for a little while to help with the bees. The bees help pollinate everything else, so it's good to draw them.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I don't like about
organic farming, right?
Yes.
The only thing I don't like about those date palms are those daggers. Like after you cut them and you go to like throw them in the back of the trailer, they'll catch your glove, go through your glove, go through your palm, and like rip the skin because it's going right. It's got momentum.
Oh yeah, I do like some lawn care, landscape stuff just on the side as like a side hustle. And yeah, when I'm cleaning up certain palms, or people have certain palms in their yard, even just going by them on my mower, it's like they just destroy me. But some of them will go straight through leather gloves like it's nothing.
Oh yeah.
Are these date palms the actual palms where dates come from, like the fruit?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Oh,
the kind of
wow.
palm tree it is, it's also a Queen Anne palm, but the Queen Anne's I don't put out the sugar dates, but they have the same kind of structure leaves. I think the Queen Anne doesn't have the daggers at the very bottom where you cut it from the tree or you prune it from the tree. Because the Queen Anne, you can it's easier to skin than the date palm because the date palm has rather large knuckles. And boomerang. Yeah, a tree has boomerang. That's where the fruit hangs from.
Yeah, the palms that I have that we call queen palms, the fronds don't have any type of daggers or anything on them.
Yeah.
But if I do let those seed pods go all the way to like the fruit, to the actual date, when those fall, my one of my dogs will just try to devour as many of those things as possible because they actually like ferment and the dogs get drunk off them.
Wow.
Oh,
So
dude,
they're like attracted.
I gotta jump in here, man. Type in like drunk animals on YouTube, man, and they'll get drunk off the fallen rotten fruit.
Yep.
And they literally get wrecked, man. They're falling over drunk, and there's no discrimination. I mean, zebras and fucking bears, all kinds of animals will fucking just eat that shit rotten fruit and get fucked up, man. It's great video. Anyway,
That's funny.
yeah.
There's one of those lemurs in Madagascar that'll grab this toxic worm or something, and it'll spray like this, like real noxious fluid, and it'll make you sick because I think it sprays like a type of cyanide or something. But I guess these monkeys, they're like immune to, well, they're not monkeys, they're lemurs, but they're immune to it, and it gets them drunk. So you'll see them with these like caterpillars in their hand, and they just start rubbing them on their face until it squirts, and then they're all funny.
And I'm sure their family members aren't complaining about how they're wasted, are they?
Love it.
I'm sorry, that's too funny, bro.
That's so great. I'm here for fun, man. and busting balls. But yeah, I have more fun than busting balls. Trust me.
Fred's getting squirted by the worms again. This guy can't get enough. Look at this guy. He's got a problem. We need to check him in somewhere.
Fall out of the tree. Oh, yep, there he goes.
He's falling out, yeah.
Jim said that it'd be good if we had some pineapple rum. And I said, that does sound good. Damn. Anybody ever make rum out of pineapples? Damn.
No.
Sounds good.
I've made brandy out of apricots.
There you go. That's close enough. Close enough, man. If you're fermenting and you're doing that, man, you talk about
fermenting and distilling.
Distilling. Oh, man. I mean, now you've taken it to another level when you distill it.
Well, how else are you going to make brandy? Otherwise, it's just wine. If you have
otherwise
wine and you squeeze it,
13% shit wine. You know,
you squeeze the wine, you get brandy, right? It's like you squeeze the corn ferment, you get whiskey.
That's the kind of science and shit we're interested in. We can prove time and time again. And,
73, like usually you won't get anything coming over till about 73 Celsius, and then you want to wait till about a good 76 Celsius to start capturing it, and then checking it to see if you're running to the body yet. It usually won't run to the body till about 80, 81 degrees Celsius.
About 150 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's easier to do it on the Celsius scale because the Fahrenheit, it's
everything's easier with the fucking the smart calculation.
Well, that's why I call it science. And then, like, I would cheat because at the top of the still, I would install a digital thermometer, and I would just switch it over to Celsius. I was like, oh, that's a lot easier.
Oh yeah, it's a lot easier.
Especially when you've ran it a couple times and you write the numbers down, and you're like, okay, let me try to replicate this. Oh yeah, perfect. It's all science.
Well,
testable, repeatable, and drinkable science.
Yeah. Private consumption only.
My kind of people right there, man.
For private consumption only.
And drinkable and consumable. Yeah.
Whatever you do not put that in your fuel tank.
Do not put that in. Now,
because there's a huge fine associated with it.
I think there was a conspiracy to rid people of making alcohol because they could run their own car on it, literally.
Yeah.
You know,
that's why you have to. If you make 5 gallons of it, you have to send it into the state,
right?
So they can denature it with gasoline.
Fucking bunch of crap. I hate that.
And then you need a license for it. Then you can produce the fuel, but you have to send it in so they can denature it, so you can't sell it for booze.
Yep.
And then you can't sell that fuel at all. You have to use it.
Yeah, how about that, man?
It's all taxes.
We're totally free.
You just make your own fuel and don't tell nobody.
Free, man.
Yeah.
Just
You're
drink a
free to
gas
make
and cut it. You know,
Freedom.
just yeah. Hey, look, it's legit. Sorry.
It's legit.
You have the freedom to do everything we allow you to do.
No, that's E85 I bought at Racetrack, man. I didn't make that myself.
It sucks that I
look like a scientist or something.
Go ahead.
You have the freedom to partake of your privileges.
You know, we got to start some new memes. There's a couple of good ones right there. Basically, whether it's going to work or not, I don't know, man. But we are being kind of railroaded right now, and it sucks, man. Totally.
You have the freedom to think how you want to think and talk how you want to talk, as long as it goes
think
along.
in a lot of
with
ways, looking back on it, I'm thinking we've been railroaded for a long time. And
Hey, where did that saying even come from? Railroaded? Like, did that come from?
Man, I love that kind of question. That would be
railroaded. Orphan railroad,
right? Or
maybe because slaves built the railroads.
I'm gonna Google it.
How big oil conquered the world?
Fucking phone.
Maybe it's like back in cowboys' days. You know, they tie people up and put them on the train tracks.
Being railroaded. I mean,
well,
yeah.
If I remember correctly, the railroad killed the cowboy.
The railroad killed a lot of stuff, and that's those people that got the railroads
getting railroaded
started taking the oil around, and they also started the medical schools and using oil, starting the pharmaceutical companies, and just all of that.
And they hired private,
according
like
to Webster
private law
Dictionary,
enforcement,
Joshua
right?
Web-
Like the Pinkertons, and those are the same group of individuals that run all the private prisons. They call them state prisons, but they're privately owned by the Pinkertons or Securitas and all these other.
Something getting railroaded is a force, something to be officially approved or accepted without much discussion.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Oh, so what they're trying to do with the Fauci ouchie.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, with the Poco, man. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you can't talk about that in here. You're
You do the
free.
hokey
You can't talk
pokey
about
and you
that.
turn yourself about. That's what it's
Hey.
all about.
Kelly, what was the name of that video the other day? Something cowboy, and he just highlighted the capitalized the letters to make it spell it.
Oh yeah, cowboy. I don't know. I forgot.
Cowboy music or something? No.
So I watched a
Anyway,
decent.
it said something cowboy, and it's the way he was hiding, the name of what's going around the 19 thing, and it was pretty sharp.
Oh yeah,
He
the
was trying to
1984.
avoid that. He was trying to avoid the algorithms.
Yeah.
And whatever he wrote, something cowboy, and then just capitalized the letters. So the capitalization, as you read across, read perfectly. Anyway, go ahead, sir. Not Josh, but the other guy I was trying to say.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, the other day I watched a pretty decent video. You know Jim Brewer from Half Baked, the comedian. He was on the Anthony Cumia show, which that guy's kind of a blowhard, but it's actually a really good discussion that I was surprised that came out in something that's that mainstream. It's about an hour and a half. It's a pretty good watch.
Yeah, but he's in the club, just like what's her name?
Yep.
Roseanne. Because he did.
He is, but he isn't. I mean, sometimes the court jester has to put shit out there, you know?
That's exactly right. That's their job. They're the only ones that can satire about it.
The problem is it's a year and a half too late.
Yeah.
I found that video he was talking about. It's actually country video. I posted
That's
it.
what it is. Country video.
Mm-hmm.
Did you post a screenshot of it, or you posted the video?
I posted the video. Should I get rid of it?
That's against server rules.
Okay.
See, a better thing is if he would have, vacuum sealed the juice afterwards, right?
Yeah, and another thing too, I was looking into those juicers that are high powered. They do actually break down the vegetable or the fruit so much that it's not considered like alive, air quotes here. And because of the heat. Yeah, the heat and all that. Yep. So the ones that people use for wheatgrass, Elisha, I'm sure, could tell you guys way more about it, but he was researching into it and wanting to get one.
It's the reason why I don't use the Dr. Juicer. If I'm going to do a juice or a smoothie or anything like that, I use the Ninja and just blend it up real fine.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Plus, you get the pulp as well.
Right.
Which is good.
So, quick recipe: watermelon, mint, basil, and ice.
Sounds yummy.
That's a natural energy drink.
Sounds really
That
good.
sounds great. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I guess you can use like spearmint if you want, but just regular mint, like Moroccan mint.
Beautiful. You said blowhard.
You're beautiful.
Wait, how old are you, man? Hold on. I haven't heard blowhard in a long time, man. It's going back. Where'd you get this term, blowhard?
When's the last time you heard that? When your parents were telling you to blow the candles out?
I don't know. I think it might have been back in the 80s, but the last time I heard it, it was just like I heard the word blowhard. I was like, what? I've been called that. I don't know. Maybe it's a long time ago. Anyway, I just haven't heard that term in a long time, man. It's not something that.
That sounds like some hear ye stuff.
Yeah, some hear ye. Yeah, like far out, man. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Is that a positive term or negative term?
No, man. I mean, blowhard's like no, it's not positive at all. No,
Okay, I wasn't
No,
sure.
it's negative.
It's totally negative.
It's that guy that's boss hogging the conversation all night and wants to be the center of attention, is just spewing nonsense, and you walk away from the conversation like this effing blowhard.
And you come back like 20 minutes later and it's the same topics. Same
Exactly.
discussion.
Or it's the guy that's totally smoking the joint like by himself.
Oh, that's a Bogart.
Not passing it. He's a fucking blowhard.
That's a Bogart.
Yeah, oh, that's a Bogart. Yeah. Okay, close. I was close. All right.
That's my friend Steve.
We all have one of those.
Steve.
Huh?
Fucking hey, man, you want me to ring it out for you, man? Fuck.
Yeah, Steve, sure.
I would remember rolling joints, sparking it, taking a hit, passing it to my friend, and he would take one hit, and it would just be nothing but a long granny ash, like down to the roach, and I'm just like,
Right. He just fucking
what
sunk
the
it down.
heck, Aqualung?
Oh, fuck.
No, it's a draw in and then a little 15 minutes a little before you know it, the thing's gone.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, but in this day and age, you don't want to do that because you might catch an STD from
might catch
some
the
weird lip
cocoa, man.
fungus.
Don't catch the cocoa. I say, don't catch the cocoa.
Well, I was talking about lip herpes.
Oh, that too. Yeah, you can catch that. That's part of the. Yeah.
That's the risk you take.
They have a cure for that, man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not taking no sorcery. I'd rather just not take the risk.
I hear you, man. Don't take the risk. It's not worth it.
That's why I got this.
Don't you dare breathe oxygen. It's not worth
I
it.
got this glass apparatus, right? And it's cool because it's all like Virus glass, and it's got like a three-eyed monster with like crags all over the place. It's crazy. Made in USA.
Handmade, hand blown.
No, it's not hand blown, but probably. I mean, they had to obviously use their hands to use the
I know
on.
a glass blower, man.
But it's trademarked or registered, I should say, because it's got the R.
That's heavy.
Is the glass blower, a blowhard or what?
He is, man. Fucking blows hard when he's blowing the glass. Dude, I watched him work many times. I was like, damn.
Definitely an art.
Yeah, it's such a craft, man. Glass blowing is great craft, great techniques, art, whatever you want to call it, man. It's beautiful. Somebody was arguing somebody was in here arguing over the weekend, man, about science being art, and I was like, no. No. And everybody was like, no, dude, no. And this guy was he was holding his ground, man. You could tell, man, he's an artist.
Wait a minute. So was it a Glober saying that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think it was a Globe.
So does that mean, these NASA cartoons is science?
Art, man. It's art. It's art. There's art in science, is what he was going after.
You should have said, well, what is art?
There's science in music. And I'm like, okay. And he was going back and forth, I mean,
he's just a magician.
natural science and music. He's like talking about birds. He goes, birds were chirping, man. That's music. Like, okay.
Actually, it's disharmonic sound.
Variable?
So the definition of music is harmonic sound throughout time. So that's non-harmonic because
Well,
it's
what about
actual like
what about the no sound?
like
And people don't never talk about the non-existent notes in music, the ones that are the pauses, the you know, the little. There's nothing happening in music for like.
Oh man, I don't have enough weed for this conversation.
Joshua, Joshua, was that your bird impression?
Well, like, because like if you ever break down like sound and how things are, it's usually a waveform. But with
Right.
a bird's call, it's not a waveform; it's like a sawtooth form. It like chops off and it like breaks, so it doesn't actually go down. It just like it's like a different kind of sound. But yeah, I guess you could call it my bird impression.
Close enough, man. You
Yeah.
got the point across. Yeah, it's close enough. Wow, man. So if I was to go out and record some birds tomorrow, man, and then put that into like an audio file and
It's Audacity.
drop it on my computer, man, I'm just gonna see like a
sawtooth pattern instead of a wave pattern.
sawtooth wave pattern, right?
Yeah.
Sawtooth. I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
I mean, it's it goes up in pitch and then drops back down and goes up in pitch, drops down, goes up in pitch, but drops down. But you don't see the parts that drop down. It just goes up in pitch and then starts back at the base pitch. It goes up, and it's just like millisecond fractions of a sample of sound. So birds are true mimic. They don't actually produce the sound themselves. That, or it might come from like deep inside because it's not a tongue thing.
Whoa. You
Yeah.
just blew my fucking head off. All right.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to think about, I mean, these are the things we got to be curious about. Which is one of the reasons why I think birds say the creator's name. Their song.
Yeah. I'm listening.
Like, okay, you know quail?
Quail. Yes.
Yeah, the gambler quail.
No.
The California quail.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've seen the quail.
Listen to them. Like listen to their call. They go,
Yahoo, yahoo, ho, ho, yahoo, 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 ho.
That's
there
awesome.
you go, man. Oh, that's
so
fucking so next level shit right there.
well,
man.
I hear them like all the time, but it's not like Yahoo. It's like, yeah, I'm just a dork. Don't listen to me.
I wonder.
Oh man, that was great. I've never
record
put
it.
those together. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have
And then
a microphone
and slow
for
it
dish.
down. Oh.
Try to, if you have like one of those regular microphones, like a monophone or something like that.
Yeah.
Take like a satellite dish or something and stick it in the middle, so it'll you can like aim it and it'll pick up the sound. Because otherwise, you got to get close with your computer or your phone to record the birds, and by the
Parabolic,
time you get close, they've
parabolic
already
dish, yeah.
took off. Yeah. Parabolic mic.
Yeah. That's easy to set up. I mean, you can go get one of these fucking satellite dishes, man, at the fucking thrift store for like 42 cents. Whatever. $1, flea market. Yeah, put a microphone in right there in the middle of it. It's pretty easy. Pick it up.
Do we have a Glober in the room? We have somebody new, Homie G.
Homie G, what's up, man? I guess you got control of your mic. You can unmute and speak into your microphone, maybe. Homie G.
What's up, guys?
What's going on? How are you? I hear birds in your background. You got birds?
Nothing much. Oh, they're frogs.
Frogs? Oh, it's somebody else's birds. Somebody was playing it.
What brings you to the server, Homie G?
Just cruising.
Just cruising. We like
Seeing what you guys talking about.
we talk about health, science, Earth. Have you ever? Did you take that 11th grade Earth class?
Yes, I think so.
It explains how the Earth works on the heliocentric globe that you live on.
Fairy tale.
Oh yeah.
And they explain to you exactly how you can prove that you live on this round spinning globe. It was in 11th grade. I remember it like it was yesterday because they explained to us the curvature, the circumference, the radius, the distance to the sun, the moon, stars, everything. It was perfect. And I learned everything I needed to know in 11th grade about the globe. Yeah, it was beautiful. And then I went out and measured it and checked for myself. And guess what? It didn't work out, man. It did not work out. I had a problem with this radius thing. Got a bit of a problem.
Yep.
So the radius is 4,000 miles. You guys with your 3959. Fuck off. Whatever. Close enough. 4,000 mile radius. And I'm just like, okay, well, that has to be measurable. You can measure stuff. I measure stuff for a living. I make my living measuring stuff. It's like, hey, wait a minute, I can't measure that exact. Yeah, it didn't. If it doesn't work out anyway, it's a problem. But that was 11th grade, you know. And the teacher said, you get an A for knowing that the Earth curves. And I was like, cool. Right on. You know, I'm kidding, man, about the 11th grade class because none of us past the 3rd grade ever took a Earth class, and we never learned the measurements of this so-called freaking spinning ball that we live on, man. Past the 3rd grade. It didn't fucking happen. Period. There was no Earth class that explained to you exactly where you live and how you can measure and prove for yourself what the curvature should be at 100 miles. Let's go 100 miles. I've seen 100 miles, dude. 100 miles. I've been driving down a road. I could see 100 miles in front of me. Mountains, all kinds of shit. I'm like,
For me, it wasn't until we had Earth science class in the 7th grade till they started showing us Jawbreaker Earth and saying this is how earthquakes work.
right.
And I'm like,
you
are you
learn about
stupid?
geography. Sure.
It's not even a liquid; it's a plastique by your own definition. So sound waves would not propagate the way you think it would. Because that's all these, seismographs are, is just blot echoes. So it's an echo of a sound wave, a vibration. Sound is vibration.
Right.
So, it's just like sound. Will sound go through a jelly? Very, very, like it'll just attenuate through it and it'll be absorbed,
It's a
right?
great, you know what? That's one of the greatest sound experiments you can do is will sound travel through jello?
Yeah.
Bill Cosby would be like, but it tastes so good. Oh. Anyway.
It'll travel through my pudding pop.
My pudding.
My pudding pop. Oh, sorry. But yeah, like earth science class. And then like what did they also teach us in earth science? Intro to biology, intro to chemistry. Right? And then like the rest was just like taking rocks and scratching them. And I'm like, this isn't a science. Like
no, it's not
this part of mineral identification is just a measurement, you know? Oh, but you can do an experiment by taking to see if it has effervescent qualities by taking a weak acid and putting it on there. And I go, no, only certain stones have that because they're carbonates.
Yeah.
Because it's a weak carbon bond that's freed with that acid, it deprotonates the whole thing. So no, that's not that at all. It's not a science. I mean, they were sitting there showing us, Mount St. Helens and all this, and prove that coal can be formed in seconds in the lab. And I go, so if it could, or in minutes, or like hours or weeks or something like that in a lab,
Yeah.
because of what St. Helens did, and some of the plant matter was turned to like a coal-like material, right? So that's where they did the experiment, and they're like, okay, under pressure, wood will turn coal in a matter of like weeks.
Yeah.
Turn to oil in like a matter of hours.
It happens quickly, man, and people don't realize how fast it can happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've learned this over the last few years. Is that wood can turn to its stone like
Within 40
pretty
years,
quickly, man.
20 years.
Yeah.
I got a chunk of wood that's petrified, and it's an old fence post, right?
Yeah.
Oh well, it's not a couple thousand years old. I mean, this fence post is like 60 years old, but the bottom's petrified
Because it was
because
under pressure.
no, because the kind of soil it was sunken
Right.
in.
It was sitting
It
in
was in a
soil, but it
marshy.
was also under a bit of pressure from its own weight, right?
No, not really. It was just stuck in like swampy ground in Oregon.
But the top part of the tree was still pushing down on the mud and the soil.
No,
You
it
should
was
get it.
fence
You
post.
should get it carbon dated to see what
Cows.
they say.
Oh, I know,
Oh,
right?
fence post. So it was dug into the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What was it scared of?
But like the whole top of it had like rotten away, but the bottom was turned to stone.
That's so cool, man. I love that. 20
And the
years.
lady that we got it from, like, she helped her dad when she was a little girl put in the back 40 fence. And they went out to that back 40 where the creek was, and went to when she was older and had the farm. And her husband went out there to, replace the fence because parts of it were falling. And they
Yeah.
wanted to get cattle again. And they noticed, hey, it's turned to stone. What? So
There's a song about that, turning to stone. Anyway, homie G, man. Glad you dropped in, homie G, man. Well,
wait a minute. Is that homie or Kenny?
Homie G?
Homie G.
Homie G, what's up, man? You got some questions? You got to figure out some stuff. How can we help, man? How can we help? All right. He's muted out, man.
It's not a globe.
Well, it doesn't measure out as one. I checked, went out, took a few measurements here and there.
I wonder if homie G can tell us what Earth is. Like what it
That would be
means.
cool.
What does Earth mean?
I keep inviting people from the chat, man. Come on in. Give us bring your little science.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm just munching on some grub while listening to you guys. So,
Right, well,
and it's flat.
What kind of grub are you eating, man? Sounds good. You have fruit, veggie,
Some fruits and veggies.
little cheese, a little cracker, bread.
What, you don't
And
like
this,
carrion or something?
Spring roll thingy.
Spring roll. We like spring rolls. Nice. Those are yummy. Yeah. Who's in the chat, man? I'm checking. Black Sabbath's out there. Long time. Hickory Nick. You got Mr. Tommy. LL. GB. LLGB. The Home. Nice. Glad Flo was out there. Nice. Our only moderator is out there. Keeping it nice and civil. Asylum. Cool, man. Shout out to those people. All right, cheers. Long time Black Sabbath, man. Been a while. Flat Earther, 100%. Anyway, back to I'm glad you're eating food. It's nice to eat food there, homie G. Yeah, we were talking about food when I first came in. We were talking about pineapples, and I learned a lot about you can just cut the top off that pineapple, plant it in the ground, man. Fucking boom. We got a whole new plant. Damn.
No, you don't even need to plant it in the ground. You just let it fly, and if
Put it
it
on the
happens
ground.
to land bottom down, it'll grow
Yeah.
a root.
I can't stand pineapple on my pizza.
I know, right? I can't
You guys
stand
try
corn on my pizza.
white pineapple?
White pineapple.
White pineapple is the one.
Yeah.
So
that's-
sweet.
Yeah, man. I got a buddy who lives in Hawaii, but white pineapple, that's a new one. I haven't tried that.
I have pink pineapple, but it's not edible. And the false pineapple I have gets kind of white, but it's not edible either.
Do you know how to peel a pineapple without cutting it?
I do not.
That's crazy talk.
Yeah. Like apparently you just like twist the top off, twist off the crown, and then like roll it around and beat on it a little bit, and then eventually the little pits will like come out, right? And then like none of the core will be there, so it's just all good fruit. It's like no fiber or nothing. Let me see if
This
I can
sounds
find
like
No, that's
pineapple abuse.
TikTok BS. That.
No, we like to prove stuff around here. Um,
I'm gonna try it.
we're,
This
we're
sounds
gonna,
fun,
we're gonna
actually.
try this stuff, so we'll go ahead and prove that out, and we'll get back.
Yeah. Citation needed.
Yeah, exactly. We'll make a couple measurements, take a couple pictures, put together
There's
a
a documentary of Emmy doing it.
See, it's already been done. Damn, I love that. But
No.
we got to check it for ourselves anyway, man. Just like, the globe. Got to check out this fucking spring.
CGI pineapples.
Just like Corinthians commanded us to, or tells us to, test all things.
The live stream voice text is hilarious with the girl with the pineapple there. That's hilarious.
Yeah, she peeled that pineapple.
Unbelievable, dude. That is fucking sick, man. I gotta check this out. Let me mute. I gotta check.
Yeah, she usually eats like a lot of weird fruits. Check out her hillbilly banana one.
Flat Earth dude's mind has been blown by pineapple this evening.
Yo, that shirt she's wearing is really bugging with my like monitor or my eyes or something. What's going on? Ah.
Don't everybody talk at once. It's against the rules, folks.
All right. She just fucking peeled the fucking. Yeah, she's just peeling the fruit bag. Cool, man. That was
It's
beautiful.
real.
She peeled it back, man. She just caught the top, the bottom, and then just kind of was peeling the sections of fruit. That's nice.
Wow.
Yeah, it was nice. You gotta zip through it. Yeah, I could see what she was doing. But it's a beautiful plant, man. Look at that. But like she said in the beginning, man, you just cut the top off, throw it on the ground, and shit'll grow. You're like, damn, I love that, man. That's a great kind of
Mind blown.
Mind blown, right? Exactly. But that's a great place we live in, man. We live in an amazing place, man. Trees, fruits, veggies, fish, deer. We live in an amazing place that's just so diverse with every kind of thing you can think of that could sustain you. I mean, amazing place. But are we taught all this shit in school? Yeah, I wasn't. I know that, man. Yeah, we had. Here's an encyclopedia set. Good luck. Yeah, I didn't read it. I was busy.
I had an encyclopedia or lexicon encyclopedia or encyclopedia lexicon.
Yeah. I think I had the same one.
I read that thing cover to cover.
I love you guys, man. And that's why
because
we're
of
here,
that,
man.
I went to a history class and said, what you're teaching is wrong and it's BS. And I'm coming to you first before I take it to the school board as a student. Because, well, what do you mean? I go, look at this textbook. This textbook, oh, we're not teaching out of that, or we're not teaching that section. You're not teaching that section, but still, this textbook is part of that curriculum.
That's right.
So this curriculum is incorrect, even the years, according to this lexicon, which predates the publication of this. And I just went off on him, and oh yeah, and then here's the other things with just like the thing, yeah, like the Uncle Tom's Cabin and all that. Let's look at that thing, and then let's look at this. So you're teaching a narrative that was critical race theory that we need to be more accepting, right? And then now they're going about it the exact opposite, So it's like, why are they creating these two paradigms with the generations? It's to get the mother against father, or the mother against daughter, and the son to go against the fathers. So it's like one of these. If people can't see what's going on now,
It's a great thing you
they
brought
will
up.
never see it.
Mothers against fathers, fathers against their sons. It's just that divide and conquer thing, man, on a family level, literally. And we've all experienced it. If you've been a flat earther more than 5 minutes, yeah, you've been through some, like, hey man, I've been looking into this thing. Check it out. And they're like, what? Are you fucking crazy? Like, whoa, you won't even like entertain a conversation about it, man. My goodness, that's scary, man. You won't even sit down with me. I don't even want to talk about it. Go away. Like,
well, why? Because it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. I still have to go to work. It's like, no, you don't. That's the thing.
I never go away, man. I'm always.
Oh, and if it comes down to it, to where they say you have to do this to work here, let them fire you.
Now
it'll
we've
benefit you.
Different realm, man. That's the next level. Is
How did you know what boat I was in, man? It's getting close for me, bro.
Let them fire you.
A lot of people, man. You guys all feel the heat just like I do.
Let them fire you. That's discrimination. It's against the law. You win a lawsuit.
Dude, something's going on to where they're disseminating the same information. Like literally, my wife's company and my company sent out the exact same survey to be filled out to use that data to justify a mandate. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm sorry, but I don't participate in surveys. No, I opt out.
Sister-in-law.
I don't participate in mandates. I'm not queer.
Yeah, I'm not Bill Gates. I don't do mandates.
I'm with you. I'm just letting y'all know what's coming down in large corporations currently.
Mandate. I swear I'm not gay. I swear. The mandate. I never
No,
put that
Americans. No, it's my mandate. Okay. Yeah.
My sister-in-law is going with the fucking religious exemption. She's going with that one. She's got all the paperwork all worked out, whatever. She's going to hand that into the company.
Just let them fire you and then sue them for
fired.
discrimination.
I would hire her. I'm like, I'll hire your ass.
Medical discrimination. Say that's like me having a mental illness and you fire me because I'm retarded.
Exactly. Same thing. So,
well, they can't know everybody's medical history, right? So they would definitely be discriminating against people based on their medical conditions.
I get it. Right. Medical histories and medical jackets, those things are private and they cannot even ask. Even the courts cannot pull those records. You have to sign a waiver to sign those records over for review.
Interesting. Yeah.
And it's part of the whole doctor-patient confidentiality of the privacy of your medical history.
Well, dude, if I go to my
Falls
lawyer,
along like the Nuremberg Code, which they want to keep
HIPAA.
denying. Yeah.
HIPAA is what it's called.
Yep.
And the one that gives you the right not to say anything is also the ADA.
Feel like they're working to just tear all those things down currently.
Oh
Oh,
shoot!
but no, that's what's causing
They're
this
not
whole
going
political.
Yeah, they're not
Those
going
are the
to.
ones that put
Everybody
those
that
people in
takes it to
power.
court, everyone that takes it to court and argues and fights it correctly is going to win. But the government doesn't care because they're not the one that has to pay for it. The corporations have to pay for it.
Yep.
They're the ones.
So just so you know, employers, it's your death knell. So go for it, Walmart. Do it. Please do it. It's time for you to end.
That's a hard line, man.
I ain't saying we should all do that, but I'm saying maybe we should all go into Walmart, slip and fall, and then sue them.
I'm just saying this is a good opportunity to call back the employed people and start to roll out more of the automation.
Yeah. Now you understand why
Or-
they've been getting rid of the checkout, self-checkout.
Or hey,
Sorry.
you know, everywhere around here has hiring signs and they can't find people to work, right?
Yeah.
But I know this won't work in today's day and age because everybody's a cuck. But now would be a good time for strikes and for people to start their own unions up.
I've seen some of that going on in different countries, where like certain staff is like saying, we're bailing. Yeah, fuck off. It's nice.
There's
nice
a-
to see
there-
that. I
Oh,
really, I want to support the people that tell everybody to fuck off, especially big giant corporation. I mean,
There's a
Yeah,
large.
we should show it to the man.
You greatly support that word. We've noticed.
I would, man. I would actually financially support it and say, hey, man, I kick in like a few hundred a month to help support a bunch of people saying fuck off to fucking corporations and the government. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in on that, man. Count me in. I don't have any car payments.
Crazy. You start going against doctors and you like exposing them for like all of their hypocrisies. Get it? Hippocracies. Anyways.
Oh, dude,
and like
you could spend a whole couple hours.
your
on
own
that.
sister like turns against you and just comes out of the wood. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay.
We've all experienced it. We're all experiencing it now, especially, man, that we're seeing this dividing line coming up, and it's like, whoa, that's a hard line. It's a physically hard line right there, man. And we're all going to face these challenges in the future. I have a feeling.
Separates the men from the boys.
Yeah, exactly, but we're going to rise above it, and our common sense will kick in at some point. I hope.
Like good
And if it
times,
don't,
easy times make for weak men. Hard times make for hard men. That's when the alphas come out, is during the hard times,
It's
the
gonna be,
hardship.
yeah. I don't
You
think
either
anybody's ever coming knocking on my door asking me for some papers. I don't think that's gonna happen, but
just
in
look today, right? Look
certain
today.
parts of the
Like
city, somebody might ask for some papers, man, and somebody's gonna get their fucking head blown off, and then all shit's gonna be fucking turned to like anybody that you know
well,
is
that's a little
not on
extreme,
the
dude.
program is against the program. You know what I'm saying?
Yikes, that's a little extreme. No,
Don't
I
give
was
them
simply I
ideas
was
for the. Don't give them ideas for the next false flag, man. Come on.
God, dude, I'm not making this shit up. I've already seen this shit on BitChute.
was
You know,
talking about is like children summer vacation. When I was young,
yeah,
summer vacation outdoors. You know, going
outdoor.
fishing with my cousins, going fishing with my friends, just going out, going camping, just gone for weeks, right?
Yeah,
You know, come home at night, but just gone, like not even like at
yeah,
home. Like you couldn't catch me inside.
yeah.
And now all the children they want to sit inside and play on their PlayStation or their Xbox and play their Roblox and their freaking Fortnite and all that other crap.
Well, there's so many variables for people to choose. Hey, man, I'm gonna go outside or I'm gonna stay on my computer, and the computer is very, yeah, it's very hypnotizing. Computer games, online, social media, all that shit, man. It's very hypnotizing. That's
Well, I support mandatory vacations.
Yep.
You said that
In
last
fact,
night. I think you said that last night, didn't you?
there's a
I don't
camping
support
holiday
mandatory
coming up.
anything.
Mandatory vacations. I like, I'm not on the mandatory anything either, man. I'm a free spirit artist, whatever you want to call me, man.
It was a joke. Nothing
Great
I
joke.
take seriously when it comes to mandatory or the rules.
Great joke, dude. I'm laughing. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, we're out here in a battle. We're trying to have fun with it, but at the same time, man, it's pretty serious shit. But as far as my life impact personally, man, I haven't been certainly super impacted by the whole fucking Coco thing, man. But I know people have, man. I know people that have, and it's disgusting, man. And it's scary. People I know have been injured by these suggested therapies. Let's say.
Okay, the Feast of Tabernacles takes place on the 15th of the Hebrew month Tishri. It's often the month of the Hebrew. This was this was the 7th month on the Hebrew calendar and usually occurs in late September to mid-October. The feast begins 5 days after the Day of Atonement, and at the time of the fall harvest had just been completed. It was a time of joyous celebration as the Israelites celebrated God's continued provision for them in the current harvest and remembered his provision and protection during the 40 years in the wilderness. So basically, like the whole thing is about like going out there and camping, being in remembrance of the 40 years that we spent in the Exodus. And that's like his appointed feast, right? That's not like one of these holidays. That's a holy.
A set apart day.
Yeah.
Thanks for the off the wall information, Josh. Appreciate it.
Well, you know me.
Well, that's your mandatory vacation right there.
Yep.
It's all good, man. Oh, that was good, man. Everybody,
I always liked camping too.
who doesn't like camping, man? I know a few people that don't actually.
And I'm not talking about glamping, the glamorous camping where you go out in a motorhome and you sit there and you watch TV. And you're like,
No,
yeah, look, I'm camping. It's like, no.
a sleeping bag and a tent. Maybe if you're lucky, you got a pillow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roast, start a fire.
Our section hiked part of the Appalachian Trail where you're literally filtering water out of streams and taking everything on your back.
Yep.
It's fun, man. You learn a lot about yourself and you
How
get a good
far?
recharge doing that shit.
Hey, the American
How long
Indian
were you out there?
always had the
2
time,
weeks.
time of growth for the youngsters, man. They'd send them out on their own for.
Right. I remember when I was
Were
in
you
sixth
were you
grade, they
hiking
used to do.
the northern part or the southern part?
From the Smokies all the way up through like North Carolina.
How many miles did you cover?
Total miles was about 200, I think, is what we wound up doing.
Nice.
In 2
200.
weeks? Y'all were
Yeah.
walking 20 miles a day?
Yep.
About 18 miles a day? 17 and a half?
Yep. And there was rarely a flat part of the trail too. So it was a workout, man.
Fuck yeah, it was.
You ever hiked the Grand Canyon?
No. I
haven't even done that. Do I look crazy?
It's beautiful.
I had friends that went to this place called Havasupai. Have you guys
Yeah.
heard of it?
Yeah.
They
Yep.
hiked 9 miles down this bitch and 9
Beautiful
miles
waterfall there.
beautiful, like oasis waterfalls, man.
In fact,
Amazing.
I'm an hour from Havasu.
Oh, okay, you're right there then. Yeah. But Havasupai, man, I saw pictures of it. I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to get down there, man. Somehow, I never did make it, man. It was one of those destinations I thought would be worth doing, man. But 9 miles down and 9 miles out, man. Fuck. That's
Just
a
camp
lot.
out there. If you
It's
can.
straight up, straight down. I could do the 9 miles down, but the 9 miles up.
Take a donkey.
They do have the donkey ride. You could take the donkey.
They
Yeah.
do?
They
That's
do.
Yes.
Yeah, you can pay for the donkey.
Are you talking about the Grand Canyon or somewhere else?
It's in the Grand Canyon. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
can get a
hiked it
donkey here.
I hiked it in one day.
Yeah.
All the way down to the restaurant and then back up. And
good.
But right as we started going back up, my friend was already dragging his feet, and I was like,
Yep.
"Oh man,
This
this
ain't
is
gonna
gonna
be good.
suck."
Yeah. Yeah.
When we got up to the top at dark, it was like 42 degrees, and the wind was blowing hard.
I'm laughing, man, because I know the struggle, man. Yeah, I've been in that struggle, man. It's a shitty
Then we had to
place
wait
be,
for our
man.
ride to get there because we didn't have
Oh,
service
man.
until we
I've
literally
been
got
that
up
guy.
to the top.
I was that guy that was like, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it, bro.
I
Just go on
wasn't
without
that
me.
guy. It was my buddy.
Just carry on. I'll stay here.
In the videos we made, if you know him, you can tell like he's even talking is extraneous. He's
Yeah.
so wore out.
It's a grueling hike, dude. I can't believe you did it in one day, man. Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah,
2,
I
3.
got pictures. I got pictures down at the bottom. It was 118 degrees in the sun and 104 degrees in the shade.
Oh fuck that.
Yep.
You're,
Yep.
It's the
That's
time of the
great
year.
weather.
First of
That's
all,
great weather.
When we
There.
got
you're a
when we
dick
got
for even
5
taking me
miles,
out there in that kind of fucking.
it was his idea.
Oh, well, he's a dick then. Fuck, you're a dick. You
No,
fuck-
we
Could have
trained
camped out down
we
there.
we trained for it for like 3 days. I mean 3 months. We did. It
For
wasn't
3
just like a
days?
spur of the moment type thing. I meant 3 months. I said I
Yeah.
corrected my language.
You got it.
And
Maybe he trained for 3 days. No, I'm just
my
kidding.
3 months.
my biggest decision on going was whether to take a blanket with me because like I don't function during the day. Like I'm always super tired, and he wanted to start this hike at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's like I don't even know if I'll be able to get any sleep that night. And yeah, but anyway, it was cool, dude.
Well,
The park ranger tried to stop us like I don't know 6 miles in, and there's this sign telling you all the people that have died doing it and whatnot.
yeah.
The 16-year-old Olympic winner like died doing it and this and that. And I was like, Curtis, Come on. Y'all been talking for 30 minutes. It's just going to get hotter. If we're going, let's go. Just walk away from him. He's not going to stop you. It's psychology. Come on. Watch, just start walking. He's not going to touch us. Let's go.
Because I bet you on the trail, like somewhere off the trail, if you were to spend some time exploring off trail, you'd probably find some ruins that don't make sense.
Not right there. They would have it way further away from there. That guy is actually just trying to people.
You talking about
doing
the
stupid shit.
Egyptian ruins down there at the old Grand Canyon?
Yeah, I don't know what civilization it was. I think it might have been Hopi, but they had cities built into the cliffs.
Yeah.
And like if from the right angle, you can see them from the river.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're up on the rim, you can't see them at all.
No.
So they're very well hidden.
Yep.
Dude, you can't see shit on the rim. You go down the dude, okay, so for anyone that's never been to the Grand Canyon, when you're on I think it's the north rim and you're looking out, it looks just like all the pictures that you've seen before. Yep. Exactly, right?
Yeah.
But dude, the size is incomprehensible on a 2D image.
Yeah.
Until you walk that bitch and realize like this little green spot down that you see when you start, there's this one little green spot, they call it the oasis. That thing's 5 miles down. But you don't know it when you're up at the top.
No.
And then about another mile and a half, 2 miles after that, it looks like it's the end of the canyon because you see like it drops down. But you can't see past that point. Well, once you get down there and you're standing on that edge where it drops, it's like a whole nother canyon. It still looks huge. And then you just keep doing it. And on the way back up, it's like, oh, as soon as I can see over that ridge, we should be able to see the way out. And you're doing that for like 6 hours and you're just like, whoa, you have no idea how huge it is. It's totally, the depth perception just totally messes.
It's like 9
It's
miles
so
down,
huge.
9 miles out, man. It's like
It's 9.8 miles from the top down to the river.
It's an incredible hike, man. I mean, there it is, man. Somebody, Joshua.
There's Havasupai Falls.
Havasupai right there, yeah. How about hiking down to that? That would be a fucking hike, bro. I mean, that would be
I'm trying to look for the trail map.
I mean, can you imagine diving into that water right there and going, fuck off, man? Oh, it's
beautiful.
Fuck off, man.
Falls.
I would be so
Mooney
fucking
Falls.
like tripping right there, dude. I don't need
Havasu
drugs or
Falls.
alcohol or nothing, man. I just let me dive into that water. Period. That's it. And I had a picture on my fucking shop bench wall, man. Where I would look at it every day. I'd be like, I gotta make it there someday, man. I do. That is incredible.
Here we go. Here it is. Yeah.
It wasn't that picture, but it was.
Oh no, this is trail map.
One that showed the emerald green water, and it was just incredible. Oh, it's like fuck. I can't believe that's a real place, man. I can't believe that's a real place.
Yeah, it's like an aerial shot of like emerald waterfalls.
Yeah.
But I can't find it.
Just to go in that water would be, it's such a treat. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go right here.
Doesn't
this is I think this is the picture